Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you doing it for clout, or you doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these ain't the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? My black money in a black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Let's check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your set, he reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in a fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss
caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait. Please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. Let it go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Coast to stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know they aim is. Living levels and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Woo. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, this is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch we bring the heat. Ooh. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
All right, and we back in the house. 1 second. There we go. All right, and it should be defaulted, but I forgot to do it like that. Make sure everything's set, and that's just like that. Okay, we back in the house. Saturday morning, before Easter. Back for another edition. We're gonna go ahead and rock it out. I was gonna cut it off and come back, but ain't no sense in cutting it off. I don't think y'all would have came back. Plus, the people getting up, kind of expecting the show to continue to roll, so we're not gonna stop it. We keep it rolling. Yeah, I think we had Q and Goldmine rocking it out all night long Friday night, putting in the overtime. I tried to duck off in the back, and yeah, it's still rolling, so it's all good. Yeah, got the Science Fair coming at you next month on my birthday weekend on the 24th, 25th. Make sure you make your plans to, if you be in the area, to come through. We're gonna have a lot of new projects, a lot of new participants. I'm pretty sure everyone will be able to take advantage of those festivities and activities. What's up with Afro, Mari? Pigeon Feather, what's up with it? Old student. Yeah, I'm just talking low now to somebody come in the chat and kick things off for Saturday morning. Of course, nobody wants to discuss reparations for Black people in America. As far as the education, everybody's relying on Chat GPT, OpenAI, and Google for their education, so no one needs to learn anything. Liberation, nobody wants to be liberated. They want to be controlled and governed by people that don't look like them. They cool with it. Communication, nobody wants to talk and speak. Main reason why they don't want to talk and speak, because they don't want to take the time to learn how to listen. Hearing and listening, that's two distinct different things. People hear things noises and sounds. But if you're listening, it's a little bit more concentration. That takes a little bit more dedication and focus. So we don't have nobody listening. Most people just hear. They hear shit. So we have problems with that. So that's 1, 2, 3 in the title. I think I left the communication part off, but we definitely need to tighten up on all facets of those particular sections in order to see some relevant progress in the Black community. We can't get into economics, we can't get into politics, we can't get into history, we can't get into Egypt, Kemet, or any of those other topics that they like to jump in on if we can't get the fundamentals down, right? What's up with it, Kia? If we don't have the basics down, we can't build on any progress to get the end results. We've consented to being tricked into thinking that we can shortcut our way through life without having to actually put work in. We don't want to do the work, but we want to take credit for the work. So that's never going to work. But until we get the morning crew back in, I know a couple of people will be laying up and sleeping late this morning due to their 70 and 80-hour work week. So if all else fails, we'll have Wale come through and take y'all into Wale hour for the rest of the morning. If nobody want to hit the link, make sure y'all pass the link around. Miss Mara Shy passing the link around. Fortunately, as far as I know, I don't think we had any school shootings or any activity in the school yesterday. Been a pretty volatile and violent week for the education system. Of course, one of the big stories that's revolving around social media platforms and accounts is the Carmelo Anthony case coming at you from out of the Dallas area. 17-year-old kid faced with a lot of different things and getting mixed reactions depending on which side of the fence your perspective is taking. So it's kind of different for me because I was in the same boat when I was 17 years old. Subject dealing with a lot of different things, wanting to be kind of hard to explain it, but I was already a local radio personality celebrity, so I had a lot of eyes on me, a lot of ears paying attention to my every move, and jealousy took place, and I retaliated with grabbing a knife stabbing a freshman. He was a black boy multiple times. His father was a police officer. So I had to sit there and wait 2 days to figure out if they was going to charge me for assault, battery, murder, whatever they wanted to do. I was going to throw my life away at the age of 17. So some people can speak to it. Some people can only look at and speculate. I'm in a different box. And I tell you right now, this is not a good position for the Anthony family, regardless of how many people claim they support him, the legal defense. Uh, yeah, none of that shit is gonna make a difference. His life is gonna be going down a different path for the rest of his life. Yeah, I dodged the bullet. Uh, but like I said, no matter how hard and dedicated the parenting is, um, those teenage years, those puberty years, it take a life on its own. My mom, she didn't smoke, she didn't drink, she didn't have any rowdy friends coming through, and somehow I still managed to surround myself with people that I needed to be around. Involve myself in various activities that I didn't need to involved in, mainly off of curiosity, watching a lot of TV, listening to a lot of people that I didn't need to listen to. But in the end, it could have been worse, I guess, depending on how you look at it. I know a lot of people really counting on the stand your ground law to come in full effect and work in his favor. Some of the evidence, such as cell phone video, the physical weapon, uh, everybody's screaming knife, 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 but hasn't been really confirmed on what the actual weapon was. All that have come out in the case, of course. There was another school stabbing that happened 3 years ago in 2022. And that trial just started last week, coincidentally. So it could take as long as 3 years, depending on what's going on. I know this is a very high profile case. Uh, Hopefully it won't take 3 years, but you know, waiting is the game. Yeah, I know a lot of people are asking that question. Why did you have a weapon? Do it make a difference on why you had the weapon or not? Uh, well, as I can tell, having a hunter's knife, having a carpenter's knife. I know he was a cashier at a grocery store, HEB. might have had you might have had double duty, cutting open boxes at the store or something. Can't really speculate. Anybody can justify having a knife in a gym bag if you live in the state of Texas. But yeah, it's definitely unfortunate all the way around. We had the father show up for the press conference of the mother and father, parents, Thursday. Further continuing to add to the already chaotic and anxiety to the whole situation. A lot of people taking different viewpoints on it. We'll see how it pans out. I know we're in a modern technology where not a lot of patience is being displayed when it comes to information, when it comes to different processes. You got transfer of information, transfer of money. We got electronic video, communication. Everything is fast, fast, fast. Nobody wants to wait, but we can't rush. We can't rush society and the processes of the legal system here. That's one thing we can't speed up. Let's see, what was the other big story for the week? I didn't really want to harp on all the school shootings. We had a school shooting in San Diego, California. Another shooting in Hutchings, Texas. A black kid went on a video rant on his social media. And the authorities also released a video of that particular incident, which was also sad. Ended up surrendering to police and sheriff the following day. But that was another sad situation as well. Let's see. I haven't been really keeping up with the politics for this week. I know Dr. Oz got sworn in yesterday as the administrator of Medicare and Medicaid. Um, During the swearing-in ceremony, looks like Trump's granddaughter fainted, and after somebody asked him about Iran, they cut that off. But she's okay though. She just collapsed under exhaustion, I guess. I haven't really heard any updates on the tariff situation, nor the stock market. We have other people, other experts that hit the panel that come up with that information. Maybe Chris will come through later and give us a financial update, since he's been designated the room financial expert. don't know. Did Domo go live last night? I know he was had some activities on Solar Minds debate league channel. I think Lance and somebody had it last night. Domo was supposed to be going against somebody this weekend. I'm not sure on the exact dates, so maybe they'll come through a little bit later.
Peace. Devastating for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good, loud and clear, man. What's up with that, bro?
All right. What's happening, Dev?
What's up with it?
Yeah, just listening in on the conversation. On your commentary. Yeah, I was just in the barbershop the other day and talking to a few brothers about the situation with the young brother out there in the stabbing. Um, Pretty much the consensus, in the barbershop, pretty much guys side with the young brother, even though all of the facts of the case haven't come out, and I know it's a lot of media spin involved with it too, but the general consensus in the shop was definitely uh, standing with the young brother, as far as him being in a compromising situation, kind of outnumbered and things of that nature. But I know as things move forward, more and more information will come out. But I obviously have bias. I have black sons. And one of the first things that I encourage them to do is always, defend themselves in their personal space and to have respect for their personal space and not to let anyone violate them. And it's just things that we got to do because of the
Yeah,
time that we in. You
yeah,
know, we may not necessarily want our children to be, definitely not violent or aggressive or bullies, but we do have to train them to uh, protect themselves and have self-respect and respect their space and the space of others. So that's where we are. That's it.
yeah, for sure, man. We're definitely gonna have to work towards building our relationship and bond with not only with our families but our different generation. There's a big gap between the younger generations, our Zers, our millennials, with our Xers, and the last of our boomers. And Generation Alpha really coming into a volatile, hostile society, which has been pretty much fueled by various factors. Peon, the black culture has always been facing war. That declaration was sent off many centuries ago. And as we stand here in the 21st century, halfway through 2025, as you can see, mainstream media is making sure that that declaration is being held up, uh, no matter how you look at it, with our reputation, our image, the black culture, in the eyes of not only white people but other cultures. Primarily, the only time we see spotlight is when we're talking about entertainment. That's it. Sports, athletics, uh, music, Hollywood TV. That's what it is. But when it comes to uh, uh, politics, when it comes to corporate, uh, when it comes to entrepreneurship, when it comes to education, comes to law enforcement and the legal system. When you're talking about somebody that's black, there's usually some not so encouraging news on the other end of that discussion. So I don't know how you not see uh, war being waged against people that have darker skin.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Various forms of warfare, um, not always readily identifiable, I would say. But I would say a part of war, our people don't know nothing but war though. Coming from even I look at the rate of abortion in our community as a part of war. Statistics say that we down 19 million uh, black folks from abortion, and those is old statistics. But it's definitely if you make it past the knife, if you make it past Margaret Sanger and what they put together in Brownsville, Brooklyn, New York, with introducing Planned Parenthood and sneaking in basically a form of genocide or war, marketing that to our people. If we make it past that, then we got other struggles to get into. Once
Yeah,
we make it past that one, if we can dodge Margaret Sanger, and all of that right there, So it's definitely war, on various levels, but one of those is media, and like you said, education, and media not highlighting uh, our advancements in science and engineering, mathematics. But we do have black folks who are very accomplished in those fields,
yeah,
and um, and it's appreciated in environments like this because it's often highlighted, when brothers source up. I think this is a part of the progression of I don't know, black social media, whatever you want to call it, but the whole source thing. I think that that's a good thing. And, it's much appreciated. But we do have advances, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics that are underrepresented in mainstream media and often in our school systems. It's underrepresented. That's why places like this, are valuable. And what the brother Q is doing with the institute is valuable.
oh yeah, for sure. We got the science fair coming at you next month. Actually, so I'm pretty sure he's got some new projects, um, some other supporters that'll be helping him out there in Brooklyn, New York, and helping out for the broadcast and live stream as well. So looking forward to that coming through. This is going to be year number 7, pushing through almost in his first 10.
Right. For the science fair,
Yeah, man.
yeah, that's fine. Be a decade coming up. That's what's up.
Yeah. I think Psycho was the one that actually put the idea out there initially. It was on one live stream, and it started off as just a comment on the panel, and then next thing you know, real live event with a lot of support.
Yeah, that's fire, man. That's how, that's how a lot of things. most everything develops from an idea, you know, and that's what's up. Shout out to Psycho. Shout out for brothers to putting together resources, organizing it, and putting it together. That's how you do it. That's Black Power right there.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Trump, the world going off over these tariffs, devastating. This is interesting.
Yeah, I've been kind of falling off, not really keeping up with some of the latest. So if you got some updates for the week, man, that'll be cool. We've been pretty much on the stabbing case for this past week. So I know he had sworn in Dr. Oz yesterday
Mm.
for the administrator of Medicare and Medicaid. I don't know. I didn't get any reaction on that. It was kind of late yesterday when it happened. So
Mm.
I'm not sure if any people even knew about it.
Yeah, I heard you say that. That's interesting. That piqued, yeah, that piqued my interest when you said that. I would look at that.
Yeah.
That's an interesting choice. With Dr. Oz already being a public figure and having a somewhat, I guess, I could say maybe a more holistic approach. Think that'd be an accurate characterization, more holistic approach to medicine with Dr.
Yeah, that's his,
Oz.
yeah, that's his background. So yeah.
Right. That's interesting, though. That's definitely a break from the traditional, I guess you could say, the traditional person that would fill that position with Dr. Oz being a more like a holistic health. I think that's probably a good way to go though nowadays. I think more people are interested in uh, alternative forms of medicine, not necessarily so much the mainstream um, as we moving forward. Yeah, but on the tariffs, I didn't really have any update on the tariffs. Just, but I like to contextualize it as far as that conversation goes. Um, one Asian countries already had tariffs on the United States, and I think a lot of people don't look at that side of it. And then we have the bipartisan push. Well, Bill Clinton signed over manufacturing, a lot of manufacturing to China in the year 2000 with PNTR, that would be preferred trade, preferred nation trade status for China. He gave special trade status to China in 2000. He signed it, but it was bipartisan. The Bush administration, they were actors in that too, as well as NAFTA. Bill Clinton signed into law, which exported more U.S. jobs to the South. But Bill Clinton signed the bills, but Bush, Gore, uh, all of them were involved, and I believe that was probably pushed by by corporate corporate interests. Corporations benefit the most from that, from low cost manufacturing um, overseas. But it was definitely bipartisan, even though Bill Clinton's name is in the ink, though.
So I'm saying businesses were already outsourcing before that came through. What was so significant about that particular situation?
The rate. the rate of outsourcing went up exponentially when we look at the Chinese markets. I got a paper, excuse me, I got a paper on that. Uh, June 9th, 2010, Robert E. Leitzer, testimony before the U.S. China Economic and Security Review Commission, evaluating China's role in the World Trade Organization over the
Mm.
past decade.
Oh,
Yeah, that's free to the public. All you need is a email address. Or I think you could just look this one up. But yeah, he talks about some of the disparities, some of the promises that were made to the American people, but NAFTA ended up failing. He does about a decade study on the actual effects of PNTR, um, preferred nation trade
mm,
relations with China, with the Chinese. But I could cite a few of the stats. I'm trying to scroll through. Okay, this is from um, page 9 of that paper. Furthermore, this trade deficit reflects a surge in high tech imports from China. Indeed, our trade deficit with China in computers, electrical equipment, appliances, and components has exploded, rising from 2.86 billion in 2000 to 109.6 billion in 2009. By one estimate, rapidly growing imports of computer and electronic parts accounted for more than 40% of the increase in the U.S. trade deficit with China from 2001 to 2008. Some 627,000 U.S. jobs in computer and electronic products were eliminated during this period. That's from the author of the study. Um, but he's really focusing in this paper on about a decade between 2000 and 2008, but primarily concerning after Bill Clinton's signing of PNGR. But it's a good paper, and it's official. It's actually a government paper. But just to add on, give a little context to the convo, you know,
oh, okay.
yes, yes, sir, did. Yeah, but it's definitely bipartisan, I think and they were outsourcing prior to that, but, they just went buck wild with it, you know, and I think they kind of marketed it to us with the idea of cheap products, and on its face, of course, that appears to be good, but in the long run, when you're exporting U.S. manufacturing jobs, in the long run, it hurt it. That's why we find ourselves today in an economy and in an environment where we pick up a lot of products that say made in Taiwan, made in Korea, made in China, obviously. And, you know, I think it's a part of an overall corporate agenda that has infiltrated mainstream politics, and that is profit driven, and not very much concerned with the development of humanity only, or unless it benefits, their profits.
Mm,
Another interesting thing about America exporting manufacturing to China is that by incident they exported a lot of technology to China, and China took it and ran with it. you know, and developed it as they should, you know. But they, as far as machining and tooling and engineering for, you know, how manufacturing and industrialized manufacturing works, you know, you got a lot of templates, you know, and things of that nature because you're repeating the same process over and over. But they inadvertently, some knowingly, you know, sold trade secrets to China. Basically, in my opinion, a betrayal of the American people. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult task to try to get the whole "Made in America" campaign uh, in full motion if uh, if the companies themselves are not motivated to ensure stability, um, provide adequate work environments with as far as not only pay but uh, pension plans, some sort of support situation, education, opportunities for advancement, just a lot of things that come into play that seem to have been, you know, uh, written off as that's how corporations operate,
Right.
and you don't really see any protests with the remaining of the companies who still operating in America.
And
Um,
I'm go ahead.
no, I was just saying, and we kind of moved away from the manufacturing warehouse, still working and blue collar, uh, jobs as opposed to the Silicon Valley technocrat type of environment culture. So,
Right. You see,
yeah,
and we witnessed that shift from the blue collar to the technocrat. You know,
yeah,
that's interesting. Mm, it's definitely interesting.
yeah.
I
I
think
was trying to go through the headlines and check
I,
out some of the China news. I can't really keep up. I know Q was doing some analysis the other day,
mhm.
but
I
I don't
think
think
it's
I don't think
interesting.
I think people think that the whole country will collapse if Americans don't buy their products, and that's never been the case.
I think it's interesting too that politically, when we look at corporations and we see the profit margins, the surplus profits, we know that many corporations have a tremendous amount of surplus, well, have had a tremendous amount of surplus in the past, let's say, decade, because of the payment of bonuses to certain CEOs for their performance. But the numbers go into the billions, hundreds of millions for the bonus for one individual. So we know that there's a surplus there in these corporations. But what is interesting is that the cost of business, that where we would look at a small mom and pop store and we see them fail or suffer and them not being able to pass on the cost of doing business to their customers. Larger corporations do that routinely. they pass on the cost of doing business to uh, the customers, the person at the bottom, and that is standard business practice. It is unconscionable or we can't conceptualize of the corporations themselves absorbing the cost of doing business when they clearly have wild uh, surpluses. And they do have room in many cases to absorb that cost of doing business. But it's just so standard within the political space and the economic space that we just accept corporations passing on sometimes just the general cost of doing business to us. And we accept it because of the way our politics are structured and what is chosen to be put in front of us, as ideas of how corporations should operate and should they have any moral accountability to populations that they build their wealth from. I believe that that's becoming an issue that should be raised in the public space nowadays. Do corporations have moral accountability to the people that they make all their money from? I think that they do, but that's just my opinion, you know.
Yeah, I heard somebody else saying something about corporations having quote unquote a level of morality, and I'm not clear if that's a little bit of wishful hopefulness, or was there some indication that this can be actually put into play? Um, I'm just I've never heard of a corporation acting moral uh, at any time point since the first corporations, of course, going all the way back to British East India Corporation, financial corporations. Corporations' main goal is to maintain that profit margin bottom line at all costs, even if it's resulting in uh, you know fatigue, strenuous physical stress and anxiety, even death, emotional distress. Uh, Based on the track record, corporations ain't really you know don't really have a top priority or concern with making sure those aspects are addressed to a large degree. I know they have instituted certain policies when it comes to sexual harassment training and all that stuff. But if you look at the overall uh, activities of that, that mainly is being offset with lawsuits and under the table cash, and while the corporation keeps operating how they've been trained to do, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's levels. It's probably I think it's levels to it. But like say for instance, in the Amazon rainforest, we may have a corporation. Say we got Chevron drilling for oil in the Amazon rainforest, and as a result of them drilling for oil, they poison a certain area of the Amazon rainforest. The local community may call upon Chevron to be accountable and to clean up the mess that they have made. Is that decision, that pressure may come from a place of morality and a place of justice. It's a bit, that's more semantics, I guess, when we say moral. But it would be justice for Chevron to clean up the mess that they made in the Amazon rainforest. So we do see corporations being held accountable or being attempted to be held accountable, by indigenous peoples or, different people,
Mm.
and the issue of morality could come into the conversation, but it would be more like justice, I would say, would be a better way to characterize it because maybe morals maybe can rub people the wrong way. Uh, but justice would be a better term. But I think that encapsulates a little bit of morality too.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Yeah.
yeah, what I'm these tariffs, man, these tariffs are interesting. Um, this this thing with this young brother, man. I hope the young brother come out on top, man. Um, in the situation, Anthony, Carmelo Anthony. When I first saw the story, Dev, I thought it was talking about the ball player. I'm like, what the heck is going on with that? But then I
Yeah.
realized that it was just the same name,
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I think he was in the news this week on some unrelated stuff. I'm not surprised he hasn't really commented, or I haven't seen anything him commenting directly on this particular situation. But
mhm.
man, I can't remember what the story was because I skipped over it. Looking at all the other comments, but think uh, I think he's supposed to be. Somebody was mentioning him in uh, his jersey retirement or something like that. It was an unrelated story, but
Okay,
yeah, I was for sure that by now he would have came out or somebody on his behalf because I'm pretty sure people are asking him. you know,
right, right.
uh,
Yeah, the last thing I heard about him was with the situation with the young lady. I'm glad.
yeah, yeah. It wasn't on no positive shit.
Right, right, right. But I'm glad to see, that died down, for the brother or whatever. And it
yeah,
appears that he
yeah,
moved on with his thing as he should.
yeah,
You know, he made his bones playing basketball. I'm just glad he ain't get wiped out, all this all this money,
yeah. Him and LeBron came out at the same year, right?
Ah, I'm not much of a sports dude, but they in the same era though.
Yeah.
Same era though.
Seemed like to me that it was the same exact year.
Right. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony was definitely popular in his,
Yep.
in his time. Definitely was, man.
Yeah, we don't never turn off Sire. Sure. The day we turn off is the day black community can go ahead and wave a white flag and surrender, man. Yeah, we're gonna keep it going for Saturday morning. And we got a lot of people gonna be sleeping in late, so
What you think about all of the Gucci and Fendi uh, that them having? The claim is that they have different levels of manufacturing in China. At one level, you get in the bootleg, the knockoff, the stuff you see on the corner with the Arabs and the Africans selling. And then at the next level of quality, you're supposed to have the authentic goods that are being sold in Gucci, Fendi, Louis, uh, whatever it may be, these different designs, Christian Dior,
Yeah.
all of the stuff they claiming is being made and manufactured in China at all levels, at pennies on the dollar. So that's becoming a conversation,
Yeah.
all of this surplus, the surplus that the corporations are making is tremendous, because if they really manufacturing these bags for $10 and selling them for 38,000,
Mm-hmm.
that is a
Yeah.
tremendous surplus right there. That's amazing.
Yeah, man. Like I was saying in the beginning of the stream, man, I jumped into the celebrity um, during my teen years. By the time I was 16 years old, every single person in my hometown and the surrounding area knew my name. They knew where I lived. They knew where I went to school.
Mhm.
Uh, Being a radio personality in a small town, coming up in the mid '80s,
You got
doing
the,
hip hop.
you got the voice there. You got it.
Yeah,
That's the bro.
yeah. So whenever I appeared, I had to appear. Well, I didn't had to, but I grew up watching TV and movie stars and shit like that. So I was convincing myself, lying to myself that yeah, I had to look like a Hollywood star every time I step out, even if it was just to check the mailbox.
Right.
So coming up through my teens, man, when it
Yeah,
came
but
to
you was young
I
and having things though, Dev. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You was young and
that's
having
what,
things.
that's what I'm saying. Fucking
Right.
iGod, Nautica, Polo, those brands that you mentioned were, kind of top priority. Um, Coming up through, peer pressure, other kids in the school, things like that. Spending a lot of time on college campuses. We were surrounded by,
The
you
girls,
know,
the girls.
all, yeah,
Don't
all
forget that
that.
part. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, um,
So you talking about the jealousy thing now, huh?
yeah, I mean,
Oh,
that's,
I know all about it. Go ahead, Dev. I don't.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So, uh, with respects to, your question that you asked, it is going to depend on what market that is. I mean, certainly by now, at my latest years, none of those brands mean a damn thing to me. I could give two shits whether Gucci, Fendi, Louis Vuitton is pushing through, bootleg gear or, non-authentic uh, materials because the market, mainly only applies to a small group of people. I don't think your average everyday citizen, the guy that gets up and is going to work and providing for his family, is having a regular cycle of maybe high end or luxury designer fashion material. But if you're in the entertainment industry, if you're in college, coming up, then yeah, when the Jordans come out, when the new fashion comes out, that's going to be a concern. I think as a society, as a consumer society, we have given the green light and the nod to paying whatever it costs. If the retailer, puts a $5,000 price tag on an item, we may raise an eyebrow, but no, if we see somebody else wearing it, and this is based on track record and history. If we see somebody else wearing it, if we see somebody else driving it, yo, I mean, we're gonna do whatever it takes to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some of us may even want to take it.
yeah.
That's a
On top of that,
that's a part
yeah,
of it.
yeah. Hmm.
That's why I think the marketing, the media, the mass media marketing, I think it affects different niche communities differently because we have different experiences. We have
Yeah,
different levels of education. So the effect of mass media marketing in, say, Short Hills, New Jersey, which is affluent white, versus uh,
Trenton.
Chandler Trenton, the effect of that mass media marketing, I think, would be a bit different based on that demographic difference, education differences, resources, available resources, and the way
Yeah,
that it's already tension and dysfunction in our community because of our unique experience that we don't have to go into because we know about that, but because of that and the dysfunction, some of the dysfunction that we already have here, I think is exacerbated uh, by some of that mass media marketing because I got a light education in business and marketing and product price promotion, replace distribution, four principles of marketing, product price promotion, place of distribution. So the way I see the schemes, marketing schemes, may be a bit different. I'm not saying I have all the insight, but just to think be a little different. I think it affects our community a little different.
yeah. Because like I was saying at the outset, black culture, unfortunately, has always been in a, I guess, defensive type of situation when it comes to image, reputation, respectability. Uh, we seem to have been motivated to try to have others look at us a certain way. And some people resort to trying to copy images, wearing their clothes, wanting to drive their cars, wanting to live in their neighborhoods, do all the things and obtain all the resources that they have, thinking that the mindset and the attitudes would change. But, you know, me and you both know it don't matter how many suits we wear. It don't matter how big and how how many Mercedes Benz or Rolls Royces we have. We still black, man. Shit. I don't mean shit.
Facts,
Yeah.
facts, 100%, bro. And we got a problem with attaching our self-worth to these labels and
Yeah.
these items. So it's like if you don't have the iPhone, or if you don't have the Gucci belt, or if you don't have the shoes or whatever they may be, you're less than me, and that's one of the major problems with it. You're less than me, or the perception that you're better than me because you have these different items of worth, the attachment of self-esteem to these items of worth, that's a big problem because then you got people doing what they call doing too much, And I was there, at one time, growing up,
Yeah.
willing to do a little too much, to get, this or that, whatever it may be. And I got to be honest enough with myself to be able to say that, hopefully it can help another young man that's there in that state of mind, that I got to, by the graces of, I just call it the universe right now,
Yeah.
yeah, I was doing too much, for it. And I see a lot of young men and women definitely doing too much, for these different trinkets and items of worth. But like Devastating said, and like I could agree after living through it, you realize that these things they don't mean so much. You
Mm-mm.
know, that you went through so much drama and
Yeah.
trauma over this stuff. You know, it don't. It becomes less valuable. I heard Mike Tyson made a statement that's classic to me. He said, "You don't care about that stuff no more. You just want your kids to be happy."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That be your main concern,
$500 for a purse, Mari. I
and
know.
that's low.
Yeah, I know. I know plenty of women. 1500, two bands.
Yeah. Not to say you can definitely get a beautiful purse for $500
Yeah.
or less, but we know some of the prices nowadays are who
Yeah.
just can what did the bag do? For real, dude. It wipe your behind when you finish
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, but that's what they have been able to sell to us through clever marketing.
Hmm.
Uh, that because it has their name on it, that
Hmm.
it's that much more valuable than the other because it has their European, Eurocentric, white supremacist ass name on it. My bad, Dev. I know it's early. Excuse me.
Nah, I'm trying to make my way to the coffee pot, yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm sipping on my cold ass Dunkin' right now. I need another cup.
Yeah, man.
I went out earlier and got a cup when the brothers were still building. I'm a early bird. That's one thing that always stuck with me from the old years.
Hmm.
Early bird. Be
Yeah.
be on time.
Oh yeah.
I stress that to my daughter. You structure. You give yourself more time. You create less stress for yourself. You add on a half an hour. So you
Mhm.
don't have to stress on yourself. Less
Yeah.
stress, the better. Because
Yeah. Time management always been an issue. It seemed like me coming out of the education system, going directly into the military. I kind of had a structured day-to-day schedule when it came to time management, and man, it seemed like not too long after I got out the military, though, I kind of slacked off, yo. I ain't gonna hold you.
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, man, boy, I was waking up every day for 18 years at 5 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm gonna take one fucking day off. Shit.
But ultimately, though, you agree that structure is a good thing, though, right?
Nah, I'm saying, like you said, I wasn't involved in nefarious activities.
Right.
Was always surrounded by people that had, supporting interests. Um, there was no extreme type of anxiety or chaos unless I initiated it. Like uh, I kind of forced the issue or just got comfortable with the situation, not being thankful in some instances. But I was never in a dire situation as far as lack of food, lack of shelter, concern, or any type of counseling that was needed. Being raised by a single mother, uh, you know, I think I was pretty adequately supplied with everything primarily because my time management was kind of disciplined. Even on my off days. Of course, when I started working at the radio stations towards my high school years, I was given a little bit of grace, but even then, I took advantage of that and stepped over that line or crossed that line.
As we do,
Yeah,
as we
yeah,
do.
yeah,
You got to explore a little bit.
yeah. Access to a car, man. Raised in the country, boy. Oof, all over the place.
That's right. Yeah, it's always that tendency to push the buck, especially when we're young.
Yeah.
We full of testosterone. I don't know if I could say that without a pause, but yeah, full of testosterone.
Mhm.
Young, you gotta find something constructive to do with that energy.
Yeah.
Especially young men. Young black men. We got a lot of testosterone. We just need to guide it. Try to use it in a constructive manner. We definitely got the energy,
Yeah.
dynamism, skill sets. I'm always an advocate for blue collar. I mean, I definitely I appreciate the tech dudes, and we need all hands on deck. We definitely need tech dudes too.
Hmm.
But I think blue collar is good for black men too, because
Hmm.
black men we are adroit, we good with our hands, and dynamic. The same thing that we see brothers do on the football field, the basketball field, all of that, all of those skills, that balance, that coordination, I believe it can translate into skilled trades. We can do it in that field too. It just depends on how we focus the energy. But I know because I see young brothers that are dynamic in skilled trades. But shout out to the tech brothers too.
Yeah, we're kind of merging. Even going through my courses in the electrician's course. We see the old-fashioned blueprints. They're using CAD, IoT monitoring devices.
Oh yeah, I hated CAD there when I
Yeah,
was in school. I
yeah,
hated CAD. Them
yeah,
graphs, oh
yeah,
man.
man.
Ooh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We got the laser and the digital tape measures, the digital levels,
mm-hmm. We used the
surveying.
beam. We used the beam. We used the
Yeah,
beam too.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, man. That's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, technology is kind of catching up, and got to be on top of the innovative stuff when we're doing our bids, trying to work together in teams. You're gonna slow the whole team down if you're still trying to use legacy methods when the rest of the team is trying to make that deadline. And you come into the shop with your old school tools, and the rest of the crew is, knocking it out.
Right. Right. It definitely needs to be a merger though.
Yeah,
Between the old and the innovation.
yeah,
It's one thing I always appreciate about young dudes and the work environment.
hmm,
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't shun young brothers'
yeah,
ideas, because it's all about innovation. And when you on site and you working anyway, it's about being adaptable and
yeah,
being to adjust. And we are very good
hmm,
at adaptation. You know what I mean? And just physically, you can see it. You know what I mean? Like the group that I work with is mostly young black men, but you
yeah,
can see the dynamism within
yeah,
that group. You know what I mean? You see it.
yeah. Definitely need the energy, man. They gonna always have a little bit more constant energy level and ready to go, as long as they're not tied down and distracted with at home conflicts or substance abuse or anything that's holding them down. Outside of that, you know, man, I would definitely prefer some young, inspiring guy who's willing to learn versus uh, trying to deal with some guy closer to my age that's set in his ways and just trying to look for shortcuts just to pick up the check at the end of the day or the week.
Yeah, man. It's one young brother that I work with closely, and we work on projects outside of work. His own dad, was like trying to take the wind out his sails, So when he brought that to my attention, I couldn't talk bad about his dad. All I could do was listen. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? And I just kept pushing, the motivation.
yeah,
You know what I mean? But I didn't know what space his dad was coming from. And all I could do was listen. I
yeah.
ain't gonna say nothing bad about your father. You know what
Right.
I mean?
Yeah,
I'm gonna mean your ear. You know what I mean? But you it's all types of obstacles and things like that. But I think if we are there and we see them trying to, especially if we're involved, push them in the right direction.
yeah. That's all. Yeah. 'Cause they could be in a worse position. Like you said, at least they own the job site with you.
Hell yeah.
So it's a whole bunch of other kids, uh, maybe not able to, or maybe distracted, uh, dealing with a lot of other things, and we certainly appreciate people taking the initiative and the discipline to work through, uh, you know, all the things that people have been going through, and trying to stay dedicated and focused uh, to accomplish and move ahead in whatever field they're trying to get into.
Yeah, shout out to the youth out there, man. The young brothers and sisters that's
Yeah,
trying to do good things and make good choices. Just be mindful. A choice or the wrong choice, it can turn your life in a totally different direction. You know, so be careful and try to be mindful about your choices, man. You know?
yeah, that's exactly what we're looking at with the Anthony case. Yeah, he made a decision at the
Mm,
time. Yeah, that's just how it fell.
facts there.
Yeah,
That choice, right there. Uh, I would rather not see the young brother in the situation that he's in, but
yeah,
you are 100% correct. It was a choice, but I don't know what was going on in his mind,
yeah.
because we do have history of white folks spazzing out and just
Hmm.
grabbing black folks, and they're not alive the next time you see them.
Yeah,
So I can't put myself in his shoes. I can, but I can't, But
yeah,
that's tough, It was a choice, I'm with him though. I'm with him.
yeah,
He favored my son.
yeah. So far, it looks like he's keeping his head up and staying firm. I know he's catching a lot of social media griff. Probably staying away from his phone and the internet, keeping himself busy. Uh,
Yeah, because they're looking for any little thing already, they want to
Smallest
find.
thing, yeah. They ain't
You
still
know,
ain't able to find nothing, yeah.
so he got to be careful, and he got to stay out of the range of the wacko jackos that may want to seek retribution, or anything of that nature. The brother, best wishes to him out there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't get your response on the white father popping up at the press conference right before where the parents was.
Mm.
Did you see that video?
No, I didn't see that, dude.
Okay, maybe you get a chance. A couple people clipped it, but the white father at the beginning they were doing the mic check, and the brother, the advocate, Dominic, had came out, and he had just started it. He was like, "Welcome," and then he looked over to to his left, and there he was, dude. He was standing right there, yo, on the end, and
How far was he from them?
about about 30, about 35 feet.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the mother and the father were not immediately behind him at that point. That may have been in a room, but still, the presence and especially with all the previous chaotic, tense, climate,
Mm-hmm.
for him to pop up and the family security, eventually, I think Frisco police kind of just, made sure he was pushed out the door.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to act cordial, but it was definitely a situation where I'm saying to me, could he have had a weapon, a
That's a
knife,
possibility.
for his son? Retaliation. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen that before in any uh, instance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Since you said you had seen it, so yeah, maybe you check it out.
right.
I'm saying that could have easily just went the other way.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah,
absolutely could have went left. People got to be aware. Just that family. Got to protect themselves, man,
yeah, man.
and stay alert, and really be on your p's and q's. I seen the brother that she was with. He looked like he's strong and upright and
Yeah,
alert. Definitely, brother was dressed sharp.
yeah,
Brother looks solid and sturdy.
yeah.
But be on point, family.
Hmm.
That's just in general, but definitely that family right there. They got to be on alert.
Yeah.
Messing with these, we know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, for sure, man. But Bubba, you know what I mean by intense climate. Shit.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
This ain't no harmonious come together. Let's all get along. It ain't never been that, yo.
Never.
Shit. Everybody they were just having a regular spring end of the school season, pre prom, pre graduation, trap meet to end the school year off and their whole plight, getting ready for their next phase, as all kids across the country are doing. And a rainstorm came, cloud, boom. Everybody trying to just get out the rain for a minute and then go back to it. So, the white boy made his decision too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
If he would have never chose to approach him,
yeah,
he wasn't the tent monitor. He
yeah,
didn't have on the orange vest with the badge on it. He
mhm,
wasn't the tent monitor. So had he not chosen to even approach the young brother,
yeah,
everything would have been avoided,
yeah,
if we start there,
yeah.
which of course the media won't start there. But yeah, how about you had not been trying to be a tent monitor? You didn't have on no orange fucking vest to be monitoring the tent.
Yeah, I think there's a one black dude that said he was under the tent with his two daughters. So there was an adult, there was an adult literally under the tent. Obviously, probably not facing the incident, but that just goes to show you that there was no there was no arrangement for people to be in a certain spot. People were just trying to get out the rain, just for 5 or 10 minutes or whatever.
Sound like white entitlement. You just want to be the tent monitor. You know?
Yeah,
This whole situation is unfortunate, though. I ain't glad that the white boy lost his life or nothing like that. But
yeah,
shit,
yeah. He made a decision. Yeah, a
exactly.
decision was made. Yeah. Definitely made a decision.
Yep, that's what it boils down to. Decisions. He made a bad decision. He definitely made a bad decision that day. When did it happen? In the evening or the morning time?
Yeah, everything started going down about a little bit after 10 a.m. According to police report and eyewitness accounts.
Yeah, the young white kid, he made a bad decision. You know, that was the first bad decision in that set of circumstances. That was
Yeah,
the first bad decision to become tent monitor.
he said to become. That's
you know,
crazy, man.
yeah, yeah,
But hey, like I said, I went to school with the same type of dudes,
yeah.
white boys. Yeah, same thing.
Entitlement, you know it. Yeah.
Uh, his dad was that the dude that acts like that. Yeah, his dad was a sheriff deputy. Yeah,
Yeah, probably had entitlement issues. His dad was the sheriff.
yeah. No, not dude.
Oh,
The white boy in my class back in the '80s.
oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we didn't have an incident like that, but he was walking around the school like I'm the shit and
Mhm.
listen to me. Uh, Mainly because his dad was a sheriff deputy. Yeah,
Entitled.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not sure what the white boy's father's occupation either was or is, but obviously, based on the reports of him having previous sexual assault charges back in 2011, he wasn't really he wasn't part of the home. He wasn't. He's not. It's not like uh uh they the mom was together. I think he lived separately in a separate house. So I don't know if there were other siblings involved. But yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen a situation where a set of twins were living with the mother, during their child raising years, and the father not being there, other than medical or a legal situation. It looks like there may have been some earlier incidences where a decision was made for him not to be in the crib, but that's not brought up at all, man. I'm just, not even by black folks.
That whole dysfunction right there.
Yeah,
So,
off the bat, yeah.
right. But had
So yeah, yeah, with that backdrop though, that's what I was saying. I seen the video of him popping up at the press conferences. I'm like, you're not even there for you wasn't even there for your son when he was alive. What are you popping up at this press conference for? So that was pretty stunning.
Yeah. You know, some of them be so crazy they ain't gonna miss up a chance to be famous. They don't care what it is.
Yeah.
Some of them is just that nutty. Some people, period. You know,
Yeah.
I can't even. Yeah, some people, period. Like these guys going up on these platforms, Adam 12 and Lad TV, talking about all of this underground culture and getting themselves locked up. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's wild. It's
Snitch culture.
the whole
Crash out culture. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
but just to be famous, just to be known, you
Yeah.
know, you could have got away. You know, I just seen some,
Yeah.
you just seen the guys went up in the jewelry store, and then they came out like a week later and put the money on Instagram or something, and they came and
Yeah.
got them.
Yeah.
I said, man, I don't know. I don't know. Devastated for you. I don't know, man. You know. You know, I wasn't into that, but I was always told the getaway is better than the take. So,
Yeah.
but you know, it's different now. I guess the show out is better than the take.
Oh yeah. Yeah, social media is definitely the new TV clout. I guess clout chasing is replaced has replaced uh,
Everything.
getting money. I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess the clout chasing is the Instagram and the Twitter activity is the ultimate rush for this generation or something.
Hmm.
They would rather everybody on Instagram and Twitter know than to be enjoying themselves in Barbados somewhere.
Hmm.
Yeah, media has done a one heck of a job, you know, on the community. I think it goes back to the self worth and the well, I guess partially the situation with fathers in the homes and disparity in demographics with Black nuclear families. But definitely, it starts there, starts at home, starts with the family. Tend to see a little more discipline in children when they have both parents, that definitely that male figure. When it's a healthy, active male, tend to see a little more discipline. You can see that right in front of the school, right in front of the schoolhouse in the mornings. best wishes to the Anthony family. You know, uh, take care of yourselves. Be aware of your surroundings. You know, shout out to your son. Unfortunately, he had to make a difficult decision, but to preserve what I perceive for him to preserve his own safety. You know, and I definitely support the Anthony family, and it's unfortunate that the white guy, little white boy, lost his life, but he made a bad decision. First, he made the bad decision of becoming a spontaneous tent monitor. You know, he should have not spontaneously became a tent monitor, and he would have been okay. You know, he might have been at another track meet this weekend if he had not made a bad decision. And the whole set of circumstances right there with this tent, it's the white boy who made the first bad decision. Definitely, for sure. You know, if he wouldn't approach that young man, that young black man, he was that young uh, black teen. If he wouldn't approach that young black teen, got to keep the emphasis on teen. You know, if he wouldn't approach that young black teen, he might have still been here. But he made a poor decision. Yeah, devastating for you. It's all about the decisions we make.
Mhm. So it looks like Google was in a long federal case with some antitrust monopoly issues, and they actually got two rulings against him, saying that they were guilty in using methods to monopolize search engines and database collections. That went down also late Friday. So we're probably not seeing a reaction as of yet on that particular case.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Controlling information is a big deal.
yeah.
Monitoring information is a big deal. I appreciate Google as a tool, but
Hmm.
I know it can be abused, and I know that there is data that suggests. Hey, Joseph, turn that down for me a little bit. I know that there is data that suggests that the abuse of Google and artificial intelligence can lead, they're finding even at the college level, that it can lead to cognitive atrophy and mental laziness. But that's from the abuse of it.
Mm.
So I don't have any phobia of artificial intelligence. I just think we need to move forward with it responsibly, you know, and responsibly may be subjective, for some, but we need to have some guardrails, I think, and nothing beats uh, regular study and research. Not even Chat GPT. It
Hmm.
doesn't beat reading. It doesn't beat reading, fam.
Yeah, they're having a little festival this weekend in one of the rural areas near me, and they're going to be using the sheriff's office will said that announced that they will be using drones to monitor crowd activities for the first time. Yeah, and it's a small town. Town probably don't is less than 20,000. Yeah.
Mm.
Mhm.
So they're going to use it for public safety.
Yeah.
Mm. Okay. Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense from a public safety standpoint, as far as being on top of things and looking out for, you can get a view, obviously from the air that you can't get from the ground level,
Yeah.
as far as safety is concerned. Um, I don't think it's anything crazy about that. It's public, right?
Yeah. It's gonna be like a arts festival.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, mostly white folks. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I could understand that. That makes sense. Definitely with, you got weirdos and stuff, people,
Yeah.
not to mention, but, we have random gunmen and all of that weird stuff. So
Yeah.
it makes sense. That makes sense. I'm surprised they didn't, they're not starting to use that for like presidential officials and stuff like that. I wonder why they didn't have drones when they took a shot at Trump. They didn't have no drones out there.
In Pennsylvania. Hmm.
Yeah, they didn't have no drones out there then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they got them somewhere, man. They probably didn't break them out.
Right. Yeah, well, they probably had them out there and didn't say nothing. Yeah, that's some cool technology. Even as even as a hobby, I see people messing with them drones. It's cool technology.
Mm.
Even as a hobby.
Yeah, I got a little cheap one. I don't have a professional one, but
Hmm.
kind of just bought one just to have something to do at the truck stop on the weekends last summer.
Right. Right. Exactly. Stuff like that. I seen Lance flying one of them drones before. It looked like he pretty good with maneuvering them things.
Yeah.
That looked like a little skill in itself. Learn how
Mhm.
to maneuver those drones.
Yeah, they never did come out and give us the story on them drones up there in Jersey and New York, northeast corner.
Now you see how they just swept that one under the rug.
Yeah.
The, the media done smoothed over all of that with the election, but yeah, they never really got to the bottom of it. I know that there is, I believe it's the Picatinny uh, military installation that's also located near where that was going on, and I think that I don't think they ever got to the bottom of that. But I know that it's a Picatinny Air Force installation up there, military installation up there too,
Yeah.
in that part of Jersey.
Mhm.
Hmm. But yeah, the whole thing popped off with the UFOs and the drones.
At the same time. Yeah.
Congress started talking about UFOs.
Mhm.
I said, whoa. I said, whoa, this is wild. They done turned up on the UFOs in Congress.
Mhm.
And at first they said it was aircrafts in Jersey. Then it went from being orbs to drones. So that whole thing was kind of weird
Yeah.
because it went from crafts to orbs to drones. And, I know it started with the orbs or the crafts, and then it just ended up at drones. So I don't know. They definitely was running some game up there though, whatever it was doing.
Hmm.
And what you think about the eggs, Dev? I think they manufactured that whole thing. I don't think the eggs they just price gouged on that because the chicken didn't go up. The price of the chicken in the chicken shack didn't go up.
Yeah, what they could probably do that with any type of food, but I remember the initial avian bird flu stories coming out of a farm in Northern California near between Fresno and Modesto, California. I think it was had been like September last year, yo. It was before the winter, and the, they were operated by a Chinese company, coincidentally enough.
Mhm.
And so that just gives you an idea how far back the initial supply chain, began to see some effects. But so from September to whenever they start going up, you can see how that came into play. And there may have been some other farms affected, but I'm pretty sure that there were like a couple of different cases. Didn't really get a lot of traction in the mainstream, especially just coming out of COVID and vaccine talk, and I think we had measles and smallpox stories coming out. That avian bird flu outbreak in North Cali uh, did not receive enough attention. And if so, I don't think the egg price shock wouldn't have been such a shock. But as we see, I'm not sure where they at in your neighborhood. I think I seen some $4 eggs. I think that was Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, right on target. Because they had went up to I was seeing in some places 10.99, almost 11, 8.99.
yeah. I seen some $18 eggs, man, last month.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. And but they dropped back down, but they was up there, you
Yeah,
know, they was up there. And I was like, wow, because that's pretty dang on high, even though stuff is high,
yeah,
period, you know,
yeah.
you know, I'm a regular person. I ain't
Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm not on the vegan train. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we do eat eggs around here.
Hmm.
So but they went back down though, like you said, they about four. Went back down to four.
But yeah, I think overall, food been kind of creeping up. I see gas is kind of fluctuating up and down. I think one day I seen it at 370, and then the very next day at that same station, it shot all the way back down to 348.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
yeah,
creeping down a little bit in Jersey. Gas price creeping down a little bit. What
yeah.
about mm, right?
But coming next month, I'm pretty sure that cycle will make it go back the other way. But that
Yeah,
330 to 370 probably been a consistent range for my
mm-hmm.
area, yeah.
Yep.
For passenger car.
Mm-hmm.
Diesel have been all over the place. I've seen 420, 450, back down to 380. It's kind of really hard to gauge that diesel fuel situation, depending on where you're at. But the passenger car gas is it's been kind of consistent in my area.
Oh yeah, I don't pay too much attention to diesel, but you definitely would know that diesel been fluctuating.
Yeah, 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 all over the place.
Mm, that's got to be hard on the drivers, right?
Yeah, you can't really plan nothing. Gas is $4 today. You trying to buy some trucks or schedule a maintenance or some hire new drivers. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, it's a real sensitive issue for the truckers,
yeah.
you know, especially with corporations not willing to make any concessions with on their profits. With
Now, there's a trucking company, LTI Trucking. They've been in business 25 years.
hmm
They didn't even give their employees no notice. They got 600 drivers, yo.
mm,
They went out on Thursday morning, and everybody got an email Friday when they got their checks. Out of business forever.
whoa,
Yep, no pension, no nothing.
mm, man, that's tough right there, man.
Uh,
And there's no way to get any accountability from the what they just filed bankruptcies, but
Man, they ain't got to file shit. They just locked the door, yo.
hot damn,
Yeah, man.
they just like it up. And then people, what you got? People there probably been working there about 20, 10, 30 years or something.
Yeah, man.
Damn.
Managers from the managers on down, yeah.
Mm. Yeah, that's
You can
rough.
see their trucks all over the place, man. They stay busy.
Yeah. And they got whatever they got, the people got to adapt.
Yeah,
You know, they ain't got no choice but to adapt.
yeah,
But that's one thing I can say our people is good at. We good at adapting.
hmm
We will adapt. Man, no pension, no nothing.
no nothing, yo.
I mean, it should be. They shouldn't be able to do it like that. But I know, that that's what's happening. And if it's no established laws or, you know,
Yeah,
our place.
this was like one of those employee owned companies also,
Mm,
where you own part of the shares.
hmm.
You ever seen one of those companies? We have a grocery store that's like that out here also.
I have heard of models like that.
Yeah,
I,
yeah, yeah.
I,
They give you 5%,
kind of
2%.
new, kind of new thing though, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Employee owned.
right,
Like Publix.
right.
Yeah, yeah, that model.
Yeah, I have heard of models like that
Yeah,
in business, where the employees own shares and get some of the direct benefits and stuff like that.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, then people gonna have to adapt to that situation
Mhm.
and make adjustments. Hopefully, people make out all right and is able to take care of themselves and their family. That's hard though.
Yeah.
Are the truckers unionized or anything else like that? Devastating.
Nah,
Yes.
just like any other company.
Mm,
You can go in or you can go you know, non-union. Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
those union jobs haven't been really opening up uh, across the board. Even residential and commercial construction, your labor jobs, your skilled trades.
Hmm.
whenever those union jobs, at least here in the Midwest,
Mm-hmm.
when those openings open up, uh, whatever waiting list that was already filled up. I mean, if you're really not networking and out there, there really isn't a realistic chance of going from not being in the union to going in the union.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Fortunately, for the younger generations and the youth, there are programs. Even the program I'm in right now, for the younger guys, specifically 16 through the ages of 24. They do set you up with priority transitioning once you are, past your apprenticeship. So if you do want to get into any type of carpentry, HVAC, and you want to be hooked up with the union, they do uh, set you up with direct union reps, provide you with front of the line prioritization, and as long as everything is you ain't got nothing extra going on, they push you right through, man.
Yeah, take advantage of that. Union work is definitely different. You know, the union gives you
Yeah,
the worker more advantages and pay rate, work environment, certain work conditions. If you got a good union, you
yeah,
know, uh,
yeah. If you
devastating
got a if you got a
100%.
crappy union, yeah, you can't. It ain't gonna be advantage at all. But
What's up?
yeah, once they are compliance with all the stuff that they know they got to do, you have good stability, pension, and benefits for your spouse and kids and family and stuff like that. But yeah, I was in a part time union situation, years back when I first got into blue collar with commercial moving. But like I said, there was no way to survive on it. It was only part time. But I did enjoy those calls to come and get that $25 an hour just for pushing a buggy, for a couple.
Absolutely,
Man, I
absolutely.
wasn't doing no work, boy. I was like, yeah, man, I'm there.
Them calls counted back then. You know, they came in where they was needed.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, yeah, it's a few out in Jersey
yeah.
as far as unions is concerned. I
Oh,
believe,
okay.
but I definitely advocate that because you get a better rate
Yeah,
and they have standards in the work environment if you
yeah,
have an effective union. You know,
yeah,
yeah. I think a lot of these I think corporations in general are afraid of unions. You know, they definitely don't like unions.
yeah,
Corporations. We remember the whole fiasco with Jimmy Hoffa, um, with corporations and unions and corruption of unions. You know, so but if you get a good, effective union, it'll definitely help you out in the work environment. Even though initially they started unions to box us out far as white males putting together unions to box our fathers out in the South because they knew our fathers had skill sets with building trades, basically.
yeah,
You know, so they initially put that together to protect their jobs and their interests. But as things developed, we have been able to get into them. You know, a lot of times by force, you got to push. You know what I mean? To do that, you know, that ain't easy. You know, that's not simple. You know, you don't. They gonna throw hurdles in front of you. speed bumps, because they know what it is. They know if they have an effective union, they know the benefits that it gives them. So, but if you can get in there, elbow your way in there, put your foot in the door, get in there. You know.
Yeah, I've been pretty much a freelancer, kind of wanting not to be tied down to a specific um, same management or company. But for the younger people coming out, you got to get the experience in, and I would recommend, even though I don't necessarily aspire to be in a union at my stage, but for the younger people, I would definitely recommend, if there's an opportunity, don't wait on the union to open. Go ahead and take advantage of your opportunities that come through. But if you have a union door open up, and you got all your stuff up to date and whatnot with your certs and your training, I would definitely at least take a look to see, hey, this is what I'm dealing with now. This is what I could get, and this is what I have a chance to get. Like I say,
Yeah,
everybody's situation different.
right, exactly. And like you was just saying, everybody's situation is different, so you got to go with what's applicable, and be flexible and be prepared to take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves. You know, Opportunities. A lot of times, opportunities may present themselves, but we didn't prepare ourselves to take advantage of it, or we're not observant enough to see that it's an opportunity.
Stay
So
in your face, yeah.
stay alert and be prepared to take advantage of opportunities
Mhm.
and advance your skill sets. Develop
Yeah.
your skill sets. If you're into trades, advance your skill sets. Advance. You know, Make sure you do that. But it's big money and electrical. It's definitely electrical is at the top of the trades.
Yeah.
That's the doctor of the trade.
Mhm.
Big money in electrical. But it's money in the trades, period. It's good money
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
carpentry,
All the way around. Yeah.
HVAC. Uh,
Pipe fitting, welding.
yeah. And some guys like to, it's physical,
Yeah.
athletics. Me being an athlete, me going into trades is right up my alley, you know, because
Mhm.
I came up athletic. So going into trades is excellent for a person like myself and possibly for a lot of other young men out there.
Mhm.
Yeah, Deb, I gotta hop down. Gotta get my son on his movement. He
Yeah,
over
it's all
there,
good, man.
he over there giving me the look.
Mhm. Nah, that's good, man. It's Saturday, man. So yeah, we all good. We're gonna be
Yeah,
rocking through to Psycho. We'll be after when he get out.
I, I'm just glad we ain't got to sit in that barber shop this morning. We got in there the other day because
Yeah, man, get it
Saturday
out the way.
morning
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
gonna be swamped up in there.
Oh yeah, that Easter barbershop, man, man. Forget
What?
about it. Yeah.
Uh, Peace to you though, bro.
All right, man. Appreciate it. So yeah, uh, if you trying to get into the barber shop on the day before Easter, anywhere in the United States, you're definitely gonna be in a situation of waiting uh for longer than 5 minutes. Just put it like that. Yeah, man. Yeah, you may be able to. They may be able to claim them. Uh, Capital gains losses on their taxes. Dr. Lamb, you're right about that. Depending on, I guess they base it on percentage amounts and how much they accrue. But yeah, it definitely came as a stunner. You used to see them trucks all up and down 65, 55, and across 80 and 94. They in and out of Amazon, all that. Yeah, they lost their 401k and everything. No, ain't nobody no Arab up here, Bubba. I don't know what the hell you talking about.
So 66. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna
Y'all
charge.
here?
So you need to charge your phone. Yeah.
Mhm.
Here, no, look, put this on the charger, man. Anyway, by the time it's mine go down. What gonna do? You said tell her what thing? Oh, no, pop. No, get some egg and rice. Hey, Dev.
What's up? Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody trying to get going.
I need some egg and rice.
Oh, okay.
I'm hungry. Man, listen, I woke up like 3, 4 times with them on the live. This junk was funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, what you got going on?
still trying to get some coffee going.
Coffee. Lord,
Dragging my feet. Yeah,
I got grapes.
yeah. Get get around to that laundry a little bit later. But I definitely can't deal with no barber shop today on the day before Easter.
Mm. The barber shop? You go
Yeah.
to that? You cut hair?
No, no, no.
Oh,
I wish I would have took it up. I had a chance to learn how to cut hair when I was in my 20s, but I couldn't stay still long enough.
uh, no, that's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I lived when I had two ex girlfriends that they used to cut my hair. I think I stopped going to the barber shop for a period of about 8 years back in the 90s.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I got so used to that and spoiled. I was like, man, boom. By the time I got back out in the streets, I was like, how much did you just say?
Oh my God.
Because
Yes.
I went from paying $10
Mm-hmm.
and then I took an 8 year break and by the time I got back in the shop, it was $20,
Yeah.
$25.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
all the time that the barbershop was charging $12 and $15, I didn't know.
Yeah. You missed out, buddy. Hmm? Hold on, Dale.
Yeah, good. Yeah, man, I was a spoiled rat boy, living with a woman that cut hair, did laundry. I was like, man, this is a life. It was like I was king, boy. Shit. Didn't have to wait in line and didn't have to worry about breaking a goddamn $5 bill down to give him a $2 tip. Man. Sitting up there listening to them all them lies. I know the camaraderie is good, but man, boy, it be everybody come through that mud. But I network and made a lot of good contacts to the barbershop too, man. Don't get it twisted.
I shared with you how they're using the barbershop to get men into the medical facilities, right? It-
Uh, I
yeah.
don't remember you talking about that.
Oh, maybe it was on one of my shows. Yeah.
Yeah,
If you Google barbershops and healthcare, you'll see some published articles where these physicians have gone out to the barbershops and surveyed the guys in the barbershops and
yeah,
and got them to schedule exams. Yep. It's been the biggest area where they able to get the men to come in, schedule the exams by going in and surveying the barbershop, partnering with the barbershops.
yeah. Because they pretty much see a large person of the community, no matter what community you're in. I mean, uh, even if you're unemployed, whether you're in school, retired, you're gonna swing through.
Yeah, it's an interesting study. And at first I thought it was like, oh, this is just one doctor who, figured out a way to get him some clients or whatever. But then
Yeah,
when I looked at it, I was like, oh snap, people have been citing his publication and, you know, a lot
yeah.
more studies. Twitter. Mm-hmm. Yep.
You back from Louisiana?
Oh no, 2 more days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yesterday,
Yeah, I remember a couple of guys in my boot camp that was barbers. I ain't let them cut my hair. I already had somebody that I was dealing with, but I certainly sent him a lot of customers. We became good friends. Yeah, I think he was from North Carolina. Come to think of it, he used to drive a Mustang when the Mustang 5.0 came out. He never did sweat me about me letting him cut my hair. He was gonna cut my hair for free too, for sending them all the customers, hooking them up. But we decided we compromised and just kept it cordial. That's all.
okay. Yep.
That's all
Yeah.
good.
Listen, I was down in the swamp so yesterday.
Yeah,
Man, I just knew I was gonna go fishing because I see everybody else out there fishing, and then when the pier got, when it started emptying out, I was like, okay, I could go down now. It's not so crowded.
yeah,
Me and my niece and so my cousin, he was like, he was fishing with fish with it was a fish head, and he said Mova. if I put this out there, you're not gonna catch no little fish now. You're gonna catch something big.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, as long as you don't go too far, if I can't reel it in, you come help.
Mm.
Man, he said, oh yeah, and I forgot to tell you, there's a gator right there, over there in the grassy area. So I was looking like, okay, yeah, no big deal, right? If as long as
Yeah.
they bought nobody, he's like, yeah, it's just chilling over there. Man, soon as he left there, soon as he left, that
Yeah.
little bastard come swarming across that water. Man, I
Yeah.
hurry up and start backing my little ass up so I can get up that hill. I was
Yeah,
like,
boy.
I got my knees. I was like, so now you look at the gator. She was like, oh, now she's running. We hurry up and we trying to get up that hill. So it actually swung. Well, my cousin they were camping out, so
Mm.
it came all the way around that side, and it was just chilling over there. I think they had threw. We had ate some crawfish, and they had threw it in the water, and it was over there.
Yeah.
She got pictures of it. My niece took pictures of it with her camera.
Um,
Man, I said, how the hell y'all be out here fishing with these gators? Y'all
yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
Uh,
boy.
No, not for me. I say, I mean, I could tolerate the snakes sometimes, but and my little cousin, shit, they don't be caring. They like 6 and 7 years old. They like, where is that? Where is that? I'm like, where is that? They gonna eat your little ass. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Where is
let me
that?
see. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, like they can go wrestling or something, bro. I was like, oh my gosh.
yeah.
It rained because I wanted to go to the shoot. They had the shooting range like maybe about 100 feet up the area
Oh, okay.
where they were firing off. Yep, deep in the woods. You hear me?
Yeah,
And people were like, "What you doing in the woods?" I said, "Man, I grew up in this shit. I am not scared, but I ain't gonna put myself in those situations either."
yeah.
Yep, I'm a little bit in the bayou.
I was I didn't click the link, but I thought I saw something with the Department of Justice.
Hmm.
Uh, wasn't the Department of Justice? It was something to do with the plants, uh, with the toxic chemicals.
Oh, they had that cancer. They had that lawsuit. They allowed them to continue it. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They had dismissed it. And
Damn.
Supreme Court came back and said, "Nah, y'all can't do that." You know what's interesting to me is that so all of these different I guess you could say procedures that either they get they well, not revoking them, but they pausing them or halting them, and then you have to go through the courts, and then they release everything again. That should be. I mean, I don't understand why they just don't halt the opportunity to do it. Like, how do you stop that overzealous leadership?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Me and Afro just got through talking about corporations acting morally.
Mm,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if that's a thing.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even from British East India slave trade, going all the way back,
Yep.
manufacturing, servicing, uh, no matter what the corporation is, so they top priority is profit
The
margin
profits. Yep.
uh,
The profits. Now,
at all costs. If somebody got to get hurt, if somebody ain't feeling well, even somebody got to die. Sure.
yeah, you're right. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Well, I don't know. Do you watch this YouTuber? His name is Brian Cohen. He does a lot of litigation type
Oh,
uh
okay. Like Michael Moore.
information. Yeah, like Michael Moore.
Yeah,
But his name,
I think I've seen that name. I haven't seen any of
yeah.
his videos though, but I know that name though.
Yeah, you probably, yeah. If you run across his channel, he's
Yeah.
really they really giving out some sound information. And
Oh, okay.
one of the guests on there, he's a lawyer. He's one of the lawyers that's going after the administration.
Yeah.
Um, and he shared on one of his shows how, well, he was sharing how America and Japan, they were talking about how
Yeah.
they had gone to more of a service type
Yeah.
country.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they weren't really paying attention when everything else was creeping up. The industries were changing, and they stayed service related, and that's how they kind of locked themselves out of a lot of these opportunities that they're trying to get back
Oh, okay.
with the manufacturing and
Yeah.
tech and things of that nature. And so because they did that, and their wages are up, you're gonna be able to compete in that way, and corporations ain't gonna want to give it up.
Yeah.
I mean, you could bring them back, but you bringing them back and having to
To
give up
step
some of
one.
them profits,
Yeah. It's like, what's
that's,
the use? Yeah.
yeah, that's gonna be a whole nother fight. That's gonna be interesting, to find out how they're gonna how they're going to appeal to the corporation or the manufacturer. It's not gonna matter. They could come back, but the question is, when they left, those wage rates probably were the same, right? But
Yeah.
cost of living, people know more, they're more knowledgeable. They're
Hmm.
gonna fight. That's gonna be interesting. And they already talking about, if you don't go to work, y'all need to get back in the office, get back to work. People are not gonna want to work for that.
Nah. Yeah, we're too removed from I guess pre-Bush, uh that
Mhm,
that whole scenario. Like you said, cost of living, the evolution of technology, the speed of information, knowledge,
mhm,
access, you know, electronic electronic transfer of funds.
mhm.
When you're dealing with commerce and documents, and, uh, I don't see a short term plan. Like what or what you saying is going to be remain in place and going to go back in 2028 when you out of office, or I mean, I haven't really heard any extensive talk on what's supposed to be happening after 2028,
Well, I
which
think
ain't but after, in 6 months that'll only be 2 years away.
right. Yeah, take shit, and it's gonna take that long just to build a shit.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that oh, can you still hear me?
Yeah, you still good. You good.
Oh, I think that the plans that they're putting into play, they're trying to lock them in versus just it be from administration to administration. But I think they would actually need the help of Congress and the Supreme Court to do it. But I think that's the idea, is to lock in whatever they're putting in now. They're trying to lock in for a long haul.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just trying to see was there something that we're not seeing in terms of having Congress involved? Because uh, you can write all the executive orders that you want. The same thing you're doing, same thing you're doing to reverse all the other previous president's executive orders. The next president can do the same thing. Probably will.
Right. Like someone asks, who get the terrorists? Is whoever they directed to go. Well, remember the programmatic pieces of what's going on in government, they are they've paused. Let me say that because it hasn't necessarily dismantled it. They just paused it, and reconstructed in the offices, even though they're trying to shut down all of the offices. So it's just on a pause. A lot of the benefits and things of that nature that's going to decrease after his funding period. But it's up to them whether they want to decide. Now he wants to replace um Jerome Powell, who's over the Federal Reserve. So I mean, it's no guarantee. Well, we wouldn't get no funding anyway into our communities unless it was some type of income base. So, and unless it's gonna be like a, well, we getting all of this money in based on tariffs, and we're gonna redistribute it to the American people monthly, then you got a case. But if it's a one-time distribution, I mean, we're back in the same boat after a couple months. So I tell people now, well, knowing what I know now, there, like coming out of the if I had first gone in the military, had the same knowledge, I would have had my own insurance, my own investment account, like IRA or something, versus going through an entity, right?
Yeah,
Because it would have been independent of, like you were talking about those truck drivers, right? If they have their if they had their 401ks or any type of investment, or even the stock that the company matched for them to take in their company or gave to them in the company, if they didn't remove, if the company just shut down and they don't have that moral compass in them to pay out those stock buyouts, then um they lose all of that. It's
yeah.
still up on the corporation to give.
Hmm. Hello, wait, Sweet D. Yeah, I'm kind of in and out. I got some background for a couple more minutes. Yeah, in a second.
Yeah. So I mean, I would, if I was a lot of people, I would actually start to kind of, you know, try to kind of diversify or add to, or however you want to do it. If you're doing anything with the company or organization, agency, is to start opening up your own where you control it as well. If you have that type of discipline to manage your own money and not touch it, um, because even with, let's see. Yeah, it is. I know I do both. Well, at the time I did both. So I have two IRA accounts. One I use for emergency purposes and the other one I just have as a second retirement fund. And then I have some individual investment in some bonds, but you know, you live and you learn. You learn how what diversify means.
Yeah,
And once you get disciplined once you get disciplined with your money, and you could leave it there. And sometimes you got to start with little until and just don't touch it. So sometimes we like, oh, I have an emergency now, and you go pull from your 401k or your IRA or your money market or whatever you have, but you got to get to a point where you take a certain dollar amount and you just know, you know what, I'm not going to touch it. I can put it over there, even if it's just 1% of your money, 5, 10, 20, 100, it don't matter. Don't follow the people who balling, making 100, 150, 200,000 a year. You got to do what you can do. But guess what? That money will grow over time, and at least you'll have something. Like if you're in one of them situations like those truck drivers, you'll still have your money, and you could go. You got your CDL. Either you can go start as a owner operator on your own. Hopefully, you did well by your money, and you could get your own truck. You can salvage your truck, get someone to rehaul it for you, or you can go just work for another company. But sometimes when you hear rumors of these companies that may be shutting down, you need to jump ship or prepare yourself beforehand. Don't just be like, oh, and think it's not gonna happen to you because this junk happen more often than never now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hmm. Oh yeah, so that's what I was saying. I answered that question. If the company goes bankrupt and they don't have and they're not if they don't have no concern for the employee, you're gonna lose your money, right? If they just go bankrupt and they don't get
Yeah,
you set it out beforehand, you're gonna
yeah,
lose.
yeah. No other way around it.
Yeah, you ain't getting that money back, you know. But if the company cared about its employees, it would have had you cash out your investments prior to, you know. But
Yeah,
you also got to keep your ears on the ground because they don't have to do anything. That's not a regulation. At least
yeah,
I don't know what other place, but I'm almost sure that's not a Department of Labor or some type of federal regulation where they have to do anything because they're private. And that was the purpose of, well, at least I think that was one of the purpose of federal government, to have
hmm,
that type of oversight that employees wouldn't get ran over.
yeah,
Right, you can move your money to cash. You can move your money prior to. You hear that kind of rumor? Your company might be shutting down. Go on and move your stuff to it. You can move it over to another investment account. Traditional IRA, Roth IRA. Go on and take the little penalty and get that money out. It takes about 30 days.
yeah. It's kind of tough, but especially if you're not in in the same building, like working at a warehouse where you going to the same address every day. You can probably pick up on some things that may be coming down the pipe. But well, you in that truck, you going from state to state, town to town. Man, last thing you trying to worry about is what's going on in the office. Unless somebody call you directly, you know what I'm saying? You got a relationship with one of the owners or something like that.
Hmm.
You don't really have that much of the time. And looks like this was one of those situations where
Hmm.
you just kind of,
Now,
yeah,
what you can do, I did read. What you can do is count it. If you lose money based on that company going out of business of any sort, then you could claim that on your taxes as a loss.
yeah,
You know,
yeah, they'll be able to do that.
and you know how losses are. If you didn't pay into any taxes, you ain't gonna hardly get any back.
Right.
But if you
Yeah,
paid into some taxes, then you get that money back.
yeah.
Yeah,
At
capital
least
gains loss. Hmm?
at least you, yeah, release yourself from any liability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, I was 1099 on all of my trucking jobs. There was one company that did try to take out taxes one time, but they weren't doing enough business to make it relevant. That was on a part time.
Mm. Yeah. That But see, that's the educational piece. Younger people probably more so than adults who probably have experienced it before of some sort, is to say, hey, you know, all of your earnings is not entertainment money, all right?
Yeah,
Build for a rainy day literally means build
yeah.
for the rainy day.
We'll
Yeah.
find out one way or the other sooner than later.
Oh man, Caesar, what were your firings for? Were it company related or something? Is it individual or company? Okay, I see you said Microsoft. Yeah. Now you got to move with caution because guess what? 9 out of 10, they're probably not taking no losses. You know what? I wonder if the company, I wonder if that trucking company did a lot of business at the port, Dev.
Did a lot of businesses. What?
at the port.
No, they was based out of Illinois. Illinois. So they only went. They didn't go coast to coast nationwide. They only went like Minnesota, Illinois, Iowa, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin,
Okay.
maybe Missouri, and that's it. They didn't really
Well,
do any coastal. Run.
but in that case, then I wonder if a lot of their contracts were governmental related.
Kind of hard to tell. They could have had some post office type situations. They could have had some Department of Energy. You know, they
Gotcha.
definitely they definitely weren't in a situation where they was looking for love because I personally seen a lot of their trucks at Amazon, Best Buy warehouses, some major distributors in Ohio when it came to that the automotive and uh, industrial type of companies. They was all over the place. LTI.
Mm. So you're not. I know a lot of the companies took on. Well, some of the larger companies they took on that opportunity, even though they may not have been a DEI type operation, but they took the opportunity to go and get out the way based on those those procedures. A lot of people like, oh, okay, we DI, we out of here.
Mm, you
you
never
know,
know. I don't know. Yeah.
gave them big opportunity. Mhm.
Yeah, usually when you have a shop with 50 100 or 200 drivers, you can pretty much gauge and manage it a little bit better. But they had like 650 drivers.
Woo,
Yeah,
but that's a lot. So I wonder,
yeah.
when they operating on profits or they operating on debt, could go no more. Or
I don't know.
or maybe the owners could have transitioned is no longer,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
yeah, the kids, whoever
Yeah,
they passed it on to didn't know how to do it no more.
that happens a lot
Hmm.
in all industries. The dad want to pass down his tradition to
Hmm.
his sons, and his sons or daughters be like, I don't have nothing to do with that shit.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's always
That's
the
always the
interesting.
interest.
You build a business, very lucrative business, right? We at, and then you don't have a succession plan, and sometimes those kids or those, they are they know they don't want to do it. Your succession plan may be someone outside of the family or
Yeah,
whatnot, and they'll give them such a hard time, but they don't want
yeah,
to do it.
yeah, yeah. You can't force the kid to. I would say at any point, not just in today's time, but in any time. It should never been a case where
Mhm.
the child has, what you want to do when you grow up. Like my my mom and everybody that was around me, they always was, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you want to be? But a lot of kids, even affluent kids that had, grew up around, parents that had money and stuff,
Yeah.
they didn't really, that question never came around. It was like,
Hmm.
okay, soon as you graduate, you gonna start on Monday, you know?
You
Like
ain't never
straight up.
lied. Hey, you ain't
Yeah.
got no choice.
No, I seen it go down. Shit.
Hmm.
I
Either
seen
they
it go
they do
down.
that, or they tell them you going to the military, or you going to the academy, or you
Yeah.
going to, and they got to give up them 4 years.
Yeah.
Then some white folks be like, because I used to, like, a lot of people. I used to teach the ASVAB, and man, some of the brightest kids, they be like, "How did you get in the military? Like, you're so intelligent." They be like, "Shit, my parents, I had no choice.
Yeah.
We had to come give 4 years."
Hmm.
whatnot. And then you got some, they be like, oh, we just want to blow shit up. We didn't care. But
Yeah.
matter of fact, I just met this little kid. He must have been about 10 or 12. And he was talking to my little cousin. He like, I'm going to the military. And I was like, why are you going to the military? You could do this, this, and he like, I'm going to kill somebody. I said,
Huh?
oh hell no. Yes, so but you're right. They would tell their kids, "Oh, you buy. Listen, come on in this company. You already
Hmm.
the assistant CEO.
Yeah.
I'm about to take. I'm about to move over before I die, so you can
Mhm.
start taking over right now."
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, my uncles and my grandfather used to take the guys in my family to the construction site and show them below. Everybody grew up in construction. They didn't have to go and participate in another industry if they didn't want to because they grew up right in those companies here. And to this
Yeah.
day, a lot of them still work in that same company.
Mm.
Whatnot. Yep. All their lives. Shit,
Wow.
15 years old on up.
Man.
They make good money though. And I always
Yeah.
tell them, I said, man, you guys been doing this for long as I know. Why don't you just start your own? And even if you couldn't get the prime contract, you could subcontract to that company. You
Yeah.
could do more. You could probably get paid more. They would rather just go and get what they get and keep it pushing. I mean, they get good money pouring their
Yeah. They.
asphalt, tearing up them roads, fixing them, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah. They content. They actually. They. I mean, they know what the dynamics are. You know what they
Hmm.
liable for, what they not liable for. They know on this day I'm gonna have this amount of dollars in my pocket in my account.
Yeah, you already
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. So maybe 1 or 2 weeks or maybe even a year. You know, you can adapt, but like you said, they've been
Mhm.
doing it for a generation. I mean, how you just gonna pop out like that? Even if you got financial a head start.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yep. They be right there. They don't cause no problem. They get off. They know they get a nice bonus during the holidays.
Hmm.
You know, I don't think they work on weekends, so that's a plus.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yep. Father to son and my grandfather. Yep. I think we have generations over there. You
Yeah.
look at the road crew, my whole family.
Hmm.
Yep. Yep. Retired out. I think my uncles are retired and their sons are working. And I wouldn't be surprised. My cousin, his sons, they probably be working it too when they get a
So
little older.
so the company is it a black company?
No, it's a white
Oh,
company.
oh, okay.
Mm-mm. It's been there for years. So my grandfather was working. My grandfather retired. His son started
Yeah.
working it when he was in his teenage years. Then he got older. He had three sons. They all work it. My uncle, him and his son, they worked it. My uncle's retired. His son's still working it. He don't have no sons. He got girls. And then I have another uncle. Same thing.
Yeah.
So they all work for that same. My brother used to work it. Before he moved to the Carolinas with me, he used to work there. They all work that same construction company, and they've been
Yeah,
doing it.
they probably got a relationship with the city and the schools and government.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Probably more the state because they do
Yeah.
road.
Yeah. Yeah. State. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. I'm 48, so they had to have been doing this since I shit probably long as I've been
50
living.
years.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They probably keep the damn company in business
Hmm.
with their consistency.
Real talk. Yeah.
Hmm. Yep. Well, you know these days, if you can keep somebody on the job longer than 2, 3 years, you're doing good.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing as of late. Cause shit, when I was coming up, boy, shit, no less than 20 years before you can get any type of respect.
Say it again.
I was
Yeah.
like, 20? I ain't
Listen.
even 20 years old. You expect me to sit in the
Right.
same seat for 20
Yes.
years?
Same. Move around. I I was looking at in my time mentoring these young girls from the youth challenge, and man, I went to do their resumes. I'm like, you are only 18. How did you have 4 jobs already?
Yeah, man. Shit. Should've been
Yes.
going early. Shit. I got started when I was in the 10th grade, boy. Filling out tax forms and fucking all types of applications. I was doing all that shit in the 10th grade.
Wow. Now in the 10th grade, I had a summer job.
Mm-mm. I needed to keep shit. I was spending money in the wintertime. I had to keep that going.
Yeah.
All my friends had summer jobs. They worked at fucking at the dollar store, McDonald's. They had, I was like, damn. Cause I tried to get a job with the park district and
Yeah, that's how I
the
had
different.
mine.
I couldn't get on.
Yeah, yeah. It used to have to know people. Yeah,
Man, my
we used
mama
to.
took me to the job herself. I mean, she literally put me in the passenger seat. Went to in the parking lot, ran through the script.
Mhm.
All that. I'm like, man, couldn't get nothing. And then, like I said, the owner of the radio station, his brother went to college with my mom. So once he got his last piece of equipment for his transmitter tower for the radio station, and that was all she wrote after that.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like I said, that was a blessing waiting. It wasn't really meant for me to, because I think if I would have started working at those other jobs, I wouldn't have had that opportunity to be at the radio station.
that's true.
Yeah. But I was getting mad, boy. All my friends was coming home with big checks. They was
Yep.
buying I was like, damn, man.
Yep. That's the only time you got to diversify that closet with your own money, because if your parents bought it,
Hmm.
you get what they get you.
I
Yeah.
sure had that piece going.
Yeah, I used to do that. I'm like, man, and that's the only time I could get a job. Cause my mama, she wasn't having that. I was
Yeah.
not going to school and work like these kids do today.
Yeah. Yeah. His brother was a lawyer, so I literally had to sign some papers in terms of my grade point average. If my grade point average dropped below
Yeah.
he was gonna do it at 2.5, but mom said, nah, 3. If it's 2.9, I want him to take off for work. And when it's above 3, he can start spinning records again.
Oh shit, I would have never been there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god. I was not on the honor roll.
Oh man. She wasn't
Listen,
having that.
if I would get like a 2.9, 2.5 and above. That was it.
Yeah.
I was in there.
Oh
Not because I
yeah.
couldn't, I probably wasn't studying shit.
Yeah.
I think I made my honor rolls in college.
That's where it counts.
Hey, that was sad. I probably missed a lot of good opportunities, but um,
Yeah.
and it ain't like I was doing no work, and I was just playing sports,
Yeah.
and whatnot. But shoot, but now you really have to, you really have to keep your eyes on the young adults, because you have to get them to understand skills, right?
Yeah.
If you don't like,
Practice,
if you don't like,
practical skills.
yes, practical skills that are universal that you could go into any job and you could use because they just think that, oh, I don't like this. Oh, I'm going somewhere else. I'm like, well, did you pick up any type of skill that you can use somewhere else? You
That
know,
no that no experience list is short as hell, boy.
you
Unless you're
know,
a cashier or something like that. And that's out.
but even customer service skills goes out the window.
All that customer service is out the window.
You know, I'm like, man, they be like, I don't like this. I don't like this job. I'm like, what do you don't like about the job? It don't have nothing. Every time it don't have anything to do with the job. Every time,
Yeah.
always some trivial stuff.
Not enough time to do this and that.
Or they trying to be off a million times to do some shit that they don't need to be doing. You know, or
Yeah.
and then if you introduce them to a career where you can get leave, they think that's boring.
Yeah.
You
Paid
know,
leave.
so I think we have to start. I think you have to teach them how to journey through employment.
Yeah. Why you are employed.
Yeah,
Learning
why
how.
you are
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Cross train, skip positions, move around, And yes, this is all we do, but it's mental,
Yeah.
timeliness, time management, the ability to make money. If I probably would have been better at sales, like I'm really good at sales, but I've never had a sales job. I think once, maybe a telemarketing something, but I never had
Yeah.
a sales job. But if I had to get out there and sell something, oh, I could
Yeah.
do it. I could make it do what it do.
Hmm.
And sales, they make good money on commissions and things of that nature.
Yeah. I kind of backed into it the non-conventional way, but I
Mm.
definitely saw it once I got into the cutthroat Chicago Midwest environment, being around those brokers and uh,
Mm.
that whole office environment was a definitely a wake up call. Boy.
Yeah, office environment, no joke.
Yeah.
Every when I worked in the office, um, it was around when I first came out of college. I worked in USDA, and I didn't even realize it was a federal job. Because if I did, I'd have been smart enough to go to another federal job. But I ended up joining the military like a knucklehead. Um,
Another federal job.
right, I would have done that. But man, I was in there. I was 19, and I think the closest age to me was like 35. Man, I could not
Yeah.
relate at all.
Yeah, that's a big gap right there, man. That was
Yeah.
that was my mom's age when I was coming out.
Yeah, and they were married with
All that,
kids.
yeah, they had family and everything. Yeah,
Yeah, they would go camping on the weekends, talk about their camping trip, talk about their family. Man, I was so lost.
right.
I was like, oh hell no, I can't stay here. This ain't
Yeah.
working out for me. And they had learned how to work the system, so they would just be pacing themselves, and throughout the
Mm.
day, man, I would get finished my work probably 2 hours. I was ready to go. They would
Yeah,
have to be
burnt
like,
out.
"Hey, Lamb, you need to slow down." I'm like, "Slow down? Hell, I thought we was here to,
Work,
quality of service, productivity, shit. What we doing here?"
work.
You know.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I joined the military. But then when I got out, I worked as an auditor with the state. Same thing. Had to slow my ass down. So I joined. I mean, I went. That's when I went and got my master's, and that kind of slowed me down because I would do some of my work on lunch break, but then I
Mhm.
switched after 2 years. I went to internal auditor, same thing, older people, 50 some years old, 60 some years old. Here I come through that door, 30 something, and
Mhm.
It was one other guy with me, and I think I had him by like 5 or 6 years, white guy. And he would just be chilling, like he already knew the game. He would just be like la 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 la, you know. And at that time, I talked too much. I can admit it. I probably talk entirely too much. So they position him in this little area. He gets to chill and do what he do with his little raise. And I end up with a double duty. Shit, I retired on the ass. I'm out of here. I was like, when I retired the military, I retire y'all too. They was like, you can't do that. You're not gonna make enough money. I'm like, shit, I don't live above my means, honey. My little 1,500 square foot home is cheap. I'm out of here. Yeah. So that generational thing was very weird in my. But younger people, they don't like to work in those kind of environments.
Right.
Where you have to slow it down.
Nah,
You know.
nah, that's going against what everything that they was taught. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. But they waste a lot of time, and they're not. That's then. This is what I'm wondering. I wonder if there's a case study out there, because like a lot of young adults in the 20s and 30s, because they haven't been, like you mentioned earlier, those career jobs, with a possibility of a pension later on. No
mm,
investments, that individual investments. How are they going to pay it out in the future?
yeah,
Because for them, it's always going to be work, work, work.
yeah, all the way to the end, till you drop in the ground.
Yeah. There's no, I mean, the only other opportunities I see for a come up, you got some type of lucrative business idea, or you get some type of settlement, some type of way, puts you
Hmm.
above the water, or you become a very good day trader. Other than that, man, that's work for the rest of your life. I'm talking
Hmm.
about catch up work, like work it. Like one of my friends, mom, she said, "Oh, girl," I said, "Man, you got two jobs. Why? You don't need to have two." She's like, "No, I actually got three." I'm like, "Huh?
Hmm.
What you need three jobs for? You live in the country. Your bills is probably less than $100 for all your utilities. What are you doing with three jobs?"
Hmm.
I said, "I guess." I was like, my mom was like, "My light bill, $25. Man, I could have passed out, fell out my chair. I mean, want to know how much my light bill
Hmm.
is?" But that's the difference, though, in being in the rural area
Yeah.
and being down in the city. You know. So let me see what they say in the chat. Mm-mm-mm. Deb, you got some kids? You
No,
probably
somebody else asked me that yesterday.
you none.
No, well, at least ain't nobody told me or sent me a notice.
Uh,
Well,
that's
I
about
know.
right.
Yeah, that ain't over. I mean, I didn't seen it go down. Boy, shit, I think I was at this one mortgage company, and this older guy, man, he was about 50, 55. We was at a we was at one of them holiday parties, Thanksgiving, Christmas, one of them where they rented out one of them spaces at the hotel,
Yeah.
and his high school girlfriend or whatever,
Mhm.
because he didn't grow up in the area either. He came from Alabama, and the daughter was she was taller than the mama, and they looked just alike too.
What?
And he was stunned, boy. He was
Uh,
stunned. He was like, "Yeah, this is my daughter." Yeah,
wow.
yeah. And yeah, sure enough, that following week, I think he worked about 2 or 3 more days, and we never knew what happened. I think he went back to Alabama with him, but yeah, he never did come back after work after them couple of days.
She can't got her daddy.
Yeah, after all them years.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, man.
Mm. Yes, yeah, I don't know. They might have some little bambinas floating around here somewhere. mm, mm. I don't have any either, but I acquired two. I actually
Uh,
four. My aunt passed. I adopted my two
yeah,
cousins, but they were teens at the time, but they didn't want
yeah.
to stay. Well, one of them, he was in his senior year, so I got him through graduation, and he left. And well, I got him in college too, but he stayed like 2 years and he left because young lady, quote unquote, had a baby, so he rode out. But and then the girl, she when she made 18, she rolled out too. She didn't want to stay, so I let her go back to Louisiana. Then my sister-in-law passed in 2023, so I had my brother. So I got my niece and nephew. One's 16 and one's 19, so she's in college. She's doing
Oh,
good, and my
okay.
nephew's in high school or whatnot. But listen, when I got my niece and nephew, not so much the first two because they were a little older and they understood like cooking, clean, that kind of thing. So they were kind of independent. But my
Yeah.
niece and nephew, honey, let me tell you something. I was
Mm?
like, nobody better not ever say nothing, nothing about single parenting again. Child, I would
Yeah,
forget about them. I would forget. I had to go pick them up from school. I would
yeah,
forget to cook. It was crazy. Like I had to really get a pattern, like like a routine.
yeah, yeah, man.
'Cause they'll be like,
Every
"Hey,
little
Timo."
thing. Yeah, every little small thing. Yeah,
Yes, doctor's appointments and and oh my eye hurt. Oh my day. I'm like, what the hell? I mean, they definitely they listening to you, they mimicking you, they relying on you. And I don't think people be talking about single parents. You can't say none of that around me no more. What?
no,
I've had my 2 years of experience, well, three now. 3 years of experience, I had to adjust, and then I have to be careful when I say certain stuff, and I have to think it through before I even just blurt it out.
yeah,
It's a, it's a lot. There's a big difference. People be running around here talking about what the parents should do, what the parents shouldn't do, or what the mama should do. What?
yeah,
Man, I said, this is for the birds. Because I didn't have that experience all the way through, but boy, just a little bit. I
yeah.
said, whew, okay.
Wasn't really tied down, and it wasn't really mandatory. You always had
Mm-mm.
the out options.
Listen, I had the weekend option.
Yeah,
Come
man.
pick you up, and bring you right back home.
Hell
Type
yeah,
of
boy. Yeah,
type of deal. So when I got to Louisiana, I have a younger cousin that always followed me since she was a little baby. Um, on the weekend thing or summer thing, right? So now she has a daughter. So I pulled up. Her daughter come running out. She said, "Oh, Auntie Mo here? Oh, she went got
mm,
her little backpack, child." She said, "Grandma, I'm out of here."
mm.
She said, "Where you going?" I said, "I'm going with Auntie Mo. I'm going to her house." And so I was like, "Oh hell no!" so and so she was like, "Why are you going over to his mom?" She said, "Cause I got a job over there. I get to make money." So she was like, "What?"
Yeah,
She was like, "What?" She said, "I said, girl, oh, she ain't give you the blues yet. She knows I don't give her nothing unless she come earn it. So she got it down pack on it. So she gets in the car. We drive away. We go pull up at my mom's house. She looked. She said, "Did you move?" I said,
mm.
"No, I didn't move." I said, "I'm at my mom's house." She was like, "But when are we going to your house?" I know it's a
You trying to get
long way
away to it.
away. Yeah,
Yeah,
she thought she was going to the Carolinas. Mhm. She was ready.
Yeah.
It was too funny. Nah. I said, how did you get them kids? So I said, girl, all you got to do is have a dollar or two. You
Yeah,
can get them
that's
do
it.
whatever you want at that age. She ain't but six. She thinks she got a whole lot of money.
Man.
And her brother, we go to the grocery store, he be like, let me get the basket. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so I said, you push the basket, then I'm gonna get you something at the store. So he goes and find what he gonna get. And I said, okay, how much does it cost? Okay, well, this how long you gotta push that basket. And when he he gets to that time limit, he be like, okay, Timo, did I earn my dinosaur? He like, yeah, let's go. Let's get it. Let's go.
Yeah,
But guess what? At least they're gonna understand they gotta work for what they need.
yeah, to keep up with the time. Yeah.
That's right. Ain't nothing free, honey.
Yeah,
Nothing is free. Yeah.
yeah,
So,
learn to appreciate it at an early age.
oh yeah. Because they're not gonna know nothing different.
Yeah.
They're not gonna understand give. What you mean I don't have to do anything for it? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I'll be like, well, some you gonna have to earn it.
Yeah, that definitely comes into play in the early adult stage. You thinking
Mm,
some people I literally passed in my travels. I don't know, they thought money just fell out the sky or just gonna pop out of thin air. Like, yo, you gotta work.
that's
Don't nobody
true.
owe you shit. Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't no. They look, it ain't a money tree. We go get it every time you need it. Oh no, you got to count them out. So, like my nephew had gotten really spoiled, right?
Yeah.
Cause he act like he my child for real,
Mm-mm.
and he would just be like, "Oh, my auntie will get it. Oh, my auntie will get it." And so, boy, he wanted this gaming computer, and it was like $1,500. I said, "Oh well, you have to work for that. Let's break this down." And he realized, I said, well, I think I was only giving him like $40
Mm-hmm.
a weekend. He come and help me. So we broke it all the way out. I said, whoo, you gonna have to work for a whole year. And he
Yeah.
was like, for real? So once he got enough to get the monitor, I got the monitor. So he's feeling motivated. He's like, oh shoot, I'm getting there. And
Mm-hmm.
so he would count it down. Boy, I never forget, boy. They had marked the prices down and it dropped
Yeah.
to like 1,200. So he had gotten to that mark. Man, he said, Auntie Mo, I should have enough to get the towel part of it or whatever. So we go to the store and boy, that boy had to bring that computer home. That boy was so excited to this day. You cannot tell him nothing. So my friend had taken him to the store. I said, can you take him to the store, take him go shopping because we're going on a trip? Because he said, I don't know how to shop for him. So my
Mm-hmm.
friend took him, and I guess my friend must have asked him like, "What's your most memorable moment?" And he said, "Well, my auntie made me earn my $1,500 for that gaming computer." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Impressive impact.
Yeah.
All they want is a little guidance.
Yeah. That's all it takes.
hmm You think it don't mean nothing? It means a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I really miss the southern exposure to having direct contact with the community.
Yes.
Um, being in a city, you
hmm
kind of isolated, even though you're around more people and it's compact and it's fast paced. You really kind of miss out and kind of easily fell into deception and paying the
hmm
price for simple things. Yeah.
So true. So true. And then you're so spread out. Even if you do have that family like environment, you kind of so spread out
Hmm.
in the city limits.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, in the country, everybody like right there. So like my mom, so every holiday whether we believe it or not, because the kids, we usually have some type of party celebration to have them in a controlled environment, right?
Yeah.
And so my mom, she's like, I'm not doing this stuff no more. I'm not doing this stuff no more for these kids. Y'all gotta take care of your own kids. And
Mm.
and so I guess last year the kids went to. So my mom came to visit me. We went to Galveston, Texas last year. This time for my aunt. One of my cousins was getting married, and the kids had to go somewhere else. So one of my other aunts decided they were going to throw a party for the kids. Man, this year them kids start calling my mom when it started getting close to Easter time. They was like, "Oh no, please don't send us nowhere else." And these are kids. They was like, "Oh no, Auntie anymore. We like the way you throw parties." Cause my mama, she go buy all this stuff, and she get like however many kids there. She have all. She only keep those numbers so that
Yeah.
way every kid can win
Yeah.
a prize. And then, I mean, she has all of this stuff. And this year, I said, "Oh, you done step your game up this year. Y'all done went from having penny candies to dang, what's the miniature treats, the chocolates."
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
said, "Y'all got the big time candy.
Hmm.
y'all done grew up in the world."
Hmm.
And whatnot. So I'm gonna look forward to in a couple hours. But she does it real early for them. In a couple hours, see them run around. You know,
Yeah.
even though don't come up here. Look, don't hit the link and come up here and talk about I'm celebrating Easter Bunny because we are.
Yeah, I
We,
told you, I think I was in the fourth grade, doing an Easter egg hunt, and everybody had got all the eggs. There was one left. Everybody was looking for the one egg, and the girl said, "Ah, there it is." And as soon as I turned, I kind of just nudged her. I didn't mean to push her all the way down, but
oh,
yeah. Q said, "You not really telling the whole story. You downplaying. You smushed it in the ground." I was like, "Yeah, I did."
you beat that girl up for that egg.
I just pushed her out the way. I didn't mean for her to fall. She messed up her dress and everything. It was a big thing. I ended up having to let her get the egg, but it was just that little Easter egg shit was. She
You
never let
so
me forget
wrong.
that. All the way through high school, she always used to bring that up.
Probably to this day.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember this guy pushed me down for this egg, and they made him
Mhm.
give it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to. I had to get some cash because we had a couple of little golden eggs. We have to put money in or whatever. It's just fun to see them because we watched it the last few years. We tried to stay away from it, and the kids is just not the same. They'll call you shit. They know who get a good parties now.
Yeah, yeah.
They be like, we going in the main house. Can y'all give this party? Because I don't know what my parents doing. Some of them probably don't get anything. Some of them probably do.
Yeah,
Then
we
I
went
think
to
the sheriff,
I'm sure I remember we went to multiple churches and we had
mm-hmm,
multiple events for that whole Easter week.
that
We
whole
there
week.
was
Yep.
one church that had real eggs. They had real colored eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Another church had like the prizes inside for the plastic. Another church had can different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
We got both. We got some plastic ones, and we put candy in them, and
yeah.
then we have some. Well, as a matter of fact, I just turned the fire off because I forgot to boil the eggs yesterday because I was out in the darn fishing pond. My mama came in here. She was playing cards all night, and I was at the fishing pond. And I probably when I got back, I went to sleep, took a shower, went to sleep, and man, she woke up this morning and didn't see them eggs. Y'all niggas couldn't,
Yeah,
y'all
yeah.
couldn't buy no eggs. Y'all know I
We
need them eggs. I'm like, Mama, we can buy them eggs right now. They'll be ready by 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we was trying to see if the egg price situation was going to affect the Easter egg hunts. So
No,
yeah,
because nope. You know why? Because communities, well, organizations gave them out for free.
Oh, okay.
Yep. We had a huge the program Feeding America.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had truckloads they was giving out. I know here in Louisiana, yep, they gave out eggs. They gave matter of fact, they gave out enough food for you to have a whole dinner.
Yeah.
Yep. So we got I think my mom and them got couple dozens of eggs. I think we got 3 dozen. Yeah, they had well,
That's
I don't know
nice.
about every state, but I know here they
Yeah.
gave out a lot of they gave it out here. So even if the person couldn't afford it, they could have just went to the Harvest Hope or wherever they were stationed at. Matter of fact, they was giving out steaks, meats. They were giving out like three
Big
different
time.
types of meats.
Yeah. Yeah. 3 dozen is a lot for a single household.
Yeah. Well, those programs, they pay those people to come out into these smaller communities and ensure, they're food desert areas.
Yeah.
So now now I don't know how long these type of programs are going to continue because these
That's
are
the
some
thing.
areas. I don't know if they've gone through. Have they gone through USDA already? I know they discontinued some stuff for the farmers, but I don't know if they shut down. I remember his first term. He always used to talk about the feeding and how it's supposed to be helping the kids, but if he don't think it is because the grade levels are still low. Um, I think that, but I haven't seen where they shut the feeding programs down completely.
Yeah, so I'm still trying to separate USDA from FDA, and I just posted the article yesterday in the chat
Uh,
where the
mhm.
FDA has suspended all food quality checks across the board.
Oh my God, we're gonna have diseases.
That's what I'm saying. What kind?
Oh,
Why would you even report that,
oh God, yeah, we gotta start growing our own.
man?
Oh
That don't make no
man.
sense. I'm like, this has got to be some TMZ propaganda. I just know damn well Reuters is not reporting this story. I had to double check, triple check. I was like, God damn, on the official website, they even got it posted.
Hope now this is where we hope that the companies are
Internal?
have an internal moral compass to say, you know what, it may not be a rule or regulation for
Yeah.
us to inspect, but for our products and services, we want to make sure we giving out quality stuff. You know,
Yeah.
because if that is the case, I mean, they stand to lose profits as well because who wants to sit around and buy infested food?
Yeah, I was telling Sabio and Bobby Knight about the E. coli outbreak from that St. Louis catering company with the lettuce from Taylor
Oh,
Farms. Yeah,
mm.
and the FDA intentionally did not report that. And this is going back from a November 2024 uh, research when they first started this. So this has been going on since November in 15 different states. One person
Oh,
hasn't. Yeah,
oh wow.
yeah. Let me see if I could find that suspension
Drop the
of.
link there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's crazy. And see, that's the reality of what can extend happen. And the only thing I can think is that they want to kill off, you know, uh the population to have less people or something. If you're gonna just, oh, no regulation on corporation, they can contaminate and pollute. Oh, no regulation on food, do whatever you want. But I think now I do think that one aspect of it is that to decrease the regulation is so that the companies can come back. However, you know, Because I think that was one of, I was looking at some podcasts. That was one of the reasons a lot of them stayed away because the regulations were so tight. But then in the same sense, though, at what cost? You know, man, I better learn how to grow something.
Yeah, that's has always been at
Oh,
least for families growing up in the South with access to gardens and farms. You know, not really an issue. But
well, don't come up here cutting up. They're gonna get at you.
oh yeah, what's up with Wall Street? You woke up on the right side of the bed this morning, bro? You got mad because I dropped him down the other day. Let's see. One sec. Oh, okay, yeah. She might have had a connection issue. No, you can't avoid not being involved in the food industry. Everybody eat, yo. You there?
Yeah, I accidentally shut myself off.
It's all good. Yeah, there go that FDA link in the chat.
Yeah, the link all the way up. You know, when I go through the airports, um, I'm like, I wonder. You know, they had expanded all of these airports, and it's almost as if you expanded and then you increase the flights. Well, we already had problems with the flights. Now it's even worse.
Well, as far as wait time,
No connecting. It's almost like they overbooking on purpose. You can't even get by the
oh
time you get
yeah,
there, your flight done left. Like, come on.
yeah. I used to always hate to have to depend on another pilot doing everything he's supposed to do. Even when I used to had to take the damn Greyhound and Trailways bus. Shit.
Yeah.
I didn't seen drive riders stranded, a bus and had a wreck, or something happened with a passenger late, and
Mm-hmm.
they got their suitcase on the other bus or the suitcase on the other plane. My matter of fact, that happened to me when I got out the military. My last day on the way
Mm.
out, shit, I had to wait like 2 weeks for my damn military bag.
I had to buy all new clothes. Yeah.
Shit, I
But
had
here
my
lately,
bag.
I've been bringing my bag on the plane.
Yeah, I ain't know. Shit, I thought everybody was gonna do their job. It wasn't like I was coming from. I mean, damn, I could see if I was coming from Japan, Germany, or Russia, some goddamn shit. I'm just coming from uh, Illinois, going to Arkansas. One flight.
Oh man. I thought everybody gonna do their job.
Man,
Mm. keep on thinking.
Yep.
'Cause,
And I think
honey,
that experience right there, in 1990, I did not step onto another plane until 2004. I went
oh
through the whole
wow.
I went through the whole decade without even. I think I didn't even go to the airport. I think I picked up somebody a couple times, but I was like, man, that airplane shit, man, fuck that.
Uh, I
Literally,
used to drive a lot, but if I have
yeah,
another adult driving the car,
yeah,
but I haven't been late ever since the Sandra Bland incident.
yeah,
I haven't been I don't drive far by myself
yeah,
anymore. I used to be one of the people. I would drive 12 hours by myself.
yeah,
Shit, ever since that incident, I said, "Oh hell no!" I travel them same streets.
yeah, yeah. I did that when I was when I at 19 years old. Got the brand new car off the lot, the Honda. Uh, Going from Memphis to California, and then from California to Virginia, driving a 4-cylinder, single black boy.
Mm-hmm.
I had passed all types of motherfucking situations. There wasn't nobody gonna talk me out that damn per diem check. That per diem check was 3 times as much as my regular check when I got there. By the time I got to my destination,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but them was always good, huh?
man. As soon as the dude told me how to do that, well, I was like, man, I'm signing up for every goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm. Send me, I go. Hey,
Yeah,
I wish I had taken some of them Kuwait trips though.
yeah, that's what I heard when that kicked off. Was some units were they was getting per diem for every little small thing. Some of the off training, y'all was stacking up y'all bread. Y'all couldn't really spend it like it was over in the states. So when y'all came back, y'all was packed like a fat rat. Let's see, I think Mari gone. She was posting a link up. Let's see. 'Cause I know Q still. Well, he might be up by now.
Where Mizzo at?
Mizzo, he going back to school too for training.
It's Saturday though.
He probably wore out. Shit. As soon as,
mm,
yeah, I don't want to disclose everything, but it's related to the transportation industry. Yeah,
hmm
yeah,
Um, there's a one of my cousins. Well, he drives cross country. Well, I have a couple shit. I gotta know a lot of people in the transportation, but they
yeah,
drive cross country. You can always invest in one of them Sprinter vans and go get a contract with Amazon, or get your own contracts. Really, sub it out.
yeah. That's how I started out.
Mm-hmm.
This this guy from Serbia had this one girl driving his van. She couldn't stay awake, and
Oh Lord.
yeah, I came through. He wasn't paying me the pennies though, but I at least got back in the motion till I got back in the big trucks. But yeah, I like that little Sprinter brand job. I was zipping in and out.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's I used to help this one guy. He had 18 wheeler and a dually truck, and
yeah,
we would go to the manufacturers and get direct contracts
yeah,
to
yeah. They be
transport.
right there. They be
Hmm.
right there with the big rigs. The heavy
Yep.
duty equipment. One or two pallets or whatever.
Yeah.
They'll be right there.
Don't let it deter you. Um, Sometimes sometimes you gotta travel. You may have to travel out, but if you plan it right,
Mm-hmm.
um, you could leverage it and then get something closer later
Yeah.
and make your money. Um, Again, that's coming up with that dollar amount that you can
Mm-hmm.
put away that you're not gonna touch. Because I would be willing to bet anything that goes on in any private company these days, you better have to back up to the backup with them.
Oh yeah.
Be allowing them to stop.
You always gotta have a backup plan.
You know, nobody.
Breaking up just a little bit. But it might be me. Hold on. Taking the battery cover off this phone.
Yeah, I think if anybody's in the transportation rate, don't be discouraged because there's always another company somewhere that's getting favor.
Hmm.
You just gotta be willing to, you know, go to those locations
Yeah.
and make it work for you. Really,
Yeah.
we just kind of push you with the. My mom said last night go park your car in Atlanta. Get the keys. Make sure everything out the trunk. Mo said go park onto my car in Atlanta. Uh-oh. Let the shenanigans begin. in
You say y'all had storms the other day.
in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Somebody told me, yeah, my cousin told me that a tornado came through here. Cause I was
Oh yeah.
asking him, I said, man, I don't have the keys. I don't know where they are. Oh, look right there. He said that because we were going through the crawfish fields. Cause he was telling me that what I don't know what it is. He said one part of the season they have crawfish, and then another part of the season they have right. It turns that same area turns into rice fields. So I thought that
Oh,
was cool. I never heard of that before.
yeah.
That's a good way to make use of the same land.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so right now, of course, and then but he said last year they had such a bad drought that the
Damn.
crawfish weren't coming up because there was no water. They
Yeah.
had real bad drought. But he was like,
Yeah.
yeah, tornado had just came through a few weeks ago, because he was like, it was a whole bunch of double wide trailers going up, and I was like, why are people putting up double wides? Y'all got all this flat plane, and tornadoes come through. And he was like, I don't know. I said, man, they better brick them in, because you see a lot of people doing that. They get double wide and then they brick them in.
Yeah. It might be me breaking up.
Yeah. So cheap, cheap to purchase. Oh, and then I seen a lot of areas. where they had trailers, those double wide trailers, but they changed them out to those tiny homes. And so my
Oh
cousin was
yeah.
telling me, hmm so my cousin was telling me that um the tiny home, the load people were going to like Lowe's and Home Depot to get the tiny homes, and they had to stop sell. They made them stop selling them because they were not insurance efficient.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen the videos pop up. It's a lot of people kind of trying it out. Uh,
Yeah, you
yeah,
seen that? Yeah, he said they were selling the 2-story ones. And he's like,
yeah,
shit, they shut them down because people was getting them cheaper from them.
yeah,
I know I got me one behind my house.
yeah.
I have a yeah, I had purchased the um one of the wooden storages is a 16 by 12. And I initially got it. I was gonna make me a little woman cave, a little she shed. But
Yeah.
and I ran the water from my house and the electricity from my house to it. And I put in the AC unit, I put in installation, I put the panels up.
Damn, you get through a damn fucking condo and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I had a whole yeah. So when my sister passed, shit, my brother took over my damn she shed and made it a house. He
Hell
put a full
no, bro.
yep. I already had a futon in it and a little table, and I had a TV because I got the internet in there.
Yeah.
Shit, he changed the moved that futon. He put a full size bed in there. Got a refrigerator in there. I
Move
have
the
a
food
sink. Yeah, the only thing he missing is a little shower, and then I plan to
out.
do that for him soon.
Yeah.
Yep, he stay in the back of the house. He rent free, utilities free.
Yeah, I seen those little compact showers. It's like one piece with a hose. I think the water spigots come out the back. Uh
Oh, I ain't think about that.
yeah,
Now, what I thought about, they got some small ones you could put in the corner,
yeah,
like maybe a 3 by 3, 4 by 4, or something like that.
yeah, yeah. That's what I was looking at. Yeah, it was
Hmm.
about that size. Yeah.
Yep, that's all. Cause my cousin, well, they actually built like a little house. Theirs is on a slab. Mine's is an actual shed, and
Mm,
she had the whole kitchen, and she put the shower and the commode, the sink. But I wasn't thinking about that part at the time because I was just thinking about it as being a little chill spot, and me just to
yeah.
be able to have electricity and running water. But shit, when my brother took it over, I was like, well, ain't this something?
Mm,
Now I'm in an HOA. Now they don't know I got it back there. Not for that purpose anyway. But I have it where you can't see it from the front of the house.
yeah.
But shoot, yep, that's what I did. So I said, well, I didn't think it was a bad idea, but I guess if people gonna make money, they gonna complain. They not building houses. They over here buying little compartment buildings
Mm,
that's not up to code. I guess it would be the housing code, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be running into some liability issues if you have a major storm, a flood, or any type of environmental situation come down.
Well, I'm not in the flood zone, so I'm good on that part.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was after 10 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm surprised, Mr. Wale got must be having he said he just got his car at the shop, so he might be out and about on the town.
Yeah, where's Wale at? I was looking for Wale yesterday.
Yeah, he said he just got his car at the shop, so
Uh oh.
he trying to all the places that he was supposed to go, he probably got up and hit the road.
Uh oh. Well, let's find Wale now. He hit them streets.
Yeah, yeah, boy.
Yeah. This used to be Wale Hour.
Hmm.
Let me find out you doing the Easter hut, Wale. Everybody else probably still asleep. They was on here clowning so bad this morning. I woke up. They were talking about cars, chocolate making a car. That was the funniest thing ever.
Oh yeah.
They all had all type of different versions. EV, EBT.
Hmm. Yeah, they was wild out. Yeah, Ava, he got a car. He he stayed too far out not to have no car where he at.
I like Wale.
Yeah, he's very talkative and active for his age. I don't know a lot of other men his age that are always moving and active.
How old is Wale?
Yeah, he told us a couple times. I think he about 12 to 14 years older than me, so that'll put him about 67, 68. But he might be over 70. I don't know.
Oh, he young.
Yeah, yeah, he still got a good ways to go.
Yeah, I got. Yeah, he's pretty young. That I don't know. Now I don't know any that age will tolerate that conversation with us that long.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Hmm. Yeah. Yep. So I give him kudos for that. Definitely.
yeah.
He be on their head. I'd be like, there go Dale. Mm. When somebody say why they 39 years old.
Yeah, he said he over there with his daughter and the rest of his family. I keep trying to find out was he ever gonna come back to the states, but he ain't ever talked about it, so I just left it alone.
Oh,
But it looks like he kind of comfortable being able to do a lot of stuff he wasn't able to do in the states. So
I, I can imagine that.
yeah,
I mean, we have some liberties, but sometimes I don't know. I think
certain
every place
conditions.
has its opportunity. Like for example, when I was stationed in Germany, a lot of the women there, they're like, oh, they want U.S. citizenship, but then when they get here, you look again,
Mm.
they convincing their husbands they want to go back home.
Yeah.
You know, they don't want to be here. So it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's good enough to come and visit, but they don't want to stay.
Nah.
I had a couple buddies over there. They had been over there so long because their wives didn't want to come to the States.
Hmm.
They just wanted the benefits.
That's all they wanted.
And I always found that funny. Why, it's so cool for you to get with an international chick, and you already know they want the benefits. But same thing for African American is, oh, she's a gold digger. But where? What? You see these international ones? I always thought that was double standards.
Yeah, it's always double standard.
While they in Jamaica,
Yeah.
yeah, while they do some tours so I can come visit.
Yeah, he not in the city part though.
Oh, oh, in the
Yeah,
rural.
that's why his internet be going in and out. Cause I think he got satellite internet for real.
Oh,
That costs a lot of money over there. It ain't like no 50 or 60 bucks a month.
oh wow,
Yeah.
that sucks. That sucks a lot. Yeah, I'm in Central Time right now. It's 9:17 over here.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he in the central. Yeah. Yeah. Amin up in Canada, I think is the only person I know on the panel that actually went to visit him in person.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Amin,
He probably knows about the area though.
yeah, yeah, he's from Jamaica also.
Yeah, that's pretty cool though.
Hmm. Yeah, he had his car out last night. That's how we got to start talking about cars. 'Cause he popped his cam on and looking like
Oh,
the Fast and Furious meetup. The young guys was had their little Hondas and they race cars up.
oh, that's cool.
You know?
I know Willie had to be in that conversation.
Nah, I think he came
Willie
with his.
Daniels.
Oh yeah, yeah, he did come. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then he went to his area, but instead of meeting in the parking lot, they was all at a gas station. And
Oh,
both spots got shut down by the police.
that's about right.
Yeah.
I think Willie may be near me somewhere.
Nah, he in Detroit.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I think I got the wrong one. He all the way up there.
Yeah.
Maybe he told me he had some family or something near me.
Yeah, I think he did mention that.
In Carolina.
Hmm.
Yep.
yeah, that's how we got started on cars.
Yeah.
Cause I
Okay,
think
Pure Black. So that's the other Willie.
Wall Street. I thought he was in South. He in
Mm,
South Carolina.
he ain't talking about
We always
North.
talking about Harlem. Yeah.
Okay, we got a wheel in North Carolina. Let's see. You see why they smoked a joint with Cab Calloway at the cottage club, Cotton Club.
Yeah, they like when he be telling his old gangster stories, his mafia stories. Cause he was down there in Miami where they used to all hang out at.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure he holding back and he had a lot of adventures that he ain't disclosed. Maybe he'll write a book or something and start charges for all his information.
Yeah, I bet so.
Florida was the only that's the only place I didn't really have any aspirations to go. I never wanted to go to Disneyland or go all the way down to the Miami Keys. I never wanted to go to that corner of the United States.
Really?
Nah, one way in, one way out. I ain't like that.
Yeah, you're right. Now, I went to Disney, I think 3 times. One when I was a teen, like 19, I think, or maybe 17. Then I
Yeah,
went in my 20s. But what I didn't like, man, that's too much damn walking.
that's what I'm saying. In that hot
And then
sun, no shade trees. Them little palm trees ain't gonna be blocking nothing.
at all. And you stand in those, like, if you don't get there really early in the morning,
Yeah,
excuse me, you stand in line
yeah.
forever,
Mhm.
an hour just to get on a ride. You might ride 3 or 4 rides.
Yeah,
$95 a ticket.
I know. I was in the roller coaster club. We went to Astro World when Astro World was in
Yes, Houston.
yeah, yeah,
Yep. You have to get there real early in the morning. We'll host to ride at least four rides. Cause once
man.
that crowd kick in, that's a wrap.
It's a wrap. I think we had to get up because we coming from Abbeville, so we had to get up at like 3 o'clock. The bus
Mm-hmm.
pulled off at 4:30. Like
The
you ain't if you
Astro.
here at 4:31, you gonna miss your trip.
Yep. And then you try to go to the water park, and there's a million people in the water.
Yeah, I bypassed that. It was too many people in there. I
Yeah,
was like, I'm cool. I pass on
right. And when you're younger, you don't really know no better. But boy, when you grow up, you be like, oh hell no.
that.
Uh-uh. I'm good.
Yeah.
Nope, 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 nope. The most I'll get on is I'll get on that little lazy river and go around in a tube.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You don't get so indulged, but I think I did get in like the little log cabin. They had a
Yeah.
little log cabin ride. Yeah.
Look at somebody say all that piss in the water. Yeah, that's why I don't
Yeah.
do it. No. When you're younger,
Man.
you don't think about that. But shit,
Mm-mm.
yeah. Oh man, it be in my psyche. I'd be like, hell no.
Uh, I grew
I'm
up the
not.
only child. Man. I wasn't. Man, I ain't never got used to.
Hello.
having to share certain facilities, if you will.
Yeah, yeah. Those would be the days, but and I like going to like. Well, I went to I think last year we went to on a cruise in the Bahamas. I got in the water there a little bit, but that water's so damn pretty. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Did I get? I never got in Cancun water. I just kind of sat on the beach, but I did get in the ocean like an idiot. I did do that. I went scuba diving in Spain before like an idiot. That's daredevil days.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Marley showed us some pictures where he dived off the Navy ship when he was in the Mediterranean.
Oh hell no!
Oh hell yeah. Marley crashed all the way out.
Oh my god, he dove in. I just jumped.
Yeah. Yeah, he
And
broke. He actually broke protocol. He could have, if they was really some assholes, they could have court-martialed him for that. But they said they
oh,
didn't
so
do that.
he just did it. It was like a like oh, I would dive into the Mediterranean,
Yeah,
and so they had to go get his little ass.
yeah, go get his little ass.
Oh my god, where Marley at? Wake up, Marley! I gotta hear this.
He said they was. I think he said somebody had dared him the day before or something like that. They had some sort of bet going, and it was like he was like, "I'll dive off the ship." And I was like, "Man, ain't no way in hell."
Well, he crazy. Man, just that little bit of time I was in the damn water. It's something about
Mm-mm.
not being able to touch that bottom.
Yeah.
God damn. I mean, I did it. I said, and I did it with the damn injury, like an idiot.
Mm-mm.
But I was like, I said, all right, if I jump in, somebody better come get me, throw me a tube or something.
Mhm.
And so, of course, the little people was like, oh, go ahead. Yeah, 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 we got you. Whatever. And I made my way a little bit. Then I got close to the edge. And, what the hell?
I heard that all the way over here.
Ooh. My mama about to act a ASS. You better come get it. Whoever did it. Oh, there she go. Be go be.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, whenever that sound occurred when I was coming up, and with no looking around, with no other suspects, I was the primary suspect, boy. I couldn't even come up with a lie. One time I had broke my mom's dinner wine glass. I tried to go to the store and get another one before she got back to the house. Boy, I was all messed up.
Listen, you can't never. They always know. And this wasn't even a glass. The bulb from the top, the ceiling from the light
Oh wow.
fell.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Damn.
That's all right. Well, I guess we could get out of that one. That one ain't really nobody's fault.
Yeah, the
I can
whole the
hear
whole just the
the
bulb fell out.
yeah, you know the not the bulb, but the you know the globe,
The whole globe.
the whole globe.
God damn, somebody could have been walking under there.
Yeah, my little cousin had just passed. Yeah, tell her it
Mm,
fell because if that's a light switch or whatever, something loose, she's gonna
yeah,
have to undisconnect it. We're gonna
it's
start a
got to be
fire.
a yeah, it's got to
Yeah,
be a
he had just passed, and it fell right after he passed. Right after he
mm,
passed it up, it fell. That's why I thought he dropped something.
it could have been a screw or something. Whatever's holding it up might not might not be up there right. Yeah, I hope that'll be get that squared away. Got me looking up to make sure my fixtures are screwed in tight. Matter of fact, cause it ain't but see, it ain't but three little bitty screws. In this one, they just replaced this one cause it ain't got no bugs in it, and they just it's brand new too. It ain't got no bugs in it either. And that one's kind of tight, so I'm cool on that. You was boogie boarding in San Diego. Well, I had a nice time when I last time I was in San Diego. They had the little dispensaries where you go in and you can actually take the packages out, and you couldn't sample them, but you could smell them before you buy them. And I think I got some clips of the Miramar air show in Miramar at the naval station. That was the same weekend when I went to San Diego. Where the Blue Angels flew right over my truck. I think that was 2017, 2016. It might have been 2017. Man, that didn't seem like 8 years ago. That time be flying. It looked like the sun came on out in this part of the country. But now, shit, them lifeguards, they be making they got a nice little benefit package for the ones that's hooked up with the park districts. Motherfuckers be thinking, hey, can't make no money being a lifeguard. Shit. This one dude said he was doing $35 an hour for 3 months. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to go to Del Mar. I didn't have enough time. It seemed like it was hot, man. That summer, 2017, boy, that's the summer that I went across the Mojave Desert, 124 degrees on the temperature gauge. I was in an older truck, man. Really pushed the limits. Coming down through Bakersfield. That's another hot area. And if you're black and you ride through Bakersfield, California, you definitely gotta have some sort of valid reason of being out there. I ain't about to teach you shit. Oh, you used to live in Bakersfield? Man, it seemed like it's just out there in the middle of the desert. You can actually see where they planted the palm trees. Lots of concrete. Uh, the housing area seemed like the housing areas was kind of scattered out. If I ain't had no significant employment situation, ain't nowhere in hell. Ain't no way in hell. This one guy on YouTube, he be doing the little police chases from Bakersfield. Yeah, that's the end of the valley. San Joaquin. Yeah, so where I was kind of, I wasn't really stuck, but I was kind of laid over in Barstow. Whew, man, I had to go through Victorville. I think there's a spot called Cherry Valley. Uh, Going around 15 around the mountains before you get down to closer to LA. But I seen the Air Force jets when I going across the Mojave Desert from Edwards Air Force Base. That's where the space shuttle used to rendezvous at whenever they couldn't take off on the East Coast. But I didn't have cell phone coverage in none of those areas. Most of the times I was down there. Yeah, Lancaster, Palmdale. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know you're talking about that Mexican mafia guy. Yeah. What's up, Bass? Yeah, all the places that I'm talking about, I used to see on when I was watching TV and a lot of movies all the time. I wanted to go to as many places as I could that I seen on TV, and most of it was in California. The Hollywood sign, all up and down Vine Street, Beverly Hills. I didn't want to go on no tour bus. I didn't want to have to be listening to somebody with a microphone telling me this is so and so house and that's so and so house. This is the place where they filmed the Michael Jackson Thriller video. No, I found all those places on my own. Michael Jackson house and all that. Thought what's up with it, Wale?
Hey man, I was sitting up there watching Bill Maher or something, and I heard somebody call my name over here in the chat. I said, "Whoa, somebody bothered me in the chat." I come over, I see it's Pure Black and Ava Maria or something like that. I'm like, I don't even know them people. How you
Yeah,
doing, there?
yeah, that was Dr. Lamb looking for you a minute ago. She getting ready for our Easter weekend festivities. She on the road, so her connection was kind of in and out. She might be back before she had to get going.
Yeah, I heard you and Dr. Lamb talking. That's when I went over. I said, "Oh, y'all chilling out doing something,
Yeah,
y'all subject matter." It was not my subject matter, so I just kept it moving.
yeah,
But
we
yeah,
just general subject. We had a pretty busy week this week, so a lot of folks getting ready for Easter Sunday tomorrow. So the beauty shop and the barber shop is kind of top priority this morning.
isn't that wonderful?
Yeah,
That is so wonderful. Like I said, I agree with Isaac Hayes. Do your thing.
yeah. You was telling us that you had just got to come with the shop, so we figured you probably got going and made a trip in town.
I figured no. What happened is the guy refused to pass the inspection. He
Yeah,
refused
yeah.
to
You
even
were
do it.
telling us that, you was gonna wash the car. You still wash the
I ain't
car every
washing.
month?
I ain't washing nothing. I'm gonna take it to the car wash. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have them wash the car and the engine.
yeah, yeah. Get all the mechanic. He didn't put some more dirt on there. He could have
Ain't
he
no
could have dusted
doubt.
it. Yeah,
But it's cool. It's all for the good. You know how to. What can you
yeah,
lose by doing it?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Win-win situation.
yeah, yeah. You got to go ahead and get the inspection sticker out the way. You don't want nobody giving them a reason to keep you somewhere longer than what you need to be. So knock that out.
Roger that.
Yeah.
So you say people getting ready for 420, huh?
Yeah, yeah. 420 Easter. They're gonna probably combine all the two in one. Some people, some people gonna get eggs as a prize. Other people probably get a bud or two.
There
It'll be
you
all
go.
good. Yeah.
And they recommending that people use potatoes
Oh yeah.
for the eggs. Yeah, that's what I saw on YouTube. Some videos of whatever how to be stuff around.
Yeah. They're always coming
Just
up with something
you can color the tomatoes. I mean the potatoes will take a color
better than the egg.
like it's an egg. Yeah.
Yeah. I put the story in the chat about the FDA. Uh, Said they're not gonna be doing no more food quality checks in the lab until they clear
Oh
the air
yeah,
with Trump. Yeah. So
I expect that to happen. They just doing all of that stuff. You know what? I I don't want to jeopardize your channel and stuff. I'll just shut up on that because a lot of free speech ain't free no more.
yeah, it's all good. I mean, it ain't no big secret. Different regulations, deregulation.
But when you can't even talk about something, oh man, don't talk about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's I don't see why people don't see that as a problem. You can't. That's a thought police. That's 1984 stuff there. That's George Orwell. The thought police. You can't talk about what?
Mhm.
That's black code laws talking about what you niggas talking about up in here. Y'all can't group up in here, start planning and stuff. What's going on?
Yeah, that book came
That's
out in that book came out in the 40s, 1948, I think.
Yeah, the 84. Uh-huh. And you know what too? In 84, a lot of it was showing itself.
Yeah.
By eight, you were around in 84. I mean, you were an adult or something, right? You were close or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. You saying when I was born?
No, I mean you were like I'm
Yeah,
thinking
I was.
maybe you were of
Yeah.
consciousness, awareness by 84. That's all.
Oh yeah, yeah. Much by then. Yeah. So I was in the ninth grade in 1984. So yeah, by then I had figured out that most of the stuff that's being talked about and shown about is illusion. But since I was in a rural area, I wasn't in Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles. I was still in the country. I had to go along. And that's really one of the main reasons why I came to Chicago. I thought I was going to run into somebody who was going to let me know what was really going on in the world. But it didn't do no good. They had more lies lined up for me by the time I got here.
Yeah, Chicago. The niggas in Chicago were peculiar,
Yeah.
real peculiar. I think it because it's two different people went there,
Mhm.
and they're peculiar, man. At least two different people. Because some people went there, they real cool, man. Some people I met there from Arkansas, I'm talking.
Yeah.
They were real cool, man. Very easy going, nothing happening, like regular Southern people. And then
Yeah.
some of them were like, they had got traumatized. I'm in the city now. I can't behave like I did in the country. No, we got to change the whole program. We'll
Yeah.
kill you if we, take your stuff if we can.
Yeah, it's a lady at the school that I'm at now. Her family is from Arkansas. She had wore a sweatshirt with a school logo on the front, and it didn't have the name on it. It just had the letters. And I called out the letters to that school, and she gave me the look. He was like, "How you know?" I said, "Shit, how you think?"
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but she said she didn't grow up there. It was just that's where her mom was at
Oh, beautiful. Yeah.
here in the 90s. Yeah.
I like the feeling of the South. It's slower. You know what I figured out too? In the
Mm,
South, people have a different priority. In the North, the priority is rent.
yeah,
Them bills. They call them bills. I call them Williams, but
yeah,
that's the priority in the North. I mean, 30 days. They got 30 days to make that thing happen. You get what I'm
yeah.
saying? They got to pay that thing in 30. In the South, the
That's
dude that
awful.
got a year, he owned the house. It's already his, so he ain't sweating that. He don't have to rush. He don't got that rush and that anxiety on him.
Yeah,
And then when he not only do he own the house, he only pay the taxes once a year. So his stuff is really laid back. And they be like, "Oh, y'all too slow. Y'all laid back." Yeah, because we not all anxietied up
yeah. We
with
ain't
all that.
wound up. Yeah,
I'm trying to tell you.
motherfuckers stay wound
Man.
up, always complaining about shit. Got that knot in their head.
Hey, one of my teacher, the guy that taught me how to hustle when I went
Yeah,
up north, I mean, I was hustling already, but he taught me professionally how to hustle.
Yeah.
He told me the first thing he told me, he said, tomorrow, I want you to leave your apartment and move into a hotel, a motel.
Mhm.
I said, why? He said, so you can feel that pressure. See, when you working and you paying rent at a apartment, you
Yeah.
got 30 days.
Yeah.
You subject to sit back.
Mhm.
But when you got to pay that rent tomorrow,
Yeah.
oh, you get up. You got to hustle. I said, okay. So I moved right into a hotel. I go into the hotel, all them niggas in the hotel, man.
Hell no.
he got everybody. I mean, they all, that's how the game run, to keep that pressure on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was funny to me. But it was just part of the program to build a, to build it up. You don't have to stay as a in first grade. You just do first grade till you pass it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it
But that
was
was
when I was coming up here black. The only people that stayed in apartments were like the people that was going to college, if you was on some sort of assistance situation. It had
mhm.
to be some real extreme type of situation. You had one of your spouses died. I mean, it was like, man, at least 75, 25, 75% ownership, 25% rent in Arkansas, part of Arkansas where I was at. I didn't know what the inside of an apartment looked like till I got to Chicago.
Hey, you know what they said when I got this? What struck me, they call them houses. I said, that's an apartment. That talking about row houses. I said, that's
Yeah,
an apartment, man. That ain't
yeah.
a house is you got a yard around it. That's
Mhm,
I don't know what this is, but it's not a house.
mhm, mhm.
To me, it's an apartment, side by side apartments or something.
Yeah,
They call them
townhouse.
houses. Yeah,
Yeah,
come on, man. The main houses,
townhouse.
apartments.
Yeah, yeah, a part of something.
Yeah, they come on, man.
Nah, I didn't want to. I didn't want to be a part of something else.
I mean, coming from the south, I didn't even understand why they would call that a house. I'm gonna take you by my house. I said, "Oh, you got a house? Yeah, I got a house, man." I
Thinking
go
you was
over
gonna
there.
take
He's,
somebody's
he's
driveway.
huh?
You thought you was going to somebody's driveway.
Yeah, with a yard and this. Yeah, a house. That's what my thing was, a house. I didn't even know it. I've been to apartments, before. Like you say, it's a part of something.
Yeah, everybody had a truck in the yard. Comparing the brands of lawnmowers, riding
Okay.
lawnmowers. Yeah.
I get up north and the house next door, I can hear them talking. I'm saying, there ain't no house, man. That's why it ain't no house. It's an apartment. In an apartment, you expect to hear your neighbors,
Mm-mm.
not in a house.
Nah, man. I'm the only. I grew up the only child, man. The only other voice I heard was my mom, and if she wasn't on the phone, there was no noise.
But you had like fruit trees in your yard. I mean, at least trees, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think my grandparents had they had most of the trees though where we was. We didn't really have that, but when I went over
What
there,
grows over there? Peaches or something?
yeah, he had a pear tree, pecan tree. He had a couple of strawberry vines. My grandmama had the green onions going, tomatoes, rose. Uh, they had uh, uh, yeah, peach tree, plum trees,
Okay.
uh, and nectarines. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah,
Oh wow, nectaries. I hadn't even heard of that in a while.
Yeah, man. Shit.
Excellent.
All for free.
You know, I have managed to grow one strawberry. I bought two plants
Yeah.
and they produced one strawberry before both of them died.
Mm.
One grown strawberry. I was like, at least I got one strawberry out of the deal.
Yeah.
And apparently, I need to learn how to keep them alive.
Yeah. You probably just had a bad something going on with your soil.
Maybe so. But that's what we were talking about. My friend here, he was saying over on his side, he grows certain things that don't grow here, and certain things grow here. He like, you got that over there, yeah, because he don't grow. It don't grow where he at.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely something going on with the whatever type of soil y'all got going on. Probably a storm or something where the earth just shifted.
Hmm. That's he said the soil. He mentioned the soil. That's what you said. That's
Yeah.
why I mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I got three kinds of dirt here. I got some red dirt that people seem to want,
Mm-hmm.
and then I got the regular brown dirt I see pretty much everywhere,
Yeah.
and people want that too because
Yeah.
it's gross stuff.
Yeah.
But the red dirt, they seem to like. You got red dirt? You know, they get excited. Yeah,
Yeah. That's like gold. Hell, shit.
it is. I don't know the flavor yet. You know the value yet. I'm learning.
Yeah. The red dirt is supposed to be uh like a uh like a security layer. Uh, I think when we went to it was some part of Arkansas. Uh, wait a minute, it might not have been Arkansas. I think it was Oklahoma. By
Mm.
accident,
All right, you get around.
yeah, and
But you saw the red dirt over there?
yeah, yeah, I couldn't get it out my boots.
Oh yeah, it's staying up all the clothes.
It helped keep the water in when you had droughts.
Oh, okay,
That's yeah, 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 because it's more solid.
okay.
Yeah, so you can have if you got like a little garden area or whatever, and you want
Hmm.
to keep the uh, keep the moisture and whatever you got going in there separated from the rest of your area. If you got red dirt around it, that'll act as a barrier.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it had something to do with the plants, so I put it in the pot with the plants.
Uh, nah, not necessarily. As far as crop rotation, uh, the only benefit to that it'll probably help keep out rodents.
Rodents. Okay.
Yeah,
So I
but
put ashes. I, I put my burn ashes in the ground. I put the dirt, the brown and the red dirt,
yeah,
and the ashes, and I mixed all that up.
yeah.
And I put some, you know, roots, some old roots, broke them down, like, so they can have air,
Hmm.
pieces of, leaves and stuff like that, old leaves, and mix all that up, right? And I use that as the grow dirt to grow the stuff. I just did that 2 days ago, so I'm watching it close to see how they respond.
Yeah, so it's also good for detoxification if you got some chemical situations going on in there. They say it's supposed to be good for your skin and stuff. So you'll see a little bit more interest if somebody find out you got red dirt going on.
Okay. But I tell you what, that red dirt get on my clothes. It's a done deal. The clothes got. I didn't. I have gotten rid of 4 outfits this week.
Yeah,
Can't get that stuff out.
all the times I went to Utah, Salt Lake City, and Area 51,
Oh,
had to get
okay.
some. Had to get brand new pair of boots, brand new some more pants, those,
Mhm.
like you said, yeah.
What hurt me one day, I had just made some pants, and that red dirt got on.
Oh
And
no, it was
I-
all over.
yeah, I persevered, but it ruined it. It
Yeah,
ruined it.
yeah, that's like a magic marker, boy. Once you get that stuff
What?
on.
Yeah, so things looking up. Things looking real good. Things are looking real good. I was
Yeah,
looking at the tariff wars.
yeah, yeah. I'm still
Yeah.
trying to figure that out.
And if I was Swift, I would make some AI movie
Mhm.
and call it Tariff Wars and
Yeah,
put it on YouTube, man. I bet
yeah,
it would get views right away.
yeah. They
If
put
I make a good thing happen, man, I'm not that fast, but hey, it's a good idea if somebody want to do it. I saw
yeah,
some guy got something like that, but it wasn't, you know, it can be done better. I mean, more upscale.
yeah, yeah. He probably had a free version, and we ain't had to pay no money. Some of the ones where you had to pay money, they got a little bit more features, so it'll look more professional. But the free versions, they just give you the basic.
Hmm. Yeah, because I think that's the best way to go right now. I was talking to my daughter last night about that too. That AI, man, you
Yeah,
can make videos and all kind of stuff real quick. If you got a storyline, you got something to say, and you got a vision, an idea about how you want it to look, you could
yeah,
throw down right about now.
yeah. That's what Truth was trying to tell us last fall. He was trying to put us up on game. They didn't want to pay
And
attention in the chat, so he just stopped doing it.
and actually, the movie market has changed because right now you make an AI movie that's nice and all that kind of stuff, put it on YouTube or something like that. You're getting your money from YouTube and all of them different places. You could blow up.
Yeah,
Some guy blew up in 3 months or something. He made like 1 million something from off of YouTube. So some reason it blew up.
yeah. It don't take a lot to go viral these days.
Hmm. Which is like to me a new system and redistribution of wealth.
Yeah,
Yeah, because wealth is moving funny now. You can move funny with it. It's a good time to me to be doing anything because wealth might just fall right up on you.
yeah.
It's not restricted to class and caste no more. That kind of stuff. Or race and this. Anything could happen, man.
Yeah, gotta go to college 4 years, and you gotta start in the mail room and
Or work your way up.
work your way up. Yeah, all that's out the window now, man.
See what I'm saying? It's a whole new ball game right now. I think it's beautiful. I'm enjoying it. It's exciting for me. Some people like, oh, they're gonna take this, oh, they did, oh, we did.
Take
I'm
your
like,
taking
what,
your job.
man?
Yeah.
they looking at it as a down. Oh, this is no. These are opportunities. It's like crazy amount of opportunity. Yeah, listen, when the guy took USAID, you know they call it USA to different countries.
Yeah.
He took it away from certain countries, right? I think
Yeah.
all of them.
Except for
China moved right in. China moved right in,
yeah.
took over the countries they wanted. The ones they want to be friends with, they
Yeah.
move right in and say, "Hey, we'll foot that bill for you. Don't worry about it, sweetheart." You know, like a chick at the bar, a pimp come in, America come in like a pimp and be like, "Oh, y'all bitches fine. You
Yeah.
until you bring me," you know, that kind of attitude. China came in like another pimp and say, "Hey, baby, I got you right here. Here's something for you."
Yeah, for sure.
Hook them people right up. I was like, damn, see, he making a bad pimp move. He ain't no pimp. He should have been a pimp. That's what they need, a pimp. A pimp would have this sucker nice.
Yeah.
Because he trying to pimp the market, talking about, we got consumers. That's what they want, our consumers. Like he's a pimp. It's like they want our women, our, it's the same thing, our product,
Yeah.
which is consumers.
Yeah.
That's pimp talk. He ain't talking about our product and stuff our people can make. That ain't the people. And when your product is your people, that's pimp talk.
Mm-hmm.
When your product is a thing, that's business.
Yeah.
But when your product is the people, that's
Mm-hmm.
pimp talk, baby.
Straight pimping.
That's slave and pimp talk.
Straight pimping. Yeah, I seen something in down there in Savannah, Georgia, where they supposed to be giving the people the Gullah Geechee uh, descendants their land down there. Let's see,
I had a beautiful conversation. I don't know how they came out on the land, but I had a beautiful conversation with a Geechee brother down. I mean, he's in the South,
mm-hmm.
and I had a beautiful conversation with him. I mean, in as much as we agreed on everything. But I think I might have been mentioning my aunt. She used to hang out up there. I mean, that's where they from,
Mm-hmm.
and he mentioned it, mentioned the places and stuff. So we started talking, and all the things were lining up. You know what I mean? We had the same concept, but he do like I do. I separate Gullah from Geechee. Them two different things.
Right, because they are separate.
Yeah, yeah, but a lot of times, like you said, it Gullah Geechee is like that. People
Yeah,
initiated with that may not know
yeah.
that is two different things.
Mm-hmm.
You said they got some land grant or some type of land or situation down there where
Yeah,
they're satisfied.
the government is supposed to be releasing some land deeds down in the Savannah area. Yeah,
Oh, beautiful.
yeah,
More and more, man. More and more.
yeah. What's making it hard is that the descendants are kind of off doing their own thing, so they weren't even aware that they were entitled. So they're having trouble contacting some of the family members. May have moved out of the area or may not just be available long enough to sit still for a phone call, or may have gotten something in the mail and thought it was a bill since it had you know
On the letter, it said government, the city of, or the state of, or the county of. They thinking it's a bill and threw it in the garbage, shit like that.
So the mail still run.
Yeah, post office still going, yo.
Oh wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I know they were talking about getting rid of it before. Actually, they were talking about getting rid of it this time, but the boy went ahead and did some even wilder stuff. He's like, I'll get to that later. I got even wilder stuff I want to do. So he's doing it. And I've been watching the international news. Like I said, I've been watching the trade wars. And almost everybody to a country is saying, you know what? Screw this, man. This not attainable. Japan say they cannot. It's a matter of honor. And Trump talking about, oh, they kissing my ass. Oh, he said that. He turned a lot of people back. They canceled their flights when they heard that.
He sure said.
They not gonna be put in that. Now anybody going there is under that banner now. He made the clothes. They not gonna wear it. He shouldn't have made that. But he ain't no pimp. He's a businessman. A pimp wouldn't have said that, man. Come on.
Nah. Yeah, he treating everything like commodities. So
Even the people.
Yeah.
And here's a boy that is a known draft dodger. See, this is why it's so beautiful to me. I mean, he's a known draft dodger, yet he managed somehow to become in charge of the entire army, the entire defense. A known draft dodger. You know what? He keep talking it up, talking about the morale in the army is high. No, it cannot be. Do you understand what I'm saying? It cannot be. Listen, I know you dodged the bomb, but I'm gonna go out and take the bomb. You tell me, well, you go take it. Oh hell no! Remember what you did? I got bone spurs, man. I don't know what you're talking about. And you know what I'm saying? That just makes sense. It's enough people who are gonna be like, oh hell no, that's not gonna work. We're not doing that. That's why they were trying to get more rednecks in the army, so they can, they can't, like Trump says, he likes uneducated people. I think he said not well educated people. Some way he put it. I like the uneducated. I think, yeah, because he can play game on them, and I mean he tells his game out front, man. It's funny to me to watch it. I'm watching the game and it's funny. I don't know who gonna come. A few people, even the woman in Mexico, she said, oh man, he's trying to take people's dignity and sovereignty. Who does that? A slave man or a pimp? And he ain't neither one. And they not going for it. Woman says she keeping their sovereignty. That's anything less makes you a slave. You know what I mean in the eyes of nations. When you're talking in terms of nations. Japan, as little as they are, as dependent as they allow themselves to become on the United States economy, the man say, no, I watched his speech. They translated it into English. He said, no, not doing that. Maybe we can work something, but it has to be well known we not kissing his ass. And you heard about John Wick, right? Juan Wick. The guy from El Salvador.
Talking about
He-
they kicked him out the game. Oh no,
no,
I'm
the,
talking about
no,
Chris
the,
Garcia.
yeah, the guy that runs El Salvador.
Oh no, I didn't hear what happened.
Did you see him in the interview?
No, I didn't see that interview. I didn't click on it.
The boy, one of the comedians, say he's sitting there like Juan. You go because he's Spanish. Juan Wick. He was dressed like John Wick.
Oh, he had the all black on.
Had on all the black,
Yeah,
and yeah, and the way he carried himself as well, not just the clothes,
yeah.
but his body build and the way he carried himself.
Oh, okay.
When he set up with Trump, them he wasn't slouching at all. He took know how some people talk about man spread.
Yeah.
You heard that term before?
Mm-hmm.
He did that.
Oh, okay.
He let Trump know how he's sitting. You know, it's all body language type attitude and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Trump respected it too, because Trump never came past the boundary the man set with his body positioning
Yeah.
alone. The way he set. I was like, see, even Vance ain't want to bother that dude. That was like, check him out. And so when the comedian called him Juan Wick, I said somebody else saw it, so I wasn't tripping. It was obvious to those who can see. I think it's beautiful. This stuff is beautiful, man. We got an opportunity right now, like I said, our people, right now, whatever you want to do with that, you can. All you have to do is do it. Right now is a fabulous time to do something. I heard you say, well, what we going to do? Well, what do you want to do? Then that's what you do. Because my man said they sending up a vibrating, a rocket fired vibrator with 6 women in it. It lasted for less than 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It cost billions of dollars. And they say they taking the money out of the school lunch program.
Yeah, I let him go with that one. Pure black. Yeah, I just let him ride out with that.
Which one is that? I didn't see that. Which
Nah,
one you let?
he just reacted to your comments. I saw something about the library being cut off also. I think that may be part of the school, but I know some of the state libraries don't necessarily depend on the federal funding. But when you start talking about museums and exhibits and libraries, you're getting into archives and reference materials. So this is where we're gonna bump heads on what happened in history. We ain't gonna be able to pull up to find out, what's the deal? Because Dr. Henry Louis Gates was at a conference at Harvard just this past week, where they were letting Trump know that they didn't need any assistance and they could operate on their own. Um, you're not going to treat us like you did Columbia College. And so they have released or announced that they were going to go ahead and move forward with their slave voyage collection, where you're able to go back and find out the different routes and stuff like that, manifest, try to cut down on there was no slavery taught. There was a lot of good times before it came through in 2016, 2015. Hadn't been really able to keep his name out the news, even when he wasn't president during the pandemic, 2020.
Well, Dale, did you see any of the Biden speech this
Just a
week or
little bit
last?
of it. Yeah, I couldn't endure the entire speech. It just was really talking out of emotion, so it was no really for me to try to get excited about that.
Was I on here and I said that the Democrats, the best thing the Democrats can do is sit down and shut up. I'm saying serious.
They can't walk around with their mouth closed. They got to sit down.
I guess they can walk around, but don't do nothing.
Hell no.
Just stop. Just let it go. Let it flow. Just let it flow. Let it flow. You know what I did? Uh, uh, a little shorty. I didn't mention he was going. He's rude boy, right? But he was a little shorty, like 3, 4 years old,
Yeah.
maybe. So he's walking around hitting all the grown men on the leg because he's a little rude boy.
Yeah.
And they were telling his father, you better get this boy before I slap him down. They all getting mad.
Yeah.
So when he gets around to me and hit me on my leg, I ain't say nothing. I just let him hit me on the leg. He looked at me and then he hit me some more. And I just looked at him. The other guys saw him hit me and saw me not do something. And they started trying to make a commotion. And I said, no, leave him alone. He good.
Mm-hmm.
And he hit me the third volley of hits.
Mm-hmm.
He hurt his hand.
Hmm.
He was like, oh, and he took his hand. He was like, left me alone. He just left me alone. I was like, see, I ain't have to argue with him, cuss him out, call him no names.
Mm-mm.
Just let him run.
Yeah.
He's a little baby. Let him run. He gonna run into something.
Yeah. That's what
Just
you
let
gotta
this boy run.
do.
His own people will get him out of there. You ain't got to do nothing. Just sit back and say, that's your boy. That's your boy. That's all I would say every time. Well, that's your boy. They like to say, well, see, he doing this. Yeah, everybody see it, man. Sit down.
Mm.
But the moment you react to it, the moment you say, see what he doing? They mad at you. They can't even see what he's doing because they mad at you. You got to sit down so they can see what he's doing. But they like, well, see, you see, most of the people don't like Democrats. And if they see themselves coming your way, agreeing with you, that's a problem. So the best thing to do is sit down and shut up. Let them agree with themselves, and then you can agree with them, and they'll love you. Sit down and shut up. That's the best thing I see for the left and the Democrats and all that kind. Because they went too far. They got boys playing in girls' sports. I might hit them. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That just didn't make no sense. I mean, look, okay, he want to be dressed up like a girl. Okay, fine. That's okay. Requiring me to say he's a girl, you didn't went too far.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that they like to go too far. That's what I'm saying. That's just too far.
Yeah, sending that Democrat down to El Salvador, that was a waste of money.
And they going too far. And then they get mud put in their face because guess what? That boy is not a citizen of the United States. Did you hear what I just said?
Garcia.
Right. Do you understand the implication by me saying that? The implication is the guy that went down there should be sued for every dollar he spent because that ain't his business. The man ain't no citizen. What are you doing with our money?
Mm-hmm.
You spending our money on some bullshit. See, they go too far. They piss their own people off because they go too far. Sit down and shut up. It's the best thing for them to do. Not it into the senator's supposed to work for the citizens of the United States, not for some immigrant guy. So they're going to take the citizens of the United States' money. You understand what I'm saying right now? They're going to take the citizens of the United States' money, go run down to Salvador with a crew and all that stuff that costs millions of dollars, and then come back and tell us about somebody that he ain't got no business with at all.
Yeah.
I want him sued.
Yeah, they didn't laid up in some fucking hotel.
Time to tell you.
Ordered room service, all types of drinks. They probably had some ladies.
You know, he took his accomplices with him. He took his secretary and his daughter and his wife. Mm-hmm. Man. And you know, El Salvador is a tropical paradise. Yeah. So that was like a vacation he spent on some crap. And then he's going to talk about some people who ain't. If it was a citizen, then that's his business. Right. But that boy ain't no citizen. That was personal. He got to pay for that. He's paying that out of our coffers. Man, hey. Hey.
Yeah, they dropped the ball on that one.
They threw the pass to somebody else on that, as far as I'm concerned. Because any Republican representative that sees what I just showed you can take that guy up anywhere they want to and drag him by the balls. Because he ain't got no comeback to what I just said. None. It don't exist. He's totally illegal. You know what I mean? In that sense of dealing with them on their politics and stuff. Yeah. Of course, I don't give a damn about none of it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, in the context of things.
Yeah, but they try so hard to show Donald Trump as being a dictator and won't let him show himself. Let him show what he is. They'll get rid of him. They do it. They, like you said, somebody said they doing too much.
Yeah, they definitely displaying lack of they don't really have a plan whatsoever. They have no idea what to do and how to manage this whole situation. From the immigrants to the economy, the legal situation, the diplomats, international, the military situation. They out the box all the way across the board. So just get past these next 6 months, and it'd be 2026, and then you only got a couple years to go, and you can work on your plan.
But every day seems like 6 years. Yeah. Oh boy, it'd be so much happening, man. It's, to me, I enjoy it. It's exciting, very stimulating and exciting. And look, all these possibilities. Every time something changes, it's a possibility. It's all, it's un, I mean, it's always been unimaginable possibilities. But that's what change is. It's constant. It's the only constant. Change is the only constant. So there's always been possibilities. But right now, the social uh, and the physical things that are showing themselves are exhibiting how social change is occurring. It's some people see social as a static, but it's changing in a constant fashion. And right now it's changing very quickly. Like we were talking about, anybody can become a millionaire in 10 seconds kind of thing. The economics of everything is changing. Money is changing. Land is changing. Like you mentioned, the Gullah Geechee land thing or something. So everything is changing. All kind of wealth is being redistributed. Business is being rechanneled. Alliances are being made and broken. That's a lot of social change. And so that's what I was saying. That's visible, undeniable. China just hooked up with Canada to buy the oil that Canada was selling to the US. And they've already bought 3 times more oil in 1 month than the US was buying in 1 month.
Yeah.
Yep. They made the deal last month. They done bought the oil already. They buying 3 times more than the US. That's according to what I just heard. It could be a little skewed. Maybe that's the deal they have. They haven't done it yet. Maybe it's not 3 times this amount of oil. Maybe it's 30% the amount of oil. The thing is, the relationship, the bond is being made, which is my point.
Yeah.
I'm not into the what they call it trivia. I'm into what I see as a picture. I see the bonds as the picture.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Japan had made a bond dump last week.
Okay, I thought I saw that myself.
Yeah.
The guy said 168,000, a billion, I mean, or something like that. Billion or million. But yeah.
Yeah, they still hold the most. They hold more. They got more bonds than China.
And they still in charge. That was like, wow, they still at the top of that bond holding.
Mm-hmm.
That's beautiful. You know what I thought? I'm gonna tell you what I actually thought, because I looked at the history. Well, the follow-up. I call it the history. I looked at the history of Japan.
Mm-hmm.
First off, Japan, that island, because it's an island. Matter of fact, Japan has over 1,100 islands that make up what's known as Japan, which is an odd, odd information, but it's true. And Japan used to be occupied by little colored people.
Mm-hmm.
And then these people who are there now went there. They tell, this is their story. They tell it. I think they say call them Inuits or something. They got a name for the little colored people. Anyway, they ran them off. And then I think in some of them islands, you can find some of them little colored people. But anyway, they ran them off and they took over the place. In 1492, a cracker went to Japan. You know who I'm talking about?
Go ahead.
Huh?
No, I haven't heard this 1492 Japan story.
Hold on a half a second. I'm gonna Google it because I might have the dates wrong. You know, stuff like that. I hear these dates, and after a while, they all the same to me in a minute, right? So just give me a minute, and I'll look this up, and then I can tell you exactly. Let me know what I mean. Read it. Bam. La di da. Okay. All right. That's why I had his name associated with it. He wrote a book about it, but he didn't actually go there. According to AI, he was never actually traveled to it.
Yeah.
I was wondering why. Okay, did hold on.
Yeah, it took a whole lot of stuff to get to Japan back in the 1490s.
Oh, actually, hold on half a second. Marco Polo,
Mm-hmm.
1271,
Mm-hmm.
1295.
Yeah.
It was before 1490, whatever I said. That's why I was saying I probably got the dates wrong,
Yeah.
but I know the guy. And what I wanted to make sure is that this is the actual guy that went there while I'm telling the story about Japan,
Mm.
because somebody actually went there. He was looking up the China Road, what they call the Silk Road.
Yeah.
Here we go. The answer I was looking for. Antonio Mota. They were Portuguese traders
Yeah.
that landed in Japan in 1543.
Mm-hmm.
These are the ones that they mentioned, and it says they were blown off course. They were not intending to go to Japan. And they landed on the island of Tanegashima, Tanegashima, while en route to the Chinese port of Umbo. So they had been going to China by then and got blown off course and went to Japan. So what had happened, and my thing, what I'm saying about Japan, is
Mm.
they got a lot of their. I think there was a colored samurai over there too, Nagaguso, I think his name. He was one of the most famous of their samurai,
Mm-hmm.
and then they decided to become, how do you say, imperialists. That other boy had become imperialist too in China. What was his name? The guy that, I don't remember their name, Genghis Khan or something. He was an imperialist
Mm-hmm.
as well. But Japan, when they decided to become imperialists, was right in the 1900s, and they invaded China and treated them like dogs. Korea too, treated them like dogs. They actually called them dogs. It was pathetic the way they handled themselves, because they thought they handled themselves as though they were crackers. You know how the cracker behaves.
Yeah.
You know his behavior, like he's the star of the show wherever he go, kind of
Yeah.
attitude.
Yeah.
He's God to every other man type of. They
Mm-hmm.
took that. They took that for sure, and they got off with it because they had made alliances mostly with the British and other crackers
Mm-hmm.
who didn't think much of them either. But the cracker needs to keep the ethnic groups fighting amongst themselves so that it'll be a crack for them to come in. So that's how they got in anyway. So now China's saying, look, he went to Korea. He said, look, man, we almost speak the same language. We got the same history. Let's just work together. Screw this stuff. You see the cracker that let y'all go. And then the guy in Korea was like, oh, maybe we will. So now they trying to work out a deal. So I'm saying right now, for us, we can work with almost anybody. I'm saying our colored people, the colored people here in America, we can work with almost anybody. The bonds that we had are the, just like all over the world. The bonds we had with the federal government are being broken as well. Those bonds are being broken as well. We must see what position we're in. We're 48. Let's just go with 40. We're 40 million people. I know at least 3 countries don't have that kind of population. I know 5. No, I know 15 countries that don't have that population. Our population is more than some 5 or 10 countries put together. And we behaving like we ain't doing something. I'm saying right now, all we have to do is coalesce. We don't have to fight anyone. It's not about fighting the power. And I say, what are y'all doing? Fight the power? No, you don't fight the power. You'll lose. They fight the power. That's stupid. I mean, to me, I'm just saying, hey, we don't need to. Like I was saying about the little boy, I don't need to fight him. Why? He can do that in a minute. He gonna hurt himself. He can't hurt me. He's a little boy, 2, 3, 4 years old. How he gonna hurt me? Get the hell out of here. We caught up on stupid stuff because we think they're in control. The little 2, 3-year, 4-year-old boy. Like China told them, dude, we've been around for 5,000 years. When did y'all start? 10 minutes ago? Get the hell out of here. Y'all ain't old enough to hurt us. You're a 2-year-old child. And he ain't talking to the niggas in America like niggas like to say, me, well, I'm an American too, so I'm with it too. No, you're not. They're not talking to you. They know exactly who they talking to. I just heard the guy today. Who was that? Oh, the Chinese guy. He said that America. Oh no, who was that? That was like an Italian. Oh, Canada. It was Canada. They holding their elections, right? So the Canadian guy says, Canada has only one economic problem, and that problem is Donald Trump. He didn't say America. He said Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is a dictator, and he's the dictator of America. But the problem is Donald Trump. And then when the rest of America, as it were, realizes, I'm talking about mostly the Republicans, they're the ones that's running the government. They realize what position they have found themselves in. They got to get rid of him like they did with Caesar. You got to get rid of that dictator, man. You can't have him around. And then you heard about the beef with them in the Vatican? J.D. Vance called himself confronting the Vatican. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh. The Vatican had something to say about Trump policies or something or another.
Yeah.
So J.D. Vance confronted one of the Vatican officials about it.
Went over there?
I don't know how it go. I saw a little video clip on it, but I don't know where they were. They were in some kind of church, Vatican-like setting, but they could have been in any cathedral. Anywhere. They got cathedrals all over the world, the Vatican do. So I don't know where they actually were. It probably was in the States for him to feel like he had the balls to confront a Vatican official. He do that stuff up in the Vatican, and they might make him disappear. They be to disappear. J.D. Vance? Who is J.D. Vance? We don't know him. Be to disappear, that dude. Like with the Vatican, man. Hey, some fights you don't want to fight. Some fights you'd rather just, what do they call it? Settle outside of court. Yeah, we're gonna settle. We ain't gonna take them, but we settle.
Yeah, that's it.
The Vatican makes and breaks monarchs.
Yeah.
And a little boy with burnt bone spurs, he ain't got a chance. Not a chance. It's crazy. Of course, this is my personal view and does not represent the station or its affiliates or its sponsors.
All right. You talking about what you just said?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. It's all good. No, I'm just letting it rock out, man. Ain't nobody else hitting the link. I ain't trying to cause any static, man. Trying to things on an even kill.
I don't know what I'm just looking at the chat now, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what JD said because the audio, excuse me. Ooh, thank you. I don't know what JD said. The audio was too low for me to even hear what he said.
Oh, okay.
It was too muffled to understand the words they were saying.
That ringtone there definitely get you going, bro.
Somebody put in there, that Pure Black, he said Japan has 14,125 islands, according to Geospatial Information Authority of Japan. I just said over 1,000 because all of the rest of them numbers I don't keep up with. I think I said 11,000, but anyway, it's a bunch of them. Even 1,000 is a hell of a lot. 14,000 is like, wow. I met people on them islands. I went to 2 islands in Japan. I might have went to 3. I'm not sure. But I toured one extensively. Tried to go over every nick and cranny of it. It's beautiful.
Yeah. You got in the
Yeah,
water?
yeah. The water.
Yeah.
I would have to think about that. I went there. I had my children were little.
Yeah.
My youngest child was like 8 months. Not even that. 2 months, 3 months, something like that. When I went, and my next child was 2 years old.
Mm-hmm.
My oldest child was 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't
So
have
we
a
didn't.
lot of
Yeah.
you didn't have a lot of free time, so
Yeah. We would like I would take every weekend. We to the island. We go this way, go that way, do something.
mm-hmm.
Every week. I take
Yeah.
the family. We would take a family drive, and on this island, the speed limit, the fastest you can go on the island is 35 miles an hour. Period.
Yeah.
You go over 35, you
Yeah.
finna get in trouble. It's too small for that. Too many people, children around. You hit a child, man, they may kill you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're trying to pass a speed limit 80 in North Dakota right now, actually.
Mm. Speed limit is 80.
Yeah, they're trying to pass a bill now, North Dakota.
Yeah, well, I can dig it. It's wide space and not enough people. There's not a lot of people, so you can go up to them speeds. But when you
Yeah,
get
you
a
can.
small space and a lot of people, can't do them speeds.
Mm-hmm.
One guy hit a chicken, and I think he had to pay like $3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. He had to
Mm-hmm.
compensate for that bird. The bird would have had so many eggs, they could have sold all them eggs, and then the bird have so many, they were gonna hatch so many chickens, and then oh please. He got off easy. Oh, I mentioned Yasuki. I didn't remember his name. The samurai, Daryl Blue put in there his name. I have forgotten the name directly, Yasuki. That was like in the 1400s too. I had found, I'm gonna tell you something I had found is that in that time period, pre-Yasuki and around the time of Yasuki, I had found a source that was saying that the samurai were getting that that metal to make the sword. They were getting that from Northwest Africa, up there by the Dogon. Matter of fact, the Dogon still hold the methodology of how to make it. They use ant hills to make the to make the metal. There's some kind of ant hill method, and that metal was used by prize metal for the Yasuki. I mean for the samurai, and what's the other thing? Of course, now they started using that meteorite stuff, about the meteorite swords and stuff like that. But I'm saying around the time of Yasuki, and there are meteorite metals in around the planet. I mean, they just fall on the planet. You might find them anywhere. They call them meteorites. And but anyway, the sword material, the actual metal was forged, was created in up there by the Dogon, north of where the Dogon are now. So what's that? North Central Africa, like that, south of the Sahara, more or less. But the Sahara has, the Sahara wasn't always what it is today. So it's difficult to explain that except to say by north of the Dogon. And the Dogon still know the methodology.
Yeah.
Okay, then beautiful. Mm-hmm. Daryl Blue say Yasaki was the first non-Japanese to become a samurai. Yes. And they did have a rumor going around that said, in order to be a samurai, a true samurai, you must at least have a drop of black blood. And maybe that's where the one drop comes from. The one
Hmm.
drop rule.
Yeah.
It's possible. Yes. I'm with it. I ain't tripping. I ain't got no problem with nobody. Man. I didn't dealt with different cultures and stuff like that. Most people are ready for us to become us. Oh yeah. My student is from Mali. His father anyway is from Mali. His lineage is from Mali. One of my students. He's living in France. He was born in France, but his father is from Mali. Mali, it says. Mali. But see, what people might be curious, what are you going to say? How to say this? Might be interested in understanding is people have moved around. What you see today is not what was happening 700 years ago. People have moved, migrations have happened. You see somebody over in Ecuador, you be like, well, see, they from Ecuador. They've been in Ecuador. No, 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 no. People have moved. Even the Dogon have moved. And the Igbo have moved. Everybody moves, man. The whole thing is a movement and stuff like that. That's why I say before the people who are in Japan now moved to Japan. It was somebody else there. They moved to there. These movements are happening. You can look over if you just look over, there's some kind of thing, a map, it's called, a time map, it's called, .org or something. And it'll show you how the map shows even the concept of the land mass changing with each map. 1300 map, the map of the 1300s don't look like the map of the 1700s. The map of the 1700s don't look like the map of the 2000s because they got no, in the 1700s, like they didn't even know about the Gullah Islands in the 1700s. They couldn't make no map about something they don't know about. So in the 2000s, yeah, they on the map. But in the 1300s, that map don't even know about America because they didn't even know about America in that time period. You see what I'm saying? So the map and the concept of land and all that stuff is constantly morphing all the time because life, your life, our lives is so short on a whole. We don't get to see the cycle of life. That's why a lot of times people say, hey, like even my aunt, she's a buck five, right? 105 years old. She's seen more cycles. She's seen a lot of cycles to where she just kick back and laugh too. She'd be like, oh yeah, this and that and the other. But you haven't seen any cycles. When something happened to you, it's like, ooh, 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 because you ain't seen nothing. You think this stuff is new. You think it's new and whatever the rest of that stuff go with new just for you. And oh, but see, you weren't, see, I'm living at the same time you're living, yet you're telling me that I lived in a different time, even though I'm living in the time that you're living. You see how crazy that is? But I understand. It's like little Indian Pigeon Feather Bay said, is whatever crazy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the concepts that you have in your mind because you think they tell you, and in the 1300s and before, north, what you see up north, the map was inverted. The map used to have, Europe at the bottom, but now they changed it to Antarctica versus Arctica. They have Arctica at the top and Antarctica at the bottom of most maps now. But that happened like they did with the thing they call the Gulf of Mexico versus the Gulf of America. So now the man is attempting to force everybody to say Gulf of America. In the next generation, they won't even know nothing except the Gulf of America. And then from then on, that's how it goes. Oh, thank you, Feather Bay. You make me proud. One love.
Mm.
But pseudo or not, I'm for our people becoming our people and behaving like a people. That's my goal. La di da, the rest of that story. Yep. And I don't think we have any enemy, personally. I don't think anyone can be our enemy. No one has the power to hurt us.
Power.
I don't think anyone has the power to hurt us. We have no enemy.
Oh.
That might be the problem. We just think we have an enemy. We're scared like we got an enemy, but we don't got one.
Yeah.
So it's what is fear? Fear is something made, what they got, the acronym thing. I forget what it is. It's an acronym. False appearance. It's something, forget how they do it. But that's all that is fear. It's not real. It's in the mind. That's why I say to people, look, if you allow your mind to control you, you are in trouble. I'm telling you right now, when you allow your mind to control you, you are in trouble. The mind, as we all know, can be controlled by outside forces. We all know that. Yeah, thank you, Asiatic. False evidence appearing real. We all know the mind can be controlled by outside forces. They got mind control over here. They got mind control over here. Mind control over here. Advertising and marketing is all about mind controlling. It's the art of mind controlling. They know how to control your mind, and now you're going to let your mind, who you know can be controlled by someone else, now you're going to let that control you? What are you doing? Use your mind like any other tool. It's like a hammer. Use it on nails. Don't use it for other stuff. Use it on nails. Actually, the mind functions more like a computer. So how do you brush your teeth with your computer? You see what I'm saying? Use your mind what it's supposed to be used for, to figure out things and stuff, not to scare you. Don't let your mind, anything that comes in your mind to scare you, just laugh at it. Just laugh at it. Because you can't use your mind or your computer for toilet paper. You understand? The mind is like a computer. Don't use your computer for toilet paper. I'm just suggesting, that's all. And it can be controlled by outside forces readily. Your mind can be controlled by outside forces easily, and probably already is. It's called indoctrination, and you know about it. This would be one thing if you didn't know. You can plausible deniability in that case, but let your mind rule you, man, please. Better recognize. Oh, let me do this. Thank you. The easiest and quickest way to recognize what I'm saying about your mind goes
Mm,
like this. Count silently from 1 to 100.
mm,
Count silently from 1 to 100. When you do that, what you do, I'm gonna tell you the whole thing because it's very simple. The whole thing. What you do is you're giving your mind an order. You're telling your mind to do something. And since the mind is like a computer, counting, it's obsessed. It's obsessed with ones and zeros. So give it a job of counting. Count from 1 to 100. Usually, the mind will not do it because it's like an unruly horse that you haven't been, you know, ruling. It's been ruling you, unruly child. So now your mind may make it to 25 before it stops. Send it back to the beginning. Don't start back at 25 and go, I left off at not gonna fuck all that. Start back at this is how you control your mind. Make it go all the way back to zero and start again and reach 100 silently. Because if you start saying it loud, your mind will trick your body into the task because your muscle memory will repeat a lot of numbers just on muscle memory. Your body has that muscle memory. So you have to do it silently
mm,
where your mind only prevails. Your mind prevails in the silence. So now at that point, your mind has to do the work. And you keep a check on your mind and make sure that it gets from 1 to 100 flawlessly.
mm,
Don't let it stop. Don't let it take no breaks. Force it to go from 1 to 100. Now you are using mind control. Now you're controlling your own mind. And the one who is telling the mind to
mm.
start, no, go back to 100, that's you. The mind is the one that's doing the counting and trying not to do it because it's, of course, not used to you taking control. I'm telling you how to control your mind. See, it's easy.
So when you gonna come out with your book, man?
Yeah, when somebody comes to me and helps me write it, that's what I'll come out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They're not gonna be able to remember all that stuff you talking about.
Counting to 100 silently
Not just
doesn't
that,
take.
all the stuff you talk about.
Okay.
Yeah. We in the short attention span era. That's why.
Well, I got that stuff on my what do you call it? My YouTube channel. Almost everything I say is already on there.
Okay.
I don't know if I can pull that shit up. I'll see. My computer then went haywire. I got to turn it off. But this is it. It says the a as far as the book. So far, there because of the way taught, I was taught that culture should not be sold
Mm-hmm.
to our own people.
That's zeros instead of the letter O.
No, those are letter O, triple
Oh,
O.
the letter O.
Yeah, those are the initials of my name, triple O. Yeah, my official initials, triple O. And I got like 200. There's so many, I don't know. But all the stuff I be saying is on there. I just be reiterating and la di da. But like I did that thing about counting to 100, what that took about less than a minute. Yeah, other stuff is easy. It takes less time, and it don't take a lot of time. It just because it's not being presented to the people in a way that they can understand it. Maybe I don't know, but it don't take a lot of time. You don't need 15 books, and you got to pay this much money, or you got to go to this college and that college to learn this stuff. Man, come on, this stuff takes a few seconds, and then you go about your business.
Mm.
You know, the idea is like the exercise about the separating the mind. It's one exercise. It's like 5 exercises, or well, it's more than that. It's all kind of exercises you could do to separate, so you can see what the mind is. So you can, excuse me, so you can realize, because this is all about realization. You realize what the mind is, and then you realize it is not you. Because all this time it's been convincing us that we are our mind. Even in this community, they be talking about the pseudo community with the new woke and all that. They be talking about, and the universe is all mind. I'd be like, see, they lying to the people, see, because they want to misdirect the people. And if you get in the game, you can help the misdirection by people think you planned it. Like Bashai, what's his name? You know, the little colored boy from Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
He was over there with he went to jail or something. I forget. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know you're talking
Brothers
about.
are polite.
Yeah.
You say some of the real stuff. You got an idea about what the real stuff is, even if you haven't realized it yourself. You have a cranial knowledge. You know what I mean by that? You read books. You memorize shit. That's cranial knowledge, but that's not realization. You understand that? Anyway, there's a difference between the two. And so, with that cranial knowledge, they can talk, and people will think, "Oh, they know stuff." And they write books and all this stuff, and they charge people and all this stuff, and they can make money on it. And it's called a grift. That's what you call a grift, right? Okay, so but the realization now rarely comes in. All they're doing is cranial knowledge and stuff, and that's more like something you can buy and sell as a commodity, you know. But culture is something you must inculcate. It's not cranial knowledge. It's something you realize it, and once you realize it, it becomes you. It becomes you. You become it. Like when you eat a sandwich, and the
Mm-hmm.
sandwich could be bread,
Mm-hmm.
mayonnaise, lettuce,
Yeah.
tomato, hamburger. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You eat it, and
Mm-hmm.
it all becomes you.
Yeah. Just like that. Yeah. You are what you eat. So
And it all becomes you. That's almost magical in a way, thinking about it. Damn, it all becomes you. No matter what, it can be a carrot, a watermelon, piece of chicken. It's chicken until you eat it. Then it becomes you. That is fantastic. Fan fucking tastic. And in a sense, that's called sovereignty. This is, and you know what? I just thought about that. It just came to me, right? So this is like a realization. That's true. That's a realization of sovereignty, right there. When you eat, it becomes you. You don't become it. When it becomes you, you're in trouble. I mean, you know, when you become it, you're in trouble. You eat chicken and you become a chicken, that's a problem. You eat beef and you start behaving like a beef, just laying around lazy and fat and stupid. That's a problem. I'm just saying, what I eat becomes me. I'm not going the other way and let what I eat, I become it. Oh, that's Chad. Chad, you funny. You say you reevaluate. No,
Mhm.
that's beautiful. Like I said, Camille, I'll do a book. I'll do 5 books if you want to. I have several of them all ready to go if you want them. But someone has to help me with that enterprise. I have a lot of enterprises. My stove and oven are crowded with enterprise. I got a lot of stuff on the front burner, the back burner, and in the stove. So you're staying warm. So if you want to do book things, sure, I do that, la di da. But I don't have no more room in my oven. So if somebody want to help me, and we can do it on, you know what I mean, and then get it done on no problem. But I just got rid of. We were just talking about that red clay. I just got rid of 4 or 5 outfits. Now I got to make
Mhm.
more clothes. Fortunately, I made some clothes a couple of months ago, and so I got a few things still I could wear. But I got to get rid of them outfits, man. And mostly, I burn my clothes. I don't throw them out. I burn them. When I was up north, I would put them out for people to get them because I make coats and stuff like that. Coats and jackets and heavy stuff. And some people don't have that winter wear. So when I get rid of it, I offer it, they can have it. Take it to Goodwill or what have you. But when it's stained and ugly like this dirt is doing my clothes. Oh, you know what else, Dave?
Mhm.
Aloe vera
Mhm.
makes a nice red stain in anything you put it on.
Mhm.
Oh, I mean, it's indelible. That red stain it's a dye. And I got aloe, so I'm working with the aloe, not thinking about it, or maybe even I put some on my body or something. Now all my clothes are red, got the red dye. And that other thing too, the one that really surprised me was the bananas. When the banana is cut, the tree drips. When the tree drips, it's clear. That drip is clear. When it dries, it's red on your clothes, on my clothes. That one surprised me because I got a lot of bananas. But a friend of mine called me yesterday. I mean, yeah, I think they called. Oh no, I called him yesterday and gave me a good idea about how to start selling my stuff. So I got a bunch of little baby trees, fruit trees, ganja trees, all kind of trees, flowers. I'm gonna start doing flowers too and selling them because I got about 50 right now. I separated them up. I got 50 already, just not even trying. So I got an idea about how to get them sold. Put them on the internet. Take photographs, put it on the internet, let them sell they stuff. That way I don't have to take them nowhere. Getting used to the using the tools available at this time, right? Staying up to date with what's available, and then a lot of things could be done quickly with a lot less effort. Just have to start staying up with the time and thinking creativity. creatively, and with a sovereign mindset. This is sovereignty. When you eat, anybody say, well, what is this sovereignty thing you're talking about?
Mm.
Tell them just like I'm telling you. When you eat, what you eat becomes you. That is the best definition of sovereignty I've ever heard. And an insovereign person is when they eat, they become what they eat. That person is insovereign. They eat chicken and become a scary little chicken and start behaving like a chicken. That person is insovereign. When they behave, they eat beef and start behaving like a beef, lazy, fat, and just standing around eating, just a living mouth. Because that's all beef is, a living mouth. It don't do nothing else. All it do is eat till it get big, and then something else eats it. It's a living mouth. And now you're going to become like a living mouth? Then no, you have no sovereignty. You are correct. When you eat and whatever you eat becomes you, now you're on to something. That's sovereignty. Just that easy. You're a funny guy. That's beautiful, man. That was there's a movie. The name of it was Night Freak.
Mm.
I actually saw it on YouTube. Where see the guy that was up the scenery is in France, right? So the guy is a misanthrope, not a misanthrope. What they call them when they gotta hide them in the basement. Their children, they never leave the basement. Kind of children. They all malformed and stuff like that. Autistic or something. I forget the name they call them when they like that. But they got one of their children, they had to hide him in the basement. So he rarely got out, right? But he had, he learned how to talk and stuff, but he was crazy, mad, deformed. So they got him in the basement, and over there they got these it's like they got yeah, right. They got they got like castles, but they little houses, so you can go down and they got rooms and stuff. So they were keeping in the basement behind lock and key. So they got visitors upstairs. They doing regular living upstairs, but this fool in the basement. He's been turned 20 something. So he finds a way to get out. He gets out and molests one of the guests, and he don't know that you're not supposed to really eat. Ah, so after the woman finished screaming, you realize this boy here that they need to put a bigger lock on his door. But it's called, the name of it is actually Castle Creek. That was a wild movie. The French wild. It was only a movie. But you know what I say about a lot of movies, though? The idea is the movie, and the idea was in somebody's head. The fact that an idea like that would even come to anyone's head, to me, is, by itself. They don't even have to make them. You got what? You was thinking what? Hey, I don't know. That's that. Hey, my weed don't get me high like that. So did the weather come up? It's like 80 degrees or something like that over there. Hey, Dale,
Yeah.
what happened to your panel, man? All day it's just been you and a plus one with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weekend, man. Everybody's
And a holiday weekend.
yeah,
You did say that. And it's a holiday weekend.
yeah.
It ain't it's no weekend.
Yeah,
It's,
I put the psycho link in the channel. He probably get going in a minute.
oh, sure, man.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be beautiful. Psycho got the, you know, psycho issues.
Yeah, it got up to 80 yesterday. I don't know if it'll get that hot today, but
Mm-hmm.
came out.
It came up. It's looking nice here. It's beautiful.
Mm.
The weather's outstanding. Not too hot, not too cold, windy enough to keep you know, fresh, to keep it
Yeah.
everything fresh air, fresh everything. Mm-hmm. So what is it? Oh yeah, it's time. I'll be going up and getting my car wash. Let them open up first. Make sure they. But I already talked to the people there.
Mm.
Just have to. Yeah, yeah. That's gonna be nice too, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have to empty it out first. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I empty it out and then go right up. You know, everything is uphill.
Yeah.
Everything is uphill. That's funny.
Yeah. At least when you come back, you know you're going down. So.
That's how I left the mechanic's office because when I left where he worked at,
Mm.
the thing was already on E. You know what I mean? And the light had already come on for the gas.
Yeah.
So E, and I said, well, it's all downhill. So I just coasted downhill. A few
Yeah.
spots I needed gas, but most of it was downhill.
Mm-hmm.
Right to the gas station. No
Yeah.
problem. You're right about that. Downhill all the way. So how you feeling about school, man? That's working out good for you. I mean, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I should have been on this 20 years ago, man. Better late than never, huh?
Hey, better late than never. That's how I look at it. Better late than never.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. As long as the guy say the only time you fail is when you stop trying.
Mm-hmm.
And see, the thing that I grew up on was Hogan's Heroes. You remember that little show, Hogan's Heroes,
Yeah.
about the war prisoners? They were in prison, but they were running the prison. So when people tell me, "Oh yeah, see, you don't realize, see, we lost, see, we on the low," I'd be like, "Y'all don't see what's happening, man. We running the prison, y'all. We Hogan's Heroes type of attitude. You don't give up. You play the game from whatever position you're in.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just say, oh, because I'm in prison, I gotta stop. No, you keep playing the game. Just play it from where you at. But some people give up. Yeah, well, see, we might as well admit they took over and we done and they in control. I'd be like wanting to kick somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stand that attitude. Oh yeah, we ain't got no power. I'd be, oh, Do you talk to your children with that mouth? That's ugly. That's child abuse. I would never tell my child we ain't got no
Mm.
man. I can't even imagine how to do that.
Mm.
I couldn't face my child with that and say that to them. No. Oh no. That's setting a precedent for them to say the same garbage. No, I'm not doing that. Not to my children. And in a way, it's kind of funny because my children think like I do. And it's difficult to find people who think like that for them, like to be friend, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because ain't nobody thinking on that level. Most people just, well, I got my job and you got them Gucci's, gal? You know, however they bring the game is still, you know, they still bringing the European game to them and they not with it. So they feel sometimes like, you know, damn, they feel like they space people or aliens because, you know, it's hard to read. No one relates to that consciousness, that awareness, the realization that, you know, what is. When you realize that all energy is free, you know, that's just a natural thing in the world. All energy is free. That's very difficult for people to realize. So they talk in terms of free energy when all energy is free. I put that on what's his boy name? Sanchez. I put that on his, you know, commented on his show that all energy is free. They're talking about free energy. Is there anything that, man, please, all energy is free. They're talking crazy because they're in a box and they're trying to talk their way out of the box by using the tools that are in the box. But the tools that are in the box won't allow you to talk your way out of the box.
Yeah.
You don't need the tools. Just yourself. Like I did with the thing about counting to 100. Just you. Your mind will figure everything out later. You're trying to use your mind to figure out how to get out of the box. You'll never get out of the box. But if you just realize that you are not your mind, then you can send your mind and say, hey, figure out how to get out of this box for me. Get back at me in a few minutes or whenever you figure it out. And let your mind go figure that shit out. Your mind will figure it out. The mind is a grand computer. It figures out stuff like crazy. The possible, what it can do is, it's like, wow. But when it's in the position like it's controlling and they think, you know, the mind is you thinking the mind is you're limiting your own mind. It can't do what it's supposed to do. It don't have the freedom because now it's too dependent. You're too dependent on it. You're trying to use your mind, your computer to wipe your butt. That ain't gonna work. You're too dependent on it. You're trying to brush your teeth with it. You're trying to do everything with your mind. You can't do everything with your computer. But the things you can do with your computer are fabulous. And that's what I'm saying about the mind. And the things you can do with your mind are fabulous. Just stop. You're actually abusing your mind by thinking you are it. You're abusing it. That's like letting your 2-year-old child run your household. That's crazy. You know your mind can be easily influenced by outside forces, like a 2-year-old, a teenager or something. Yet you let that mind run things. What are you doing? You have to take control of your mind. Man. Do that exercise often. Count to 100 silently. You have to do it silently. So your mind, you know, can't trick you. Because it's used to being in control and it prefers to be in control. But once you set it straight in control, it'll do anything you say. Jump through hoops, all kinds of stuff. Mind is Nice. Terrible thing to waste. The mind is a terrible thing to waste. So use it, control it, use it, control it. Most governments and stuff like that, dictators and stuff, they don't want you to use your mind. They don't even want a doctrine of using your own mind out in the public. Not allowing your mind to control you, control it. They be like, use your mind. You see, you gotta. Okay. Well, use it to count. Use it to do what computer stuff do. You going home or you trying to figure out, oh yeah, how do I get to Fred's house? He's over on 46th Street. Your mind gonna tell you how to get to 46th Street from wherever you are. It's gonna tell you what you need to do and you got to get some gas on the way, because this gas you got ain't gonna get to 46th Street. That's your mind. Your mind figure all that stuff out. It's a logistics expert. The mind is a logistics expert. Allow it to be that. Don't try to wipe your butt with it. Let it be the logistics expert, because that's what it does. That's what it is. Anytime you want to figure out something, submit it to the logistics expert. But don't try to get the logistics expert to think it's you and control you. Even a lawyer, like people get a lawyer. Well, my lawyer said, yeah, that's nice. But guess what? The lawyer works for you. When you start working for your lawyer, well, my lawyer said I should do this, I should do that. Yeah. Is he in your corner? Is he working on your behalf? See, these are the things that people don't even question. And they just go do what the lawyer says. Now you working for the lawyer. You're paying him and doing what he says. That's crazy. To me, that's crazy. You get the lawyer's advice and then you make the decision. As long as you're letting the lawyer make the decisions for you, because Trump be telling them lawyers, hey, do this, do that. And them lawyers go do this and do that. They lose their license. They get kicked off the bar, all that stuff. But shit, he ain't going to let them determine which way he go. That's crazy. They work for him. But we allow the things that supposedly work for us to tell us what to do. The mind's supposed to work for us. Don't let it tell you what to do. Make suggestions, okay, give you advice, no problem. Meanwhile, the decision maker is you, not your mind. Your mind can be scared. The mind start telling you stuff like, man, if we do that, Billy might do this. And then you know what Barbara gonna say. You don't know none of that shit. The mind don't know none of that stuff, but your mind is so scared. Mostly because the mind is finite. Yeah. Did I do that right? Yeah. Mostly because the mind is finite. It knows that it has an expiration date. Just like the body knows it has an expiration date. It will expire. The mind will expire like a computer.
At some point.
What you say?
At some point, yeah.
But you, the real you, never expires. You could say, okay, you become a star in the sky. You can become raw consciousness, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. But the real you never expires. The real you, sometimes, see, we back in the day, especially, like when we were back in the day, I say when we were colored, we see a little baby, be like, damn, that's just her grandmother. We didn't even have to know the baby or the baby's grandmother, but we can tell that baby is her grandmother in spirit. Because we were tuned in to our own people and our own vibration and our own cycles, right? And then somebody said, yeah, how did you know that she looked just, yeah, she sure do look like, and they'll show you a picture of a woman that is this baby's grandmother. It's the same spirit, but not the same memory. The memory goes with the mind. That's why, hey, I'm just saying the spirit is continuous. Now you can train your mind. Once you control your mind can take your memory with you, because it's an exercise that you really have to work at. That ain't no count to 100 type of stuff. But I'm understanding. I don't have that experience, but I'm understanding that under extreme conditions and like bodybuilding. So now you're doing mind building. So I call that extreme conditions, because everybody gonna be no bodybuilder. They're still in good shape. But a bodybuilder is going into extreme condition. So I'm saying a mind builder, you build your mind to the extreme condition. I am told that you can bring the memory across with you as well. But the spirit itself, it never dies. It's impossible. But the mind and the body, of course, they go away. That's our lineage. That's how we come through our grandchildren. That's our purpose for caring about our grandchildren, is because they will provide the vessels for us to come back. But we seem to have lost the understanding of it, talking about we going to stay in heaven forever. Who's going to? They already got us by their name. Do you know why don't nobody call their children Hitler? Because they know you start calling that name, you're going to call that vibration, and that vibration will show up. Like people call my name on here. You see I show up because you're calling a vibration. You can say a name like it ain't nothing, but that's how y'all got your names. It was given to me by, they just give it to you. It's not divine. Some things are divine. And you get up in that, hey, I'm just saying, what I mean by that is beyond the physical, beyond your rationale. That's what I mean by divine. Beyond your rationale. I'm not saying nothing about, whatever else you attribute to that word. The only reason I would suggest to you, pure black, that it's a state of perpetual confusion is because you are confused. Mm-hmm. Even random events have a rhythm and a pattern. So-called random events, anyway. The confusion sets in when you either being too myopic, you're standing too close. What they say, too close to the forest to see the trees. Or you're too far away. But yeah, everything is interesting. Everything is beautiful. Life is good. One should enjoy it to the highest degree. One should definitely enjoy it to the highest degree. To me, that's why we come here, is to enjoy this experience. Naturally speaking, our people are happy, joyful, and full of love. On the natural, that's how we live. Whether we making rockets or we making whatever we do, that's our natural inclination. And to me, that's why we're here. We're here to enjoy this experience. It's only a short time. We just come here like going to an amusement park. This is an amusement park. Oh, you going to Earth? Yeah, man. Oh, you gonna enjoy it there, man. Watch out though. You know that this is an amusement park.
You, finally. Who is it that let me up? Goldmine?
Hey there, mean.
Hey, is that Wale? Wale, what's up, Elder?
Wale.
Wale.
Hey, what's up with it?
Yeah, what's good?
Life is good, man.
Hey, Wale,
Life
where
is
do you get that name? Mountain Gator.
molten gator.
Mountain Gator. What does it mean and where does it come from? Where did it
Let
come
me.
from?
I'll try to. I will answer both, but I had trouble with, like I said, my computer, and it wouldn't give up the information I was trying to seek from it. So I'll seek that because I got the definition right here. I hope
Mm.
I can show it to you. That molten gator. It was given to me by elder. Uh, wow, less than 100 days before he passed. He and I, because I speak to my elders as much as I can, right? And I was talking to him one day. I forget what we were talking about exactly. It might come to me later. And he said, "Man, you are a molten gator." He said, "That's you. You the molten gator." I said, "What?" He spelled it out, and then he made sure I looked it up before we got off the phone. He said, "No, I want you to look it up now." I said, "Oh, I'll check out with it." He said, "You can check out what it means." I said, "Okay, I'll check it out later." He said, "No, do it now. Ain't got time." So I looked it up. He had me read it out to him to make sure that was the one he wanted to make sure I got the thing. He said, "Yeah, that's you."
Oh,
So I'll give you the definition in just a few minutes. I'm coming up on it now. I went and looked it up and I put it in my file here. Oh, I just found it. And I'll put it, copy and paste it. And then you can see. There it
I'm
is.
getting a few definitions, but it's all
Okay, well,
coming
this is
from Urban Dictionary. So Urban Dictionary is like for slang words and really undefined words, like made up words. But I want to hear
okay.
your definition though.
I just put it in the back chat and the what you call it, YouTube chat.
Okay.
A thoroughbred racehorse that dominates the field, aided by the energy of 10,000 motherfuckers.
Yeah, I got something similar to that. Let me read it here. Yeah, it's saying similar, but it didn't say the racehorse thing though.
What it say?
All right. Specifically a mythical alligator, but it's like 10,000
Are you
motherfuckers,
re-
a
are you
mean,
reading?
a
Are you
mean, a mean swamp monster. Euphemism for motherfucker. Used along the Gulf Coast of African. Used along the Gulf Coast by African Americans.
Yeah, you on the Gulf Coast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
I
Gulf
see
Coast?
another something like something from
The
Tennessee.
Gulf Coast.
A man that live in the woods of Tennessee.
I didn't hear you read it though. It sounded like you would started reading it and then you started talking and maybe you went back to reading it. So I don't know what the definition is. Can you copy and paste it so I can read it, or put a link so I can see what
I'm
you're
reading
asking?
it off my phone. That's why. All right. It says
Oh,
Molten Gator 1. Uh, Gargantium or immense, like large. 2, 10,000 motherfuckers. 3, a mean ass swamp monster, specifically a mythical alligator with 2 heads. And 4, euphemism for motherfucker, used along the Gulf Coast by African Americans.
That sounds right. I'm good. All of that plays in, I'm sure.
Yeah, you could get the context of the word from all those
But this,
definitions.
this definition is the one he gave. He was satisfied I got the right definition. That's why he had me read it, because he said he knows there are other definitions like you were talking about. He wanted to make sure I got this definition. So this is the one I use. But I appreciate you looking it up, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much someone like a Muhammad Ali in his prime would have been a mountain gator. Or like a Mike Tyson in his prime. You know, a Jordan, a Wale. It's really someone that dominates to the point where other people think there is something mythical going on. But it's just pure dominance, pretty much.
Aided by the one definition I looked up said aided by the power of 10,000 ancestors. I saw that one, but that's not the one he wanted me to use, that definition. So I just go by what he did, what he offered.
At least everyone knows the name, knows the meaning. Y'all know why Wale wear that badge. Loud and proud.
Yeah, man, Molten Gator. Ain't no doubt about it. The elder before him gave me my gold hell of a nigga badge.
Oh.
Yeah, card. Just a card. Hell of a nigga. He said, man, you're a hell of a nigga. He got one too. He had one. I said, what you talking about? He said, I gotta get you a card. I said, what you talking about? He said, I got one because he a hell of a nigga. Yeah. That's beautiful. I suggest everyone, as often as you can, talk to people who are, older than you or something. Whatever you could do. They've seen cycles you haven't seen, man. They've witnessed things that you might be able to put together that they haven't even been able to put together. But they have that experience. And then when you're speaking with them, they'll tell you the experience and they may not even know the significance of it, but you do. It's significant for you. Y'all missing a lot because you got your mind made up.
I know what the online media shit kind of skewed that, because on YouTube, most people I talk to on YouTube is older than me, way older than me. But the level of information, the quality of information, I don't know. So now when I talk to older people in real life, I'm kind of just analyzing the quality of information coming from them. And I'm like, older really doesn't mean wiser. Older just mean more experience. Yeah. Live longer. Yeah. But wiser, nah. So I don't really talk to old people seeking wisdom anymore, because yeah, YouTube kind of fucked that up. I ain't gonna lie. YouTube kind of dropped Molten Gator on that one.
What is wisdom to you?
Rational thought, a sense of logic, understanding, being able to make accurate prediction or produce something of use or value.
And you see that as wisdom?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's look the word up for a minute because I want to see
Oh, you
what
asked me
the.
for my definition. You didn't ask me for the
I got that,
dictionary
Bob.
definition.
I got that already, cousin. I understand what I asked you. I asked you that specifically before I even really thought to even deal with a dictionary. Now I'm saying because I thought you were going to say the same thing that I would have said, but you did not. And so now I got to look it up and see, what they say about their words. I think there's the Oxford Dictionary. Yeah, they like to use Oxford. So they got all kind of different things here and stuff like that about.
Read the one that fits your that complements your definition. I know they're gonna give a few different, but read the one that correlates closely with yours,
Okay, hold on.
and I will see how much it differ from mine.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, damn. Got to hold up a whole another word. Hold on. Bye bye. Bye. You know it's a compound word, so I'm not going to bother you with that part, right?
Yeah, it
Because,
has the word wise in it. I guess
yeah, because
wise would be the root word of wisdom.
actually the definition goes to wise because I looked up wisdom and they say, oh, you want wisdom? You got to check with wise because with that dome is just a suffix. It's
Okay,
not.
you could. I said it with wise. Wise is
We'll,
good. It's not a shift. Wise is okay.
it's and wise as an adjective. It's an adjective. It describes something. Yes, I guess
Yeah.
that's what adjective means. And it reads verbatim: having or showing experience, knowledge, and good judgment.
Okay.
The, one time, just the other day, not maybe this month, last month, something like that. I looked up the word expert. You're familiar with that word, expert? You know what expert means? I was like, man,
Having knowledge in a particular field or having knowledge of a particular situation, I'm guessing that's where my definition would lead. I know that's vastly different from the dictionary, but let's stick to wise before we go to expert. From
no problem.
wise,
All of that.
having experience, knowledge, and you said something else. Experience, knowledge, and
Good
what's
judgment.
good judgment. That's what
Yes.
I'm saying. I don't really look to older people for wisdom no more because a lot of them lack knowledge. They have experience. I give them that, but
hmm
the knowledge in how the world is, the direction the world is going now, and to sustain yourself. We're not living back in the stone era where you could sustain yourself just off the land and drink river water and plant cassava. We're not living like that. We're living in an era where to sustain yourself, we got to use this thing called, you go back to the mind, the brain. We got to, as you said, do the mental gymnastic and exercise the mind. I find that the older people aren't really doing that because they lack knowledge in basic science, basic maths, just basic principle of physics of how the world work. So with that, I can't trust their judgment. So no, I don't look
Matter
at
of fact, a
I
part
look
of the
at them
same.
as old and experienced, but not so much wise anymore.
I got all that. I see what you're saying. I read your position exactly. What I would ask you about your position is this: where are you going to get your food from? I
Uh,
mean, you study this, you're doing the electronics, you got all of that stuff you mentioned, but you still got to eat. And yet you say we're not doing that eat and grow food stuff no more. That's
we
old time.
are. A part
I
of
don't-
science is dedicated towards agriculture. We got agri farming industry, that focus on sustainable food production and management. That when I say sustainable, that could sustain large population, not just a household family, but as I said, the direction that the world is going is not in the archaic era where you could live off, you could plant a planting and drink river water. It's not that. We're going in an era now where you got to focus on developing new ways of farming. You can't just depend on the soil, on the old ways, and leave it to chance. No, you have to depend on more precise ways where if my yield supposed to be 10,000 kilo of strawberries, based on the science and the engineering going into all of this, I'm gonna get 10,000 kilo of strawberries. And it's not up to chance if the rain fall or if the bugs fly, as I said. But your way might work, but it's not sustainable for a large population.
Do you know any place that the thing that you are describing is happening?
Yes, in the marijuana industry. Most weed that we smoke grows inside of a big warehouse, huge warehouse.
Smoke this shit
with artificial lights, irrigation system,
cousin. Hold on, man. Before we go down this lane, and there's useful.
I'm just saying that's one part of agriculture, the marijuana. Most tomatoes that we eat also grow inside of these warehouses. All the mushroom, all the commercial mushroom grows inside of a warehouse. So I know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying stick to food. You had ventured off into something else.
Commercial mushroom is food. Tomatoes are food.
Okay, as long as it's with food, I'm good.
Could be considered food in some instance.
If that's what you want to say, you do your thing, baby. I don't know.
I'm just giving you a few, but if you're talking about the vegetable industry, lettuce, kale, asparagus, and all those things, they're growing. They're not farming them outside. Yes, they still farm outside, but now they're moving them to indoor, artificial light, hydroponic system, huge 300, 2,000 square foot warehouse growing just lettuce or just growing greens.
That's so beautiful. Yes,
the reason why they do that is to eliminate pest, disease, and to again ensure a certain amount of yield when harvest time.
Oh, that's so
they're
beautiful.
Focusing on profit. To set up those things costs probably thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars just to set up the infrastructure. So profit is a part of the business. And
I think you're correct.
No, yeah, it's true.
No, I think you're correct. You should follow your thought and continue with that. But please do that.
You still got people that does backyard farming, but again,
hey man, like you say, that ain't for you. Don't do it.
I'm not saying it's not for me.
Oh, it is for you.
It's not for everyone, and it's not long term, especially for large population. So someone have to focus on the guy in the suit and tie who lock himself in a building for 8 hours per day in front of a computer. He has to eat too. He doesn't have time to go plant bananas, but he still enjoy a smoothie. So someone like me have to go plant some bananas, maybe use a hydroponic system, grow bananas in Canada, and then sell it to that guy, to the guy who make the juice, and then the juice guy sell it to the guy in the office who sits around his computer, never seen a banana tree, but enjoys banana smoothie. That's how the world works.
That's how it's been doing it. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's how the society works.
That's how you say that's how the world works. Let me be perfectly clear. When you're talking about the world, you're talking about the society in which you live in, economically speaking. And so,
I'm talking about
I know. Let me finish my statement, man. You're going to interrupt me. I'll stop talking, and you can talk. Okay, so what I'm saying is the world is the circle. The world means a circle that you deal in, and then you're dealing in this Western world circle of economics and capitalism. That's how it works. You are correct 100. Knowing that is important. You are also correct 100. And knowing that it's a world, which means there's something outside of it, is even more important to me. That's what I wanted to say. I agree with you. Do your thing.
Not a lot of small time farmers can fully sustain themselves off their farm alone. Some people do it, but to what quality of life, to what degree? Most small time farmers still goes to the market, still goes to the grocery store and spend money buying from big pharma because there is stuff that they need that they do not grow for themselves. Literally, that's just how the world works. Even if you're the guy who live off the grid, thinking you're not a part of the world, you are a part of the world. You can't like outside the world is space, is outer space. And the last time I checked, we haven't found life up there. So all the life we know is here on earth inside of this world. There ain't nothing outside of it. Those who escape capitalism are under the protection of capitalists, like the Jawara people living in the jungle, the San people living in the Kalahara. Yeah, they're under the protection of capitalist government that says these people are indigenous and protected. But other than that, we all enjoy capitalists. We share it how we do. Some call it communist, some call it socialist, some call it Marxist, some call it capitalist, some call it preservation or living off the grid or whatever. We still a part of it.
Oh yeah, I'm proud of that. I was just responding to some of the stuff I see here in the stream. I mean, in the chat, because you have your perspective and I have a differing perspective. I'm not going to argue with you about it or just go back.
You might think I disagree with your perspective, but I don't. I just show you another perspective, which is which is obvious. I don't disagree with your perspective. I think the lesser you could lessen your footprint in capitalism, you should. The more self-sustaining you could be, you should. I'm all for that, but don't go crazy with it and thinking you're not a part of the world. That's what I'm saying, because you're still.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to you in a minute because I got a topic for you, and you're actually up here. I'm gonna deal with the people that sit down. The what they call them, the keyboard warriors. Yes, why not read from White Men Dictionary? I agree. We using their language. We should know what it means and use it correctly. Any language. When I speak Japanese, when I speak Arabic, I do the same thing. I go to their dictionary and I see what it means in their language. Okay, lunatic. Now I move forward to the next thing. Identity with hell. That cancels out flat earthers and free energy grifters. I have a comment about free energy. I just left that comment with Bro Sanchez. The comment is all energy is free. Pay attention. All energy is free. What you pay for is the harnessing, transversion, the delivery. But the energy itself, that's how they get paid. It's free. They go take it out of the ground or whatever, do whatever they got to do to harness it and then deliver it to your dumbass and you pay them. Just like the man was saying about, you can't be out there with the bananas. So you got to pay for the bananas, even though all of the bananas are free. You could plant a banana in your house any day you get ready. It's free. You can get banana. Meanwhile, there was something else. That was it. Just them two. I'm good.
I sort of agree with you. Energy, I wouldn't say all energy is free. I would put it a different way. Energy is all around you. You yourself is energy. Energy is pretty much everywhere. Everywhere something is, energy exists. But transferring that energy to a useful energy, a useful form of energy that you want to use to do work, to accomplish something, that's not free. You know, that part is not free. But again, energy is everywhere, is in different form. What form of energy you trying to, if you're, yeah, like making a fire, for instance, Wally. Making a fire with just pieces of dry wood, light a fire, use it to cook, whatever. That's free. That's energy. You know, if you want to consider that free, yeah. But you know, I wouldn't really argue with that. Energy is everywhere.
Oh yeah. This guy has some more crazy some crazy idea about talk about the weed paper thing would make itself. That's like, you know, I don't know why would somebody come up with an insane equivalency like that or analogy of that form, except it's insane. So I'll leave it at that and just move on. What I was gonna
Well,
say to you
that
about
is why I say the free part,
yeah,
because when you transfer that energy, that's
mhm,
not free.
yeah.
That is not free.
But moving forward, you were saying about disagreement or not to get disagreement. I said simply that I have a perspective and you have a perspective that are not the same perspective. And since I know for sure I'm not going to go back and forth arguing a perspective with you, it would seem stupid to me to be engaged in such an activity, that I would just move on from that, just knowing that's your perspective. So that when this perspective is when I understand or see how you behave, I realize that you're behaving from a certain position that is determining your perspective.
You're saying that I have a bias.
Did I say bias? I don't remember
Well, if I'm
saying bias.
behaving from a certain position that determine my perspective, that's literally a bias. Because you're saying, based on
I don't
my
know. To look up
position, I
bias.
can't think outside of it, and I'm always going to lean towards this side. That's a
I didn't
bias.
say wow. I didn't say all of that. I have to look up bias because I don't remember saying bias. But hey, I don't know. Maybe I did. So the meaning of bias. Let's see what it says. Like I said, I don't know.
Where is Young Deity? Young Deity is a dictionary guy. He's a linguist.
Sure. Meanwhile,
He gives you meaning right off the riff.
yeah. Meanwhile, I still look it up, man. Come on. You think what did I was born this morning? No, about 10 seconds ago, I had to be born.
No, Wally, I know you wasn't born big. Everyone was born a baby.
Bias.
That's a Bob Marley song. The biggest man that ever been lived was once a baby. Think about that. Suge Knight, that was punching people in the face. He was a little baby once, crying for help.
Oh, I see.
Shoot
Now I
story
got
in the chat talking is BS. He was once a little baby, somewhere in Brooklyn.
okay. I had to look up another word. I looked up bias, and they say, "Hey, man, you want to know what bias means?
Yeah, there
Check
you go.
this word." oblique, bias, and oblique are the words that represent each other.
They must give you something else.
So I had to look up oblique. So they say bias comes from oblique. So I had to look up oblique to see what it means. Otherwise, I get all these kind of psychological things. And I didn't want psychological. I want to know what the word means. So what it means is, having a slanting direction or position.
Oh.
Neither perpendicular nor parallel. So when you said a bias, I say, hey, maybe, I don't know. I have to look bias up. Bias number 2, having the axis not perpendicular to the base, which is an oblique. So yeah, I guess I would say, yeah, that's your perspective. If that's the position that you're in and you're going to stay in that position, then sure, okay, then you would call it a bias. I would agree with you. Yes, no problem.
Bias, disproportionate weight in favor or against an idea or thing, usually in a way that is inaccurate, close-minded, prejudice, or unfair. Bias can be innate or learned. People may have bias for or against an individual, group, or a belief. In science and engineering, bias is a symmetrical error. Same thing as you said, but this is a more colloquial term. But at the end, they qualify what you said. It's a symmetrical error, leaning to one side, not perpendicular, parallel.
Well, I didn't want to get into the stuff about the personality or the psychological stuff about being unfair, using words like unfair and that kind of stuff. A person against a person. Yeah. But more to just stick with what that word actually means, and then we'll figure out how we want to use it later. But knowing what it means is important. Not knowing how it's used at this point, because once we know what it means, we can use it as we want after that. I don't want to know how it's used.
Your definition is more accurate, scientifically accurate. This one, it's giving you more of I guess, your own perspective on things, a philosophical meaning.
Oh, I thought Goldmine had came up.
I think he came up just to let us in. I think, yeah, let me in.
Okay.
He's in the chat.
I thought I saw some people in the chat that have what they call keys to the system. I think Identity with Hell has keys. I don't know about Trusorian. Him and Cuba to be bumping heads every now and then. They may not have keys to each other's cars.
True story.
You know how the goats be bumping heads. You know goats, how the behavior of goats. They be bumping heads, man. The first time I saw goats bumping heads, you know what was surprising to me?
When you saw the little goat try to bump the cow.
Oh, not the cow. I'm talking when both goats have horns and they bump heads. That's what goats do. period. Every goat species I've ever run across, that's what goats do. When they start feeling themselves around their adolescence,
Yeah.
they bump heads and then go there right until they go out of here.
They have a pocket of air. Some have a pocket of air or a layer of fat between the horn and their brain. And the brain is encased in a layer of fat. So that act like a shock absorber. That is why they don't like have a concussion after all of that.
But
Same
the thing
thing
that surprised
with woodpecker that keep drilling holes in the tree. Their head have to have something covering their brain to prevent their brain from shattering from all that bumping in the tree.
oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, but the ibex, the African ibex, the real mountain goats with the ridge, you see like the ridge line on their horn, like a ladder. Their horns grow like to like sometime like 6, I don't think 6, maybe 3 to 4 feet long. You got the blue sheep, the ibex. Yeah.
I cut one of those one day.
I mean cut one.
You know, I carve wood.
Oh,
I
so
cut
you
two
get
of them.
you.
I actually cut 2 of them.
What do you make? A
Huh?
horn? You made like a horn, like a device from it?
No, I say I carve wood.
Yeah, I heard that.
And the first one I made was a table. The head was underneath the table. The idea was to cut the head with the horns wrapping back around the ear like they do and come back down.
Oh, I
and
got
use
you. Made it from wood. You carve it from wood.
correct. And then I
Yeah.
put a glass top on it so you can see the item underneath it.
You link up with other people in Jamaica that does carving.
Oh, sure, man.
Yeah, I
Since
know
I've been
that's big in Jamaica. That's a big trade in Jamaica.
Hmm.
I remember our dining table. The base of the dining table was a lion, and the legs of the dining table was like the paws of the lion. That's how extra they are. And then they had another table, which the base was a pineapple. And then it was like a round oval table that sits on top of the pineapple.
Okay. Well, like I said, I just got me, just started using a power saw. So I expect to be cutting some large pieces again. For the most part, I cut walking sticks. I have 3 or 4 walking sticks, 5 or 6, 100. It don't matter. I cut walking sticks as I walk.
Yeah, those sell too. Walking sticks sell.
Cousin, don't I know it?
Oh, you know, I already know. You probably
I
go
have
to the craft market then. You probably go down to the craft market.
I never go to those places to move my stuff, man. I don't do. I go to art shop. I didn't have my art in shops in North Chicago, Miami, Florida. What's the other place I lived in? Philadelphia, art shops and art galleries and stuff. That's where my work goes in art.
What's wrong with the craft market? You get tourist money. It's just you sell your shit to tourists. That's it.
When I sell my stuff to tourists, I'm walking because I walk when I cut. Did you hear me? That's why I use walking. I cut walking a lot of walking sticks because I found myself walking and I ain't doing nothing. I can't do nothing, so I started carving and I like it. So when I walk, I cut, and sometimes people will see me. I call it on the hoof. When I'm cutting on the hoof, sometimes people will see me cutting. They'll buy it out of my hand because I don't go nowhere to sell my work. They got to bring me an offer. Like I told the last guy, make me an offer that I can't refuse. He said, how much it is? I say, make me an offer that I cannot refuse. That's how much it costs.
Damn, Wally, you're a salesman. That's some salesman tactic right there. Make me an offer that I can't refuse. Sell a freaking $10 jacket for $1,000.
I said that to one dude when I was in Philly. He made an offer, and I was like, "When do you want it? You want it right now?" he said, "No, man," because there was 4 guys. I had called 4 guys, right? 4 youth, and the 4 youth were climbing up on each other. This is the carving of the 4 youths climbing on each other, up on top of each other, right?
Yeah.
And he had just had quadruplets. His wife had just delivered
Oh,
4 children,
shit.
and he saw that piece. He said, "Must have it."
Oh, yeah, that's for him. You made that for him. Who the hell had 4 kids one time? 4 babies.
What was that? That was in Philly. Yeah, he owned some kind of store or something there in Philly.
Quadruplets.
I was surprised the first time a Korean, an Asian, bought my work. The very first time I was cutting it, and I had set it down. I was doing something else, maybe having a drink or smoke, whatever. And he saw it when he walked by, and we made the same kind of deal. And I told him, I said, "Man, it ain't even finished." He said, "I don't care."
You make a dragon?
Oh no, that was a bird. It was a big bird
I
taking.
know they're crazy for dragons.
Oh, that's the one that. Oh, okay, now I get it. Okay. See, this bird I had made. It's about 1.5 feet tall, right? The entire piece, right? 1.5 feet tall, maybe 2 feet, and then 1.5 feet wide, like that, right? So it's from that kind of space. It requires that kind of space, right? So now I'm sitting there cutting on it when some little crackers pass by, and turns out that they're students at the art school of Philadelphia. You know the art school of Philadelphia. You know Philly anyway.
Yeah, I
And
heard
any
about it.
well, people come from a long, foreign and stuff to go to the art school of Philadelphia. So I didn't even know about the art school of Philadelphia. I don't think like that. I just do my thing. So I'm sitting there cutting this work, and I had set it down. The children passed by, and they were looking at my work because I was selling it, right? A street vendor. And they saw the bird, the one I'll tell you that the Korean guy bought it. They saw the bird and started screaming at each other. They was just pulling, they little crackers, so they just all gleeful and pulling at each other. You know how they get. And they
Yeah.
mostly were girls.
They get
One guy,
excited over it.
and they were so excited. And I was wondering, why, damn, did it make it that excited, right? And they told me, I said, wow. She said, "Oh, you think we crazy, huh?" I said, "Oh, no, I don't know what you are, right?" So she said, our instructor at the art school, she told me they were students at the art school, and the professor had just told them in class that what I had done there was impossible.
Impossible to carve that bird, eh?
To carve what I had, the bird in that position.
So you had it on one standing on 1 foot, wings out, doing the kung fu stance.
No, you don't understand. The bird itself is not wood, right? So when somebody thinks in terms of wood being a square block,
Mm.
they will tell you what I did cannot be done.
So what you did though? Explain it.
I cut it to where the bird had turned its head up under itself.
Oh, so isn't that like the Sankofa bird in reverse?
I had never thought of that.
Hold on, Wally.
But
I'll
it,
be back
oh,
in.
no.
I'll be back in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, I got to go too. So I was waiting on somebody else to come up so I could take off. I didn't want to leave you on your.
Nah, y'all good. Y'all good. What's up
Oh,
with
it
it?
is Gold. Hey,
What up
Gold.
with it? How you doing, King?
Oh, good, man, real good.
That's what's up. That's what's
I
up.
hear
Yeah,
like a background of feedback. Is that you?
it probably.
Nah, that's you.
That's me. It just happened for no reason. Now I'm hearing it again. Like it's a delayed thing.
No, you cannot help it because of your connection. So there's nothing that you can do. I don't think, except for go on mute when you're not speaking. But since it was just you and I mean up here, it wasn't no big deal. But when they get crowded like this on the panel, it kind of throws everything off.
What's up with it, dude?
What's up, man?
Man, slow motion, bro. You see black folk trying to take a page out they book. You know
Who?
how when like say for instance some brothers go do a breaking and entering or something,
Mm,
the homeowner wind up hurting one of them or taking one of them life. The
mm,
person who did it with them usually get charged with the murder.
yeah.
So they trying to charge the other twin with the murder of the other one, the
When this
living twin.
when this come out?
It's a protest they got going. I sent you the link to your phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Which case that the Anthony case, Carmelo
yeah,
case?
yeah.
Yo, I thought that from day one. Because if it was two black guys that
Mm-hmm.
go anywhere together, and one did something that caused his own life or someone else's life, the other person with him is getting charged for murder.
Big facts.
So I don't know where when it comes to other races, the same law doesn't apply.
Right. Shit crazy. It's like, why ain't nobody got to even tell y'all that? And then the majority of the witnesses, well, I ain't heard nobody say nothing different, but they saying they jumped that boy. So, like, that would make sense. And they took proceeded to try to take his property as they was trying to remove him. So it's like, man, if it like I mean saying, if any of us would have did that, they would have found charges for all of that. They would have said y'all jumped him.
Yep.
That's assault. You know what I'm saying? You tried to forcefully remove
Gold,
him.
in
That's
any other situation, if you and your homeboy go on a robbery, your homeboy got dropped, you're getting the charge for your homeboy.
hell
If they
yeah.
drop someone, you're getting a charge for that too.
And the
Same
fact that
thing. If I'm out driving and agree to race with someone and he get in an accident and he get drop out, guess who they're charging for murder? That's
mm-hmm.
just how it is. So why when it comes to them, it's different.
Yup. And it's like the fact that they called themselves like they messed up when they told the story like they was trying to get him to lead the tent. You know what I'm saying? So, because to me, to forcibly remove somebody like that, that's kidnapping. It would have been in any other situation. Because you can't move a person an inch without them, you know what I'm saying, without their permission. If you do,
Yeah, and they approached him. He did not approach them.
you
So
feel me?
if he was in the wrong, the right thing to do was go and get a security guard, go and get someone of authority to come and remove him. But they approached him, and apparently they didn't approach him with any form of respect or compassion or
Not at all. They went over there like enforcers.
yeah.
And for people who, saying we don't know what happened, hey, look, I'm put it like this. They have witnesses for a reason. When you hear from witnesses what they seen, for us who wasn't there to say we still don't know what happened, on top of that, it's like, come on, bro. Do you want to know?
Some stories say they have history together. Some stories say this is the first time they're meeting each
Oh
other.
yeah.
No history. I
Yeah.
heard one apparently eyewitness, one guy. doing like
Yeah, he
a
was with his
TikTok
kids.
chat, and he's like, yeah, he was with his kids. He saw whatever, when you're with your kid, but your main focus is on your child, but
Right.
whatever is in your peripheral, you're gonna
You
see.
see it,
If commotion is happening around you, you're gonna notice.
and you gotta pay attention because you gotta protect
Yeah.
your kids.
And if it was to that point where I'm trying to focus on my child, it's raining, I'm in a public space, anything can happen, and then things start over there to the point where it draw my attention, that means y'all didn't go over there respectfully saying, hey bro, you know what, it's not your spot, go back to your tent, this is not appropriate, we don't really like this, or like, yo, you can't stay here.
And
They're
everybody
literally
trying
over
to act
there
like they was
jumping
being
him. They
everybody trying to act
literally
like they
over
was
there
being
have him up in,
admirable.
probably because he's a small statue guy, have him in the air, arms up
Mm-hmm.
and everything,
Mm-hmm.
to the point where dude have to like reach for his bag.
Yep.
And I'm not making shit up. I wasn't there, but to the what I see on the other side, the appeal for emotion. That's what pseudos do. They appeal for emotion. Oh, he was such a good kid. He was a footballer of the year, and he got stabbed in the heart for telling
Right.
someone he was sitting in the wrong seat. You know how much heart you melt with that shit? He got killed for telling someone he was sitting in the wrong chair. When do
Right.
we start stabbing people in the heart for sitting in the wrong chair? He
When
was
do
an
you start
athlete of
playing
the year.
security
And
and
then
you
they
ain't the
start showing you twin brothers. Oh, I don't know how he must have felt. He grew, he does everything with his brother. They do everything together. And they
Mm-hmm.
start showing you them from 6 months, 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old. They does everything together. He was there with him to the last moment. He died in his arm.
Right. Come on now. No, good well that boy
I'm
did not
sitting there
die
and
in
I'm
his
like,
arms. Like, come
listen,
on, bro.
you ain't gonna get me with this because I beat Sudo down for appealing to emotion on a daily. You're appealing to emotion. That's all you're doing, appealing to emotion. And then you're showing up Carmelo with a freaking air gun. We're showing you the middle finger, trying to paint him as if he's some gangster, not knowing that this kid is a little suburban nerd.
Come on now.
This kid hangs up with white people.
Case in point where he was. Okay.
Yeah, he's a
Like,
little suburban nerd. He
like,
ain't in the gym trying to get muscles. He's a little nerd. He's a little coward. You could tell he constantly get bullied on. You know, he's making a name for himself because he's an athlete. His name is to run. He's a runner, track star, I
mm-hmm.
think they said. Or
Yeah, they
what
say
was it?
they
Yeah,
say
he
he,
was a runner. He wasn't no baller. He was a runner. So he's supposed to be there.
and then it wasn't even like they said it wasn't even like a school event. You know what I'm saying? Like it was schools at the event, but it was like kind of at a center or something. Like,
And the
so
thing is like, oh, he has a knife. God, you guys literally, since I was like, I can't remember, since I was like 7, 8 years old, I haven't left my house without a knife.
some
I
kind of
remember a
protection.
few times, I could remember a few times, maybe like 3 times in my life that I misplaced my knife. One
Right.
time I went berserk because I was hanging out with some dudes and I really thought one of them took the knife because my knife looked nice. I
Right.
really thought one of them took the knife, but I misplaced it. I found it later on, stick to the side of another jeans. And for those 2 days, I don't know, I didn't feel the same walking around without it, but I found it. And I remember misplacing it another time, leaving it at my baby mom's mother house. And I know it was safe there because no one there take people's stuff. I know it was safe there for that. Maybe a week, I had a spear knife that I walk with. And it's not for self-defense. It's literally not for self-defense. It's for utility. There's times when I need to cut stuff, I use it to cut
Oh
stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Out a screw, I use it to take out a screw. I need to peel something, I use it to peel. It's an extra finger. It does stuff that my finger can't do.
I know
Literally,
what you mean.
I use it for everything. So I don't know why people make it a big deal. Like, oh, he has a knife.
And that's why I brought up it wasn't like it wasn't a school event, because you know if it was like a school event they could say, you know, you ain't supposed to bring weapons to school, da 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 da. It wasn't that though.
Man, I grew up throwing knives, like big ass 9-inch blade, wheel that in a tree, throw it at old sponges, old mattress. Knife is like whatever. No one ever see knife as it's dangerous. If you see someone coming at you with a machete, then yeah, you know it's about business. But a knife, come on, bro. This ain't England.
Man, well, all I know,
Yeah, it's a switchblade. It's a switchblade. It's a switchblade that hangs right in between my belt and my loop. I carry everywhere. I travel multiple times through airport, and I never left my knife. I went into many different clubs. I have it. I'm not leaving it. It's a part of me.
you know what I also think about, like we always get as black people, we always get treated like we already adults. Um, and what I mean by that in this situation, everybody in their mama is saying, "Oh, he knew what he was doing. He knew this, da 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 da." Like any other situation when we talking about minors or people that's immature, we try to, you know, reason, hey, maybe we need to teach them this, maybe they didn't know this. You know what I mean? So it's just crazy when it comes to black people. It's just like, oh, we know what we doing. You know what I'm saying? Like that man couldn't have been scared for his life and just did whatever he could, because it
You
was
was.
some it
You
was
was.
something I heard. It was a situation where somebody had an altercation and they grabbed the stake from the tent that was holding up a tent. You feel me? I'm gonna go back and double check and see if it's related to this case. But just imagine if it was something like that, he getting his butt whooped, and at the point where he getting whooped, he over there by the stake that's holding the darn tent up, and he stabbed his boy.
Uh,
Let's just say,
the fact that he stabbed him once,
right,
the fact that
once.
you warned him,
Come on, bro.
stabbed him once, and then ran off, didn't hide, and didn't lie when the cops
None of
came.
that, bro.
Man, then when cops came, he's like, "Yo, I did it. I did it. It was self-defense."
Hold on.
If
I
he
gotta
was if he was
I gotta
any
talk to
former
Humphrey real
street
quick.
dude gold mine, he would have stabbed him multiple times. He would
Oh
have
yeah,
put
if it was
cuts
malicious,
like
if it
his
was
face.
malicious, yeah.
The other brother would have got some cuts in his
Oh
face,
yeah, yeah. If he was
and that
totally
would have been
just,
like a pit bull
yeah, if he was
attacking
totally just
two German
irate,
shepherds. But
yeah,
no, that's not the case. That's a Chihuahua bite a German shepherd once and ran away.
man,
The
come
bite
on
does
now.
nothing to kill him.
But this is another point I want to add because we got El Hombre in the chat. Listen, it's different strokes for different folks, and where I'm from, like in places like Georgia, like bro, you put your hands on somebody, you don't get to determine the force that they
It's a
return on you.
strategy, but not a crime. Self
No,
defense is a strategy, but it's not a crime.
it
It's
damn
not
sure
a crime
ain't.
to defend yourself.
Like you put your hands on somebody in Georgia, they could pop you, bro, and it's gonna be justifiable. Like you don't believe me? Look up the case of King Von. He went out there to have a fist fight, wound up getting shot, and they justified it. And he
Yeah,
didn't even
self
get shot by
defense
the
is not
person
a
who he
crime.
was fighting.
And
You feel me?
they can say, oh, the magnitude of what you use to defend yourself or how you defend yourself must match the magnitude of the attack or the threat. Man, if you fear for your life, then it's whatever. How you gonna match fear for your life? What can you compare to fear for your life?
Exactly. Man, look, I
You
really wish
gotta
some of the
wait
people
until
in
they
the
beat you half to death. Then you realize, okay, the next half I'm gonna be dead for sure. So now I could stab. Okay, I'm gonna wait until you beat me half to death, and then I stab you.
yeah, I'll wait.
I'll
No,
wait.
I'm not finna do that. You know what I'm saying? Like the odds is not
I
in
wait
my favor.
until you beat me to 90% of my life, and I'll take the next 10% and kill you because now we're in equal magnitude. Is
No,
that how it works?
that's what it sounds like. They want us to do. Have a human calculator in our head. I can only take one more punch. You feel like this ain't no video game.
Ain't no video game.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched. And if you get hit hard enough, man, anything goes. I promise you. I don't know about maybe some of y'all ain't been in enough fights. But what I also would say is, Sister Camille, you know I love you, so I'm saying this out of love. Cause I'm the one and the men having this conversation. I know a man to be somebody to research certain things that he talks about. Me myself, I've been trying not to pay attention to this case, but it keeps finding my feed as well
Honestly,
as, huh?
I'm not even trying to be wild with the case, and I find myself wilding out a few times, not on this platform, but
Yeah.
mostly on Instagram, and it's because of how people are reacting to the case, as
How
if
they, yeah.
you do not have a right to defend yourself,
As a
and it,
black person, you can't
yeah,
defend yourself.
That,
Don't you
yeah,
that's
dare.
they're
what
trying to make
going back to 1834 slave law that says, as what a man just said, as a black person, you cannot defend yourself. You will go to jail, or you could be, put in jail, or you could be actually executed for defending yourself from a cracker.
That's
And if a
yeah.
cracker should happen to offend you and don't kill you, then you have no right to take him to jail. And if he kills you, then you can only he can only get away with that if you are his slave, and then he
I,
can kill you.
I think the
Dang.
So
same week
they're
that
implementing the
the
same
Carmelo
law
thing happened,
that all the time. It never changed. They're still implementing those laws. That's why we are faced with those same considerations today.
And propaganda. Hell yeah.
a white guy in Texas, him and his friends, a group of white guy, but the one that pulled the trigger get the charge, or
Right.
was supposed to get the charge. I guess this girl leaving the club and she mowed off. She does what girls do. She says what she's have to say to them and then walk off.
Mm-hmm.
They proceed to walk her down, beat her up, and when she tried to escape the beat up, one of those white guys shot her dead.
Come on, bro.
He got off because apparently she mowed it off first. This was
Mounted
in
off
the
though.
same time the Carmelo Anthony case is going on.
You serious? What's
And
the name on the case?
I, I'm gonna find. I think I can remember the guy's name. I'll find him if I could find him.
I'm telling you, this reminds me of that darn movie, Law Abiding Citizen. It's like the system work in the favor of the people that play the system. Not not in the favor of the people that's doing what they supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Who is supposed to protect. But if you know enough about the system to push the system on somebody else or weaponize the system, that's who it's been working for. So for those who, hear me and think I'm just like, oh, on some blackity black, nah, bro. It's certain situations I can read people countenance. I done been in certain situations similar to it, and it's just certain ways that it go. Ain't nobody just gonna haul off and just stab nobody. You feel me? Just at the clear blue, and everybody gonna be like, nah, that ain't what happened. Like the witnesses is saying that ain't how it happened. He didn't just haul off and stab this man just because he pushed him. Even with that, you don't got the right to put your hands on nobody. And you can't tell somebody how to respond after you disrespect a person. As far as I'm concerned, hey, I done been getting whooping since when I was a kid. They let me learn, hey, you know what? It's gonna be consequences for everything. But you gonna have to decide what's worth facing a consequence. In defending my life, I don't care what the court say. If it's justifiable or not. If they give me life, I'll be doing every year smiling, knowing that I defended myself. So at the end of the day, when people get talking all this law stuff and what's lawful, Like, bro, at some point that stuff go out the window when your life on the line. Ain't nobody sitting there reading no law books when they dealing with some real life experiences. You don't got time for that. We playing Monday quarterback, talking about what we would have did. Man, you don't know what you would have did. Somebody jump you, or you feel like your life in danger. And half of us so damn scary, it don't take much. Somebody cut you off in traffic, you feel like your life in danger. Let alone somebody put their hands on you.
Oh yeah, that road rage is real. I can't even find the case, but it was happening around the same time. You know, those vloggers vlog about it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hold on,
then
hold
the
on.
other white guy that left, that I guess whatever he was doing, go get his rifle, drive across state border and kill 2 people. He cried in court and got off.
Hold on, bro.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh,
Everyone
you
know
talking?
about his.
Oh, bro,
Yeah,
you talking
the
about
dude.
the case where they said they didn't want to lock the man up because they felt it would ruin his mental?
Yeah, dude
Man,
cried.
yeah,
Dude shed some tears in court, and
yeah.
that
Come
was
on
it.
now.
That was it. I felt sorry for him when he was crying in court. It was white sympathy.
Don't
That
get
was
me
it.
wrong. I feel bad for the parents who lost their child,
Imagine Carmelo
but
Anthony.
I feel
Man.
bad for the parents who lost their child. But I ain't finna sit over
And then
here.
right after that, no, the other white guys that killed the Spanish kid in the washroom.
Yep, yep. Don't forget about the twins who got kidnapped at the darn airport and put up on a mountain in Georgia for white people to take pictures of their dead bodies. Like that was right before this.
Okay, out of all the things you mentioned, it reminds me that when the government doesn't respond to protect the
Mm-hmm.
people who are violating the people feel encouraged to do more violations.
Oh yeah,
So all the things you just mentioned is encouragement to the next cracker to come up and start shooting niggas, whatever, la di da. That's why that boy felt like he can just come up on that boy and just grab him, because that's how we're setting a precedent. And that
yep.
little boy that defended himself said, "No, we're not doing that today, dude." And
Not
that's
me.
what he was saying. And there you go. So now, as long as we just be like, ain't no argument at this point. I don't entertain no more argument. I'm done here.
Yeah.
Right, right.
But the thing is, how they make one case racial and other case is specific to victim and perpetrators. You know,
What
when
you
it
mean they
comes to
made it
black
racial?
people, when it comes to black people, Carmelo Anthony, they're not just judging Carmelo Anthony for what happened. They're judging Carmelo Anthony as if this is what black people do. They're like deranged and like psychopathic.
They're judging the boy by a different law. The law they're using the black law, the black codes law for black people. That's a different law than they use for crackers. They be telling you, and then when they do it, you complain like you like, what are they doing?
Read,
They're doing what
read
they're
the
doing.
comments
They've been doing
under
it all
under the Carmelo Anthony video. And then
day. I'm
I think
reading
last
that.
week a white guy
What's
killed
happening?
his parents and was apparently going on a mission to go kill some other people.
I think he was about to assassinate Trump, wasn't
Yeah, something like that. He was on a mission. I'm reading the comments under his posting and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, he was troubled as a child. Oh, his parents were liberals. His parents were liberals." I'm reading comments like, "Oh, he's so cute. His future is done. Oh, what are we gonna do?" No one is saying like, "Yo, these white people are so deranged and psychopathic and always on a trip to go murder people." No one is saying that.
he? No,
We're
because
all
that's what they
having
glorify.
sympathy towards him. All
That's
having sympathy towards him. And under Carmelo Anthony, how could they raise a GoFundMe for this criminal? Lock him up. Give him the death penalty.
yeah. They ain't gonna say that. They ain't gonna say that. Like
Just not the same reaction.
I guess the best way I could
because
put
they're
it.
not going by the same law. By the 1834 law, they are correct. By the black law, lock that nigga up.
So if you're black, you can't claim self-defense. You can never claim self-defense being black.
You have to check with the law, man.
They even went as far as to say he got 3 suspension in high school. That's all they could find on him. You know when all they could find is 3 suspension in high school.
That's
They
crazy.
couldn't find no juvenile record, no criminal record, no arrested for marijuana, no arrested for theft, attempted murder, attempted crime, drug trafficking, nothing.
Once again, the best defense is simply to laugh at their accusations.
The
They
best they
have
could
no.
say is he
They
was
had. I'm just saying.
suspended from school 3 times. He's a
Yeah.
criminal. He can't be changed. He can't be rehabilitated.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Stop repeating that shit off to them people that them people say about that boy. Please stop repeating that shit.
Wally, that's
just
exactly what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, damn it. You're repeating it.
Why, when you see a real criminal that goes across state lines to go murder people in a protest?
Yeah, they talk bad about the boy, but no, you got to reenact what they're doing and bring that garbage over here. You can just tell us what they're doing. We already know what they're doing. We don't need you to bring it over here and put it on the airways of over here too. You spreading their paint for them. Are you a painter for them?
You crashing out? We're talking about the case. We're talking about
spreading their paint.
Why are you crashing out?
Spread their case. Talking about the case is one thing, but spreading their paint is something else.
Making humor of them is something that we can do. It's something that we can do. They make humor of us all the time. We can make humor of them too. They're not exempt from being laughed at.
So you want to be like them? You want to do what they do?
No, I want to do better than them. I want to do better.
Okay, why you want to do what they do? I don't understand.
I want to do better than them. You didn't
really
hear that part.
Understand you.
You didn't hear that part. I want to do better than them. You're just gonna hear what you want to hear. You're stuck
you want to
in
do what they do. You want to do what they do better than they do what they do. Is what you just told me. Is that?
No, I want to do better than them. Not what they do. I want to do better than them.
What they do.
Nope.
You just said you want to do what they do. You're confused. I'll leave you alone, man. Do your thing.
Real quick, Rufio, you funny as hell, bro. Cause when people buy weapons of any type, yeah, there is some extent that they plan to use them. But why do they plan to use them? To protect themselves. So to make it seem like this man has no right to have a weapon to protect himself should need be, I think you want to check yourself, because I think like Wale saying, I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying too. I mean, but you're spreading the paint done spread it on you so much, Rufio, you can't think straight. You can't be thinking straight when you tell somebody, oh, you carried a knife just because you wanted to stab somebody. What? No, I carried it because I had to protect myself. And if I had to protect myself, the only way I'm gonna be able to, if I only got a knife, is to stab. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I've seen people in Florida killing pigs with machine guns, like heavy artillery machine guns. That's what they're killing pig with, Gatlins. That's like they're driving around that on regular street, a regular Sunday. A dude have a Gatlin in the back of his pickup truck, going to the field to go shoot pigs and snakes. And no one is saying that, why is he carrying a weapon? It's only a matter of time before he turned that Gatlin on some people that he doesn't like. No one ever think that when white people carry guns.
Hold on.
They carry guns openly.
This is another thing. This reminds me of, Cause see, I think a lot of y'all is in 2025 so thick to the point y'all forget the history we as a people have with this bullshit. People telling you where the fuck you can sit at. This kind of reminds me of Rosa Parks. You need to take your ass to the back. You can't sit here. Not to mention these kids are not security nor authority figures. So who are they to take it on themselves? This is what happens. You need to tell your children, hey, it's not your job to do
Yo,
another adult's
Goma,
job.
you know what they would have preferred to see? Carmelo, little 120-pound Carmelo, throwing hands with two quarterback, two fucking 200-pound, 180, 190-pound quarterback.
I ain't have a
At
chance.
least like 6'2", 6'3". Little Carmelo should throw hands with him. And then the news would report, Black boy is in critical condition, battling for his life in intensive care. His face is 10 times bigger than it normally was.
And they
From
probably
all
wouldn't
the
even
bloodshot
report it.
and swollen and broken bones and broken skull and fracture in his brain.
That shit only got reported because
That's what they would have rather hear.
it only got
And they would
reported
have
because
felt good. And they
a
would have
young
said,
white
yep,
man died.
he throw hands. He throw hands.
Stop bringing up the past, young boy. Hey, you can hit the panel because I'm finna tell you right now, you about to get banned in the chat because I definitely know.
Yeah, there ain't no way Carmelo could have go up against those two freaking Hulk Hogans.
Excuse me real quick,
steroids.
Excuse me real quick because I got cut off. Yeah, Rufio, you more than welcome to join the panel. Maybe you might feel safer in the chat with those comments, but I promise you, you ain't got too much longer. But as you know, as men around here, we have conversations. So, you know, you more than welcome to hit the panel. I'm gonna post the link one more time. You probably got about like less than 2 minutes before you get removed. But all this buddy and young buck conversation, I need to hit it. I need to hit a tone on that. Because at the end of the day, regardless to if we talking about the past, the way that people experience life today is based on their past experiences, the way that they respond, the way that they see life. So for you to sit over here and be like, oh, that was the past. Let me tell you something. That was somebody else's past. Because we've been dealing with that, bro. It ain't never stopped. They just found more sophisticated ways to say it, just like this conversation that we having now. Oh, he was sitting in the wrong area. Man, miss me with that. Somebody sitting anywhere don't give you room to infringe upon a person, to disrespect them. Not
So
to mention,
I'm
again,
guessing
real quick, because this is getting missed right here. Tell your children to be children. Stop trying to play adults out here. And this is the consequence of what happened. Because you're on the same level as that young boy who you wind up getting stabbed by. So of course he dealt with you accordingly. But maybe if an adult may have came to him, first of all, an adult would have probably said, I'm not finna put this young child out in the rain all because of a funk ass tent. Like, y'all ain't think about that. It's raining like a mud. Everybody is running under any tent they can get to. But all of a sudden, he wrong for doing the same thing everybody else was doing. See, y'all don't listen to the story. I can tell, like Amin said, with somebody being bullied or targeted. Because I'm pretty sure he wasn't the only one under a tent that he wasn't assigned to. Because when the rain broke out, from what everybody that was there is saying,
really there's other people under the tent. Kids under the tent, other people, spectators, team players. They picked on him. And I'm guessing Carmelo should have just sit there and got lynched by two white boys for sitting in the wrong place. And he should have just take it because he's black. He shouldn't at no point defend himself. He shouldn't at no point told them not to put their hands on him. He was absolutely wrong for that, Mr. Rufio, I'm guessing. And they have all right to go punch him in the face, drape him up in the air, try to put him in a headlock, and he has no right to reach in his bag and poke the cracker in the heart. He has no right to do that, I'm guessing. I don't see how. First of all, it's two twin brothers. They're going to fight with each other. And they're the one coming over there, approaching him with aggression. Yeah, I ain't looking at that part. And Carmelo clearly is not a gangster. He's not a street dude. He's not into football. He's not into no heavy sports. He's into running. He probably carry a knife because maybe white kids like that constantly feel like they can pick on him. I say it's a tragedy, but a crime? Nope. Self-preservation is not a crime. And that means self-defense should not be a crime. If anything, the other brother should be charged for that debt. If it was the other way around, yeah, we all know how that would go. If it was the other way around. Now you want to know who gave him? Was it the father?
What I see here is all that. That's what I was saying about. I think you're doing too much. There's no argument here. They're gonna crone and all that stuff about their boy and this and that and the other. As long as you're backing the boy that that you stand the right, you don't have to argue with them though. And they'll stop after a few minutes and do something else. But meanwhile, every time you argue with them, you bring it back up. They're gonna argue with you, but they bring it back up. You argue with them, you know what I mean? And the energy is so wasted because nobody has the opportunity to actually affect it, the outcome, to any grave extent. So it just seems, I'm just saying seems to me, that the logic would say they have no argument. Why even argue with them? That just seems logical to me.
They have no right to bring weapons to school. That's exactly what I say every time I hear about these mass shooting inside schools. That's exactly what I said. They have no right to be bringing automatic rifles to school. But yet still, a certain group of people keep bringing automatic rifles to school and kill multiple children with such automatic rifles. Not defending themselves, but taking out their inferiority and their insecurity on other people. That should have been your first comment, not someone who brought a knife to a sport event that was not on a school compound. It was in public space, a sport event in public space, and the person happened to have to use that knife in self-defense. That's completely different from someone going home, picking up multiple guns, coming back to school, and killing innocent people who have never yet said hi to you a day in your life. Completely different thing. But I don't see the same outrage. That is why I even like doing the social stuff, because when you point out the obvious, people can't take it. Yeah, but I even want to talk about this no more. I want to talk about energy, free energy everywhere. Let me know if you know about free energy that you can harness from anywhere. Let's talk about the energy scam. The real energy scam. They charging you for electricity. They charging you for water. Let's talk about that. When energy is free and you could harness it from anywhere. How the hell did we get here? Inwale, how the hell did we get here? When there is more free energy than water, more free energy than air, but yet still we're paying for energy. We're paying for gas, we're paying for electricity, we're still buying batteries. How? How did we lost the free energy harnessing technology? That's what I want to know. Who stole the free energy harnessing technology? That's what I want to know. Because apparently 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, we weren't using this thing called the electric grid, but yet still we had more energy than we have now. So something went wrong. Something went wrong. There was a reverse in time, and we lost all the knowledge that the elders and the wise men had. Now only a few people have that knowledge, and they're selling it back to us as electricity. Tricking us with electricity when it's all around you. Camille says it's capitalism. Capitalism is I guess, a system or an idea, but it's not really a person. So we are a part of capitalism. So it couldn't be capitalism. It's like saying the NBA. No, it's a system. You're either a part of it or you're not a part of it. We are a part of this capitalistic system, whether you're a consumer, a manufacturer, a provider of service or goods. You work in logistic. You're an auditor. You make laws and rules and regulations. You're a scammer. Believe it or not, the scammers are a part of capitalism. So if you're a scammer, you're still a part of capitalism. A grifter, you don't get to escape capitalism. You are in the system. That is why they have a definite definition and a term and a category for you. Nope. If you want to escape capitalism, just be something else that we can't define. But if we can define it, you are a part of the system. If we can define it as, oh, he's a scammer, guess what? He is a part of the system. We have a term for it, a definition for it. Rufino, you're an idiot. Sorry. Not in any disrespectful way. It's just an observation. I don't want to disrespect no one. And fair observation. You're an idiot. We have nothing to offer anybody. Rufino, if we got nothing to offer, why are you hanging out over here? Again, you're either slow or you're an idiot. I'm pretty sure you did not get an invitation. No one emailed you. No one called you. No one texted you. You came over here at your own risk. I understand. It says Q butter. But that doesn't imply that we entertain crackers. Okay? So, if we have nothing to offer, jump your pale cracker ass through the window and exit yourself. Aren't you a racist? If you weren't a racist, why the fuck are you over here making racist comment in the chat? I know you're calling people racist. What? You're just a dog that bark all day but can't bite back? What are you, a chihuahua? A poodle? A pugs? I thought you were a German shepherd like the two twin brothers. As Carmela said, cracker, fuck around and find out. Fuck around and find out. I guess that got you shriveled, eh? Fuck around and find out. Oh boy. It's Good Friday or Saturday or whatever. You know what? I ain't gonna crucify you today. They did that to your God yesterday. Yesterday they kill your God, so I guess you're mourning. I should have sympathy on you. My condolences. My condolences to your fake ass cracker God. But then that nigga got stabbed in the heart too. That nigga got stabbed in the heart on a Friday. Didn't even make it to see Saturday. What the fuck? Shit. Yeah, make up some bullshit that he rose again. Rose from what? Only thing rose was the stinky ass scent of the dead body. That's the only thing rose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who the fuck this freaking cheese bread looking motherfucker think he's playing with.
They crashing out on a Saturday.
Man. You better go sip some pale ale. Go sip some ale. You know?
Better go sip some tea.
You can't handle this 40. Go sip some ale.
Yeah. I think Psycho opened the link. He talking. Yeah, they're having the same discussion over there.
Oh.
So if you want to get on the panel, I think he played the press conference too.
Yeah, where the parents showed up. Well,
Yeah.
and that's character witness right there. The darn daddy showed up like he won't do something.
Yeah.
But
Yo, banning. If you want to bang, hit the link. Hit the link when you feel good one day. Not right now. You ain't feeling too good right now. I say go sip some ale. Cause y'all niggas didn't drink water. Y'all water did had shit in it. So go sip some ale as the ancestor used to do. Wash your hand before you sip that shit though, you nasty motherfucker. And when you feel good, come back, hit the link, and we'll bang it out. For real. You choose a topic and whatever. If you think you can match my intellect, hit the link.
man, look, this is funny
I'll be
because
respectful.
I'm looking at the name and it's confusing. You don't know whether you coming or going. Rufio. Somebody slipped you a roofie, yo. Bannon, who you think you is? The Incredible Hulk? But
Bruce Banner.
yeah, like, bro, again, you come over here to platforms where people who identify as black. So of course we're gonna identify with the experiences that we have been having. And the experiences that we've been having with your people. Ooh, I'm putting it like this. I do not prefer that people lose their lives. But what I will say is the same thing I told my cousin when he was in a similar situation. Bro, I am proud of you. I am so glad that you are alive. And the reason why I say proud is because there's so many of us who done been downtrodden, that been made to feel like we less than, like Wale was saying earlier, that we ain't even got the right to defend ourselves. And then we had to live with the loss of these relatives. Like, I'm not finna
Hold
sit
on,
up here
but
and keep
he's
on
crashing out
condemning
right
my
now.
people.
He's even having typo error. He's crashing out. He can't even spell land.
Oh, that's how you gotta talk to them. Let them crash. You gotta talk some sense. They gonna
He's
crash
crashing out right now. The
every
white
time
inferior kick thing.
every time you try to appeal to reason or any sense, they crash and clean the fuck out. They ain't got that shit, and that's why
Even
they
overdrive going nowhere fast right now.
nowhere fast. That's why they tend to respond the way that they do, bro. And I'm not surprised. You mad because black people playing on their team? Well, get mad at the people that throw in our face every day what team we on, what we really stand. Like, don't get mad when we start playing with our team like we supposed to. It's too late at that point. Now you realize you done lost. Because you wanted us to appeal to you. Oh no. We'll never accept you, but keep on appealing to us so at least we know where you are. Oh darn, it's coming out of him. I mean, he done
I'm
start
telling
speaking.
you, crashing
He
out
done
right.
start speaking his ancient language. He went caveman on me. Goddamn. Ooga
He's
booga.
crashing out. Yo, inferior kick thing. I asked this cracker if you got what it takes. Hit the link and challenge my intellect. He went on some oga boga booga bugger. He turned in a caveman.
Man,
This
he's
nigga said oga boga booga bugger.
he turned into a whole eagle out there, man.
Nigga, I told you, wash your hand before you sip that ale. You nasty motherfucker.
He talked about hip hop
No,
and rap.
because I touch a point, he knows what I'm saying. Because
Yeah,
there was a
exactly.
point when they didn't even know how to purify water. They have to drink beer because if they drink water, they would die from diarrhea. They would shit themselves to death because they used to shit in the water source. So they're
Mm-hmm.
shitting, bathing, and killing, raising pigs in the same water that they drink and cook with. Nasty motherfucker, go sip some ale. You yellow belly snake.
Oh, yeah, wow, man.
I really took it
And
all the way
wash your
there.
hands first because they used to wipe with a rock.
Mm-mm. This
Nigga, I'm
man,
from Africa.
you
We know
feel me?
about the earth. We know about the soil. We know about the ash. We used to clean our vessel with ash. Do
What's
you
up,
know
Caesar?
what chemical is ash? You know about sodium carbonate, calcium carbonates? Do you know what a carbonate is? Do you know how to purify your vessel back then? You
Don't have a
caveman,
clue.
you go
Don't have a
sip some
clue.
ale. Because you niggas didn't know to drink water. You better go bow down to them pyramids and worship them Egyptians that civilized your stupid ass. You better go bow down to them white feet and kiss them white feet that taught you how to bathe, that taught you how to clean yourself, that taught you how to purify water.
You so ungrateful. Ungrateful as hell.
You used to have to drink that fermented mash. You used to have to drink that fermented mash because you couldn't drink pure water. Think about that.
And didn't even have no roadways because they would throw their shit outside where the horses was shitting at. Like, come on, bro.
Didn't even know how to didn't even know what proper hygiene was.
None of that.
Who do you want to talk to, me?
And got the nerve to act like we dirty.
I won't even kick you with my shoes because if I kick you with my shoes, I can't wear that shit inside my house no more.
You wish you had this complexion. You know what I'm saying? That splat. That splat. Don't worry, sweetheart. Don't worry. Going out there in that sun and let nature deal with your ass. I ain't even got to worry about you. For real. You got to come outside. You got to come outside. And even if you don't come outside, guess what come through your window? Light. Running from the light. Hiding from the light.
Hiding from the sun.
We start playing that shit. Like, since y'all would try to be funny, like, y'all create cataclysms for us. But reality is a whole cataclysm for you. Like, are you serious? Are you serious? And all we got to do is get to the point, just like the young brother Carmella, when you're not scared no more. The cataclysms that y'all try to create for us is only based on the fear that we
those who
already
do not know what happened,
have.
because people are gonna listen and be like, "Oh, this nigga is just crashing out because the white guy come in the chat." No, he came in the chat talking greasy. He came in the chat talking greasy. I challenge his intellect, and he says, "Oh, if they didn't rescue us or stole us from the bushes and brought us to a better land." So I'm like, okay, you start that shit. Okay, I like it. I play both sides. You want to play nice or you want to play dirty? I'm cool with it. I'm good with it. I don't really beg friends. So you want to start the racist shit? I'm all good for it. I got racist jokes too. Go sip some ale, you nasty motherfucker.
Yo, man, y'all crashing out.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm gonna call my wife.
You want to start racist joke? I'll end it. I'll deal with it. I ain't gonna run from it.
You hear me there? I'm gonna call my white
out.
homeboy to deal with this shit. Don't even worry about it. I ain't finna keep doing this.
Yeah, go jump in the Camaro, and blow it out on the highway, yo. Fuck the dude.
He's crashing out right now, and he ain't going nowhere fast. He's in overdrive, and he ain't going nowhere fast. I can't.
Yeah, I know. He bragging about how many words he can type. That shit crazy. But yeah, he Psycho got the same topic going over there, yo.
Oh yeah, I forgot today was Saturday.
Yeah.
You wanna go over on Psycho?
Yeah, I put the link in there.
Yeah, we go over Psycho.
Yeah.
Leave this clown alone. I said when you sober up and get your intellect together, hit the link.
Unique. We'll see y'all good folks in a minute. Shout out to
I'll be over Psycho.
Yeah, we'll be back whenever we end it, yo.
All shades and creeds. Just don't take the roof, yo. All right, there.
All right.
Next time, Dan.
Okay, man.